We gave you pizza, and we will give you a beating if you act up, so don't do it. Anyway, we're going to get to Bill in just a minute or two. And, I like the guy because I gave up emails from females tonight, which is like our favorite or everybody else's favorite that are coming in right now. NBC affiliate station actually going to be listening in along with WWOR. And we have my girl over there, Shelly Tomasi. That is not one of our benefactors, but she does just a bit of everything for us. And, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you need a little bit of help. She blogs for the New York Yankees, so that's good because that is the only baseball team there is, goddammit. And they better win tonight. I'm going to be pissed. Anyway, we have some other stuff over there and a special shout out. You're not going to see or hear her, but her boots were made for walking, and they walked right over to our show. So a nice shout out to my lady out there, Miss Nancy Sinatra. Listening in, yep, it's true. If you look at my followers, you got to go down a little bit. She's on there, and we appreciate her being there. Loved your dad, by the way, and I'm sure she knew that. Another Jersey guy. Yeah, we got a few of them here. Bon Jovi, Frankie Valli, blah, 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 but I'm the only one that counts now. And anyway, we're going to be doing that. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be a little bit different from the people that are used to spaces and stuff like that. I like that stuff, but this is a little bit different. So I'm going to have to be your own emoji tonight. I'll give you one of these. Let's just go to a foregone conclusion, I should say, that it's going to be, everybody's going to give a thumbs up. It'll all be 100%. And that's it. You don't need any emojis. All right. Thank you. Good night. And don't forget out there that we're doing a lot of charity work. This past month was really, really good. For the month of April, we have our metrics that came in and a little over $19,000. And that is absolutely, positively amazing. And it's going to good causes out there. So there you go. All right. And keep those Doritos out of my rug as well. I'll tell you what, before I can even get the Doritos out of the rug, I'm trying to get the stuff out of my vacuum from Easter still. The green plastic grass and shit. Anyway, you're going to see crazy stuff on here because I took my medication and then I didn't take it because, you know what? I don't think it was mine, but it tasted good. Anyway, we're going to get to that in a second. We're going to give you another station sweep, and then we will be back, and we're going to check out Mr. Bill Ellmore, Mr. Twitter. And we had a funny thing. We have a lot of funny stuff. I have some surprises for him. You're going to be on this show, man. You know you're going to get it. So that's all right. It's going to be fun. Oh, don't worry. It's coming. Anyway, thank you for being here in New Jersey, 88.6 FM, and all of our affiliates that are chiming in tonight. I had a dream that we did good, and I think we're going to. So there you go. Be back in 3 minutes.
Okay, let's go.
Tune in to the Mean Machine Radio Show with Gregory Joseph on New Jersey. 88.6 WGAT, your ultimate destination for real people, real life, and pop culture discussions. Join us for insightful conversations, special guests, and a lot of fun every week. Don't miss out on the excitement. Listen to the Mean Machine Radio Show. Rock me, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mean Machine Radio Show. In the sultriest tones, we present to you a show that's hotter than a summer night in the heart of the city. Buckle up, because we're about to take you on a wild ride through the airwaves. Imagine velvet curtains parting, revealing a dimly lit studio. The scent of nostalgia hangs in the air, and the flicker of vintage neon signs casts a seductive glow. His words drip like honey. Each syllable, a promise of secrets shared. Gregory's voice is the heartbeat of our show.
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime with your favorite DJ.
You are listening to the Mean Machine Radio Show on New Jersey, 88.6 FM WGAT.
You're listening to the best radio in town. Stay tuned.
Tune into the Mean Machine Radio Show in New Jersey for real talk with no BS. We're real people telling it like it is. Get the raw truth on all things in society, life, and culture. Join us for brutally honest guests, banter, and no-nonsense advice. The Mean Machine Radio Show, where life gets real.
Let's go.
Like this.
Okay, let's go.
Tune in to the Mean Machine Radio Show with Gregory Joseph on New Jersey. 88.6 WGAT. Your ultimate destination for real people, real life, and pop culture discussions. Join us for insightful conversations, special guests, and a lot of fun every week. Don't miss out on the excitement. Listen to the Mean Machine Radio Show. Rock me, baby.
Oh yeah, I will rock you, baby. All right. Well, it wasn't quite 3 minutes, but you know what? I have a bunch of watches, and I don't think any of them actually work. But that's all right. The microwave works, but just the clock part. All right. So without any further fondue, we should say we're going to bring in our special guest. He is, like I said, Mr. Twitter, somebody that I've known for only a few months, but I'll tell you what, we have a lot that we have in common, and you would never know it, but we do. And it's going to be a little bit different. You're going to see him in a little bit of a different light, because this is not the nice machine, just so that for those that are using Braille tonight, I just wanted to be able to make that clear. And that's what we're going to be doing. So without it, we can't have it. And here he is, audio only, because he's just way too handsome. He's been busy combing his hair for about an hour now. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bill Ellmore. Hey, Bill, are you there?
I'm here. How you doing tonight?
You are. Oh, I'm going good. I'm doing good. I'll give you a special jersey. How you doing tonight?
How you doing? You're making me miss Jersey, because I love that sign. Welcome to Jersey. What are you looking at?
Yeah. I like the one that says "Come on vacation and leave on probation." That's not really a sign. That's on my front door, I think.
It's a fact.
When was the last time you were in Jersey, by the way? You've been here, right?
Oh man, I lived there for about 7 years. Actually, longer
I'm
than
so
7 years.
sorry.
Right? Yeah, but I left there in 2016, and moved to Nashville, Tennessee. So
Nashville,
it's been a long
Tennessee.
time. But I visited a few times. But 2016 is when I moved out. It's a nice place to be from.
You haven't visited. They would have told me if you entered the state. That's a rule. They come to Mean Machine. Well, there's actually only 3 types of people that actually come to Jersey. 1, you live here. Number 2, you have family here. And number 3, you're probably under subpoena. But other than those 3 things, I don't think anybody. And I'm going to share with our audience here, and I don't want to make you nervous, Bill, but like I said, you're only seeing the people, and everybody at home or listening or whatever. They can only see the views that are coming in on Twitter or X, whatever we're calling it this week, and you're not seeing the actual feed that's coming in. So we're not live on the radio, right? But it is a live stream. I've already disconnected. That was what took a little while, and it's very. It's not a perfect science, but I appreciate you being with us. So I'm going to share real quick. When Bill and I were talking earlier, I said I had my 8-year-old nephew here 2 days ago when I was making the ad. So I have these big screens, and I have your picture. I know you're laughing because you already know what I'm going to say. And wait for the punchline, Bill. So it's it's actually funny. So I have all these screens have your big face on there. So I'm making it and I'm doing it and I'm giving it to the girl to send it in for the thing. My nephew comes running past and he's picked Doritos are going all over and shit. And he looks at the screen. He goes, "Hey," he goes, "That's the guy from the Magic Eraser thing, right?" And he just runs away. I'm like, all right, well, yeah, but he's a friend of mine.
I'll take it.
I've been called worse, and that was just an hour ago, and that was me. All right, so I'm going to disconnect actually from the air mic, and we're going to go over to the pod mic. And, like I said, you have a little bit of intro. We're going to show some pictures. But before I switch over, I have a surprise for you and your followers, Bill. I do.
Right.
All right, so I dug very deep. All right, very deep. All right, I've only had 16 cups of coffee, so forgive me if I'm a little slow right now. But I wanted to find out. Now, it's August, I believe, August of last year is when Twitter was officially called X. Am I correct by saying August?
I believe so. I believe that's when he switched over to
It was
X.
in the late summer. Okay.
Yeah.
I miss you know what I miss about it? I mean, everybody, about the name and this and that. I like the little bloop, like the little chirp when you, I miss that. Can't they bring the chirp back?
The tweet.
Call your boy Elon and say, bring back the chirp, would you?
Yeah.
Because if they make you, I told you, if I get the walking around music of Smoke on the Water, I will vote for you for CEO of Twitter or X or Y or Z or whatever you want to do. You've got my vote.
Let's do this. Get me into that position, and then I'll bring I'll bring the chirp back.
We're not here to rehash the good times. I'm not getting you any positions. All right, so I'm going to show something here. So I dug deep. I really did, and I found I kind of found the 2 masterminds, we'll call them, who actually came up with X. It wasn't easy to find, but I found it, and I have a visual aid because I have sunglasses on inside because that's what I do. But I think you're going to like it, and it's going to be a surprise to a lot of people. It's not who you might think. These two guys, especially if you're Generation X like we are, you're going to, and very proud of that fact, by the way, because nothing offends us. The only time I get offended, by the way, is if someone says they're offended. Then I'm offended that you're offended. And that's it.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care enough to be offended. So.
I know. I mean, I'm a Sicilian Scorpio from Jersey. As soon as I
Holy
wake,
crap!
yeah, I know, and I'm born on mischief night, if you can believe that. So when we wake up, we just go, "What the?" You know? Oh, wait a minute. They can. What do you call it? Me? I can do that. I can be like, "What the?" And you can stick it in your,
That
and
works.
that's how we wake up.
Does that
Good
work on
morning.
my side too?
Yeah, well, you're an hour behind, so that's why we're on a delay.
All right.
But all right, so I have a picture, and it's going to be a shock to a lot of people, but I think a lot of people are going to like this. So, and I didn't tell you, we're unscripted, unfiltered, and I'm as smooth as number 5 sandpaper, so it's all right. Let's take a look. And I'm going to bring it up, and we'll give you a little drum roll and everything so everybody could see it. So I'm very excited that I found this. And you want to talk about build up. All right. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the two masterminds that came up with X. I hope you're ready. Here we go. There you go. See, I told you. Two masterminds. How about just pretend that it's spaces, by the way, and everybody's doing thumbs up and crying faces and all that shit. So there it is. Proof, actual proof right there of who came up with X. So you can't refute it.
It made a lot of sense, like when he went to X, because then the Twitter files became the X files. It made it a lot more interesting. Yeah.
And there's definitely a lot of aliens and UFOs, so that's perfect
There
fit.
you go.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, we'll ask Mulder later. I wanted to say really quick though. We'll take this off because you can't take anything seriously with that on there. But I wanted to say, and I have different people. You have obviously you have a lot of followers and everything. It's very impressive. But what you do on your spaces and everything, I've been in them, and quite honestly, about 7-8 months ago, I didn't even know what the hell Spaces was. I would see it and I'm like, I thought it was like apartments.com, like Spaces. Is that for like, like office space? I didn't know what I'm very good at ignoring shit. So I had no idea what it was. But going into yours, when I first started doing that, I forgot exactly how we met. I'm sure it was as subtle as a freight train kissing a commuter, but I've been in a lot of them. Some of them are absolute mess, but yours is not. It's run correctly, and that's kudos to your people, your co-hosts, the people that you have helping, and your guests, and it just flows well. I know you have your bouncers and everything, and
In fact, I see Drax out there in the comments. He's coming in under White Rabbit 78.
Is that who that was? I should have known. Okay.
Yeah. And I see Barbie Engel. We actually had a space last night. She's running for House of Representatives out of Arizona.
Right, I saw that. Yeah.
So yeah. So hello everybody. Nino's out there. So I love this format. I love this technology. I'm a technology guy, and first time I saw it was about 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. But I love that we can see.
At least you're honest, Bill.
See comments. I can't respond to them, but I can verbally. So hey guys, great to have you on.
Just pretend he's waving. Just close your eyes and just picture a guy with really, really long hair, and his name is Bill, and he's waving at you right now. That's the pictorial you should have in your mind right now.
Fabio. Just think of Fabio, but with yeah.
I'm thinking of someone else, but it's a woman. Oh, by the way, we have coming in on the feed. I guess you're popular, man, because right now we are at. So let me refresh this. All right, so organically, that's through iHeart, not Spotify, but iHeart, and on Local Link, where now when I spoke to you earlier, it was at 7,000 people. It was at 7.4. It's actually at 10.1 right now. Congratulations, man. They must love you. Or they have no idea who you are and wondering how you got
why is Greg talking to this guy? Who the heck is he?
and they well, no, I mean, come on, you're allowed to. I'll be like, what the that's fine with me, but we should do that. And I told them this.
The force is strong with this one.
I said, hey, look, he's going to do the Jersey thing tonight, and the people see you in a different light now because the things that we'll talk about. It's kind of like a conversation. I was on your space. I think it was Good Friday, the end of March or whatever, and you gave me the floor, and it was really cool. And there was nobody being pretentious or anything like that. It was actually really cool, and I don't do them very often. I get asked a lot, and I don't accept. But for yours and like maybe one other one, I think I did. But it was nice, and I could just be Greg. I didn't have to be the mean machine. I didn't have to be on. I could just be, kick back,
Yeah,
relax, and
that was a fun night. It really
it
was a
was
fun
fun.
night. Yeah.
And we went for like 17 hours. It felt like, I don't know.
It felt like it, didn't it?
Jesus
We
Christ.
just kept going. We're like, we're going to close out now. And then 30 minutes later, we're still talking.
Yeah, you're like, oh, you can keep going if you want. I'm like laying on the floor with like a Slurpee. Like, yeah, sure, no problem. Any other questions?
Well, you definitely drew a crowd, and it was a great conversation.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I usually do draw a crowd, but it's usually like cops. But I don't want to, it was like something where it was like new, and you already know. And for those that are listening out there that don't know, due to contracts and the rest of the BS and everything, I can only be a speaker on one of those as a guest speaker. I cannot co-host and I cannot host. I'm sure I could fill a room at any point in time, but I can't, because when you get your FCC license, there's about 6 pages of what you can do and about 6,000 pages of what you can't do. So it's a dominant gene, apparently. But you know what? We're going to find our way around that. And for those listening, just kidding. Probably something I should have DM'd you. So I'm going to switch out of the air, Mike. Yeah, but this is what happens. And there's a lot of different stuff. I'm going to give you the floor. Nobody wants to hear that. But I got to show something else, too, because obviously I cannot. Yeah, I know he's nervous already. I can't do. I got you, Bill. Don't worry about it, man. That'll be 1850. I've got your back. But I can't address politics. I can't address religion. Obviously, I have both. But you know what the deal is. We've spoken about that before. But there is one thing I want to address, because the lady today pissed me off so bad that where is this idiot's kind of just here, let me show you what I mean. So I put together a visual aid for the people. The next time I get asked this question online, in an email, or definitely in person. So I have a visual aid to help with that. So there you go. And I'll read it. It says, unwrap your pronouns. That's number 1. Moisten, with your tongue. Pronouns with water or water-based lubricating jelly. And as you can see, if you lie on the floor and bend your right knee, the chest, gently push your pronouns into your rectum so that they don't come out. And that's pretty much how I feel about that. Are you kidding me? It's a good thing I'm not. If I was filling out like a job application and I got that, I would punch the guy in the face. Yeah.
Well, I always said I identify as a conspiracy theorist, and my pronouns are "I told you."
Yeah, I told you mine too. My first pronoun is, and the last one's you. I don't. I don't know where this shit came from, but if anybody needs to, no, none of your, your people are pretty cool, and but it's just a little opinion of mine. I can get away with that, I guess, and even if I can't, I'm always in trouble anyway. Who gives a shit? But actually, I wanted to show you. This was what we were doing today. I wanted to just show it really quick, because if people are wondering, well, I can't talk about politics and I can't do that. But being that half my family are cops and other people were in the industry, so that's me today. That'll come up. We're on a delay. That's why.
Awesome.
So they don't see that yet. They'll see it in a second there. By the way, those are your initials there, BE, because you be there. All right, so that's
I've been everywhere.
Yeah.
IBM stood for I've been moved, or IB Mobile.
I have another acronym for that, but I'm not going to say it. All right, so and this was today, and it's just we're going to be doing a lot of stuff with local. If you can't, I help people out in my own backyard. That's Officer Gus Torres, really nice guy, and we're going to be doing some stuff for they're going to have like a toy run, and they have a bike run, and they do all these different things, and it's close. It's in Belleville, New Jersey. Home of the Krusty Pizza. So anyway, I just wanted to show you that. That was today. So if anybody has any illusions on who I back and this and that, that's not politics. That's not religion. That's the boys in blue, and I do back them. So
1,000%. Yep.
Absolutely. It's well, I don't want to get into it, but That's how I feel about it. And there's a vigilante. Anybody who doesn't like that, go yourself, and I don't care. So that's the way I feel about it. And I'm sure you do too, and a lot of people do.
Absolutely. I mean, those who say they want to, tear down the police and, defund them and all that are the first ones to call them for when they need help, right? I mean,
Right. Oh, can you help?
yeah.
I saw that the other day. It was with the stuff that was happening in New York and everything. And then all of a sudden they were like, oh, can you help us? I'd be like, coffee break. But like I said, I have to stop there because, and I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
it's getting tough. I've told you this over the phone too, Bill,
Yep.
a couple of times. I'm like, it's getting tougher and tougher to not weigh in, especially this year. At some point I might just say, I can't, if,
I know what you mean.
yeah,
Sometimes,
I
yeah,
can't.
I'll take the hit, right? I'll take the hit. I gotta say something, but nah.
Yeah, because I can't. I'm going to choke them. I can't. I don't get it. I don't want to get it. How about that? You know what I mean? I mean, I have people from both sides of the aisle that follow me, which is not an easy task. And I'm not talking about just on Twitter. I'm talking about like on our Instagram, on our Facebook, TikTok, your sister's ass, the whole friggin' 9 yards. But I have to remain impartial because I mean, the way I see it is we should all just be Americans. It shouldn't be us versus us. It should be us versus them. If you even want to put a
It
versus
wasn't
in
always
there.
that hard. It wasn't always that hard,
Yeah,
right? I think
I
we
know.
talked about this before.
Yeah.
You didn't talk in bars and at work, right? You didn't talk about religion. You didn't talk about politics, right? And
Yeah, it's
if
like being in
somebody
a bar.
did, you didn't really care, right? Everybody could have their opinions. You can be on your side, but we were all still Americans, right? And it doesn't have to be so political and so politically correct, but it's just where we're at these days.
Well, the only thing that's PC in my house are my computers, but that's like I said, I'm towing the line already. You know what I mean? I just I am bad. What can I tell you? I don't behave, but I think I made a post. I don't know if it was still there. I'm like, I promise to not behave, and everyone's like, yeah. Wait, what? So, I mean, if anybody, the people that do know me that are listening right now, they know, I'm Ubats, but that's all right. All right. So what we're going to do is we'll bring up another visually, but we're going to talk about stuff that you let me talk last time. So I'm going to let you have the floor. And by the way, I said I would do a couple of shout outs. So to your people, you have, why don't you name them? Well, what I mean by that is I know their names, but let's
Right.
give a shout out to the people, your
Oh yeah,
bouncers. Go ahead.
I see. All American Girl. That's Kelly out there. We call her Machine Gun Kelly. Hello. Glad to see you up on the stage there. Um,
She's
in the
on stage.
comments.
Wait, I got
Well,
to get
she's on the
signals. Wait a
comments.
minute.
She's in the comment section, so she's on my stage, and she's.
She knows I'm good.
I'm telling you, Drax and Kelly. Just knock it out of the park. Every space we do, you compliment
Yeah.
me. You're not complimenting me. You're complimenting them. They help get out the promotionals. Kelly gets us a lot of great speakers.
Yeah.
They ask great questions, but most of all, on Spaces, it's an entirely different world, right? We get
Oh, yeah.
trolls that come in that want to
Oh, we're
spam the
going to talk
space,
about that.
and yeah, so they're my bouncers, like you said, and they scan the room, and they. It's funny. One of the first times I was working with Kelly, and she DM'd in our production room in the background. How do you vet people before you give them a mic? And I'm like, you stalk their page like a jealous ex-girlfriend and see what they're really about. And they
Oh,
do a
Bill, you
phenomenal job.
smooth talker, you.
But it's true, right?
Yeah.
You want any dirt on anybody? You know, um, uh, that's what I say. Just stalk it like a jealous ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so there you go. And you know me, I give everyone abbreviations and everybody's got a nickname and everything because that's how I roll. And quite frankly, I don't have that kind of time. So there you go. You're going to have so those are your two main people right there. So you have, obviously, you got Jelly Bean out there. That's Jelly Belly Kelly. And of course, my man Drax, otherwise known as AKA the Weatherman. I'll get right back at you, baby. You know what? And they absolutely do a great job. I've been in there when I've been in my car and I would listen and, sometimes, actually, I clicked on because it was a different account, so you didn't know that it was me and everything works in unison because a lot of these rooms that I've been in, I'm only in some. I don't have that kind of time really, but I try. And this one girl started crying, and they were, and she was a co-host. I'm like, what the? the f- are you doing? So it's just
Exactly.
weird. Everybody talk. If I wanted to argue with people and do all that, I go to my living room. I don't have to go online for that. Because
It
everybody's
takes it yeah, it
pleasant.
takes some education, and
Yeah.
we do educate folks, and there's actually tutorials, tutorial spaces, how to interact on a space, right? And because so people will come
Well,
in and
other
just ask
people
for a
aren't
mic.
following it though. Your guys are. Your girls are. A lot of people, they're all over the place. And I know a little bit about broadcasting. And it's not like they all have to be professionals, but it's like common courtesy or common sense, which it's not that common anymore, unfortunately. But I don't see that in your room. And by the way, I wanted to say real quick, I wanted to make mention of this earlier. Um, I got someone to follow me back. Not that I look at that stuff. It's automated. I have someone that actually does that stuff. It's not actually me. I could override it. But I heard when in your space the other day, uh, I believe it was Manis.
Yeah, Colonel Rob Manis. Yep.
Right, Colonel Manis. He followed me back like, I don't know, a few hours later because I heard him speak and then I was looking at his bio and everything. And I don't know if he's watching or listening right now. I hope he is. If he is, sir, from me, Gregory Joseph, to you, it is an absolute honor to have you follow me back. And I mean that. I don't say that a lot. I have actors, I have musicians, I have famous people, not so famous people, all from people all over different countries and everything like that. That one meant a lot. That man should be revered. I like him very much. And whenever you have him on again, I will definitely listen. So, Colonel, if you're out there and you're listening from Jersey boy over here, thank you so much for the follow back, and I wish him the best. Anything I could ever do to assist that man, I would do without the drop of a hat. I just wanted to say that out there where everybody listening.
Absolutely. And I want to give credit to Shell from Shell Shock Radio. Her and
Okay,
I
yeah.
co-host a lot in the mornings, 8 to 11, Monday through Friday on the Punch Bowl. So I'm giving a shout out to the Punch Bowl.
Shameless plug.
All right.
Shameless plug. No,
Yeah,
go ahead.
channels. I co-hosted today. I actually got my butt up early and got in there on time because it was 7 o'clock
Nice.
my time. And so Shell does Shell Shock Radio, and she does the Rob Manis show during the week. And she had a Zoom call with General Flynn that conflicted with that space that we did the other night. So literally, I think
Oh,
like she gave me probably 3 hours notice, but I didn't see it until like an hour and a half before the show. And I'm like, we got this, right? So Shell was one of the first, if not the first, to live stream Rob's or the Colonel's.
right. With the thing that we were talking about doing in the
Right.
future, we didn't have enough time this time, but I know you could tell everybody what
Yeah, yeah.
we're up to
Well,
nefarious stuff here. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
yeah, no, absolutely. So she was the first to live stream the radio show and deal with the delays and everything you have to
Yeah.
do. You're aware of.
Yes,
And
I'm
then
very aware of it.
yeah, he went from radio, took a couple months off, and then went to TV. And she was the first to live stream that TV show. And so I'd been following for a long time, and I've been participating as a speaker, sometimes co-host. So I was very honored to be able to actually host that, and my team were thrilled
Yeah.
and did a great job because, when you're doing live like that and you have an audience, you have
Yeah.
to have some tight discipline. People can't speak; it's a live show,
Ah,
So
I
that was
think
an
we know
entirely,
that. Yeah.
yeah. So, but I appreciate her handle. Shell is Hot Tamale 02. And
Yeah, I know. I'm
yeah,
following her. She's following me. I haven't spoken to her yet. We will. We have a lot in common, just from the things that I've seen about her and everything. And we're going to try. I might need her assistance if I could get the okay from WGAT. You hear that? Worthless. Anyway, yeah, it's processing. Yeah, you know what? I don't even want to say it because my mom might actually listen at some point. I can't be like, what the? But anyway, yeah, and like I said, your people do a good job, and you mix it up, and you have different things going. I wish I could get to them more. I mean, I don't even sleep. I just kind of wait. You know, is it time to go to Dunkin' Donuts? Can we get coffee without getting looked at weird because it's like 4 a.m. and I went to sleep at like 1 a.m. So there'll be
absolutely.
no sleep. You get all the sleep you need when you're dead. You know, you don't need it now. Just drink coffee. Oh, by the way, here it's CAWFEE, coffee. All right, for those that don't
Not
understand
coffee.
Jersey slang.
Coffee.
No, someone said, "Do you want a cup of coffee?" I'm like, "The fuck is that?" Whoop, forgot to blame me. Slip one in.
That one got in.
Yeah, there you go. And then we will take. We're going to take commercial breaks because we have to do what's called voice tracking, and I have to have it on for later on. But like I said, it's so nice to see the little pulsating BE. That's nice. It's very nice.
It's got my pulse. That's tied into my Fitbit, I think.
I feel like I'm talking to Kit from Knight Rider because the thing's just.
If it stops pulsing, we got a problem.
There I am. And you can see in my home studio today. Actually, I have some other pictures and everything we're going to show. We're going to probably take a break in a little while. I'll be very subtle and tell everybody that we're going to take a break in a little while because I do stupid shit like that. But anyway, let's put up your follow Bill. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. There you go. Follow Bill on Twitter X at Bill Ellmore.
2 L's.
Yeah, that's right, right?
You got it right. You got it right. But folks will do that. I'll actually give them my handle, and then they'll, or somebody will respond. Especially my trolls. They will.
Troll.
Yeah, they'll tag me in something, but they're not tagging me. They're tagging Bill.
Oh, you know what?
Ellmore with 1 L.
We're gonna have to talk about. I mean, hey, yeah, I know I did it right. That was like four years of college, just paid off. I got that right in the first try. But what's with all the Asian ladies that want to send me porn? What the hell is it with that? I thought they just did nails.
I block very few people on Twitter, but the Asian, with 4 followers, or some of them have 1,000 followers, right? When they follow, because what it does, and we talked the other day, it actually messes you up on your algorithm, because if you got 1,000 of those kind of accounts that have a specific purpose, the algorithm kind of dings you as you might be a troll yourself because you've got these troll type accounts. So those are some of the few that I actually just block out, right?
I get, it's weird because I fluctuate. Like I'll go up by like 30, 40 people, like when I wake up in the morning, and then all of a sudden like 15 of them drop off, but they're not real. It's I have something for them. The people that do that I have another visual. There you go. That's Tony.
There you go.
For those that are not Generation X, it's a very subtle message. I also, real quick, I have a picture of my pride and joy. Just wanted to make sure everybody saw that. But I guess this is a good time to, take a break. And like I said, we have the music licensing now. As of May 1st, we got it, which means
awesome.
I can yeah, I mean, I could have bought another car for what we had to pay for, but you know what? It's going to pay dividends because I can't be screwing around with this other bullshit. I have to, I got to rock, man. You just have to.
Oh, I love the music at the beginning. Absolutely. I was rocking out to that.
Yeah, did that come in clear? Because we don't have the regular link up. If we were live, like radio live, and not streaming live, the music would have been a lot clear. Was it all right?
Oh, it was great. No, it was very good.
It wasn't like breaking all right because it's different. I'm coming off of live radio into a live stream, just like as subtle as a freight train, like I said. But I wanted to, for those that missed it earlier, really quick, let's put this up, Bill. I mean, if you want to explain it to them, because I can't take this shit anymore. So...
well, I thought it was very clear directions, actually. What to do with your pronouns. Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to have to get this in Spanish as well. But for right now, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that, but and that's for the, it's just, it drives me nuts. I see, I'm going to jump down that rabbit hole, and I don't want to do it. I want to so badly, but I can't.
Be good.
Oh, God. He, she, it, but what are you, Captain K? It does. When did that start all of a sudden? Like all of a sudden, like in a doctor's office and everything, and you see this stuff on there. I'm like, I still do the regular stuff. Like they put sex, I put yes, and they said, do you speak English? I put C, shit like that. And it says, have you ever been convicted of a felony? I said, yeah, murder twice. And if I don't get this job, I'll kill you too. It doesn't go over well for whatever reason. I'm not sure.
Well, you think it would influence them a little bit, but no.
Yeah. Well, we have our own bouncers here. You have yours, and we have Uncle Vito. But
there you go.
it's okay.
Everybody needs an Uncle Vito.
Not this one. I don't know. He might be stuck to the plastic on the couch right now, but I have to take a look later on. But anyway, let's we're gonna go for a break, and then I'm gonna tell you because I have to go out and got to go out to West Coast next week for a couple of days. Let's see if you're not doing anything. We'll pick you up. We have to go past there to get to California, don't you?
Absolutely. You fly right over Nashville. Yeah.
You can tell logistically I suck, right? And I have a logistics degree, and this is why I'm a disc jockey. But anyway, we're going to take a break. And for those that are listening in, I know we have a lot of visuals and that kind of stuff, but got to have something for those people at home. Next on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Yeah, please. And that's another thing. I'm tired of watching that crap too. Not that I even watch it, but it's like, Oprah, seriously.
Is she still on? I didn't know she's still on.
No idea.
Yeah.
I saw this thing, a commercial for The View once. I'm like, it looked like, well, I'm not going to say it, but it looked like somebody left the door to the zoo open or something. I don't know, man. It was just really, I'm like, what the hell is that? I didn't even know it was a human being. But, and I just heard them gawking and everything. I'm like, people actually watch this shit? So I don't know, man. Honestly, I had no idea what it was. I thought it was a horror movie. I didn't know what this was. But anyway, all right. So we'll take that off. All right,
we're living in a clown world. So it's just amazing what you see these days.
We're going to talk about all that, and we have some more serious subjects and everything else. But it's going to be different from the spaces that you do because you have to pass mics around and this and that, and that's why we went off the live. So there'll be no chat and nobody calling in or anything. Everything's disabled so that we don't have to be interrupted because
I like it. No, it's just like sitting at a bar having a drink with a friend, right? I was on the radio for a little bit before starting to do spaces, and I really enjoyed it because some people would call in every now and then, but we didn't really need them. We just kept chatting, So yeah.
Well, like I said, you're special, Bill, because I'm telling you right now. I'm looking at it and these metrics. So it says in mine, I don't know what it has on your end, but it has a little over 750 people is viewing. Nice English, Greg. Are viewing right now, but we're a little over 13,000 people are listening in right now. So before we go to break, why don't you actually introduce yourself? I don't think we ever did it because I know you, they know you, but the listeners in the New York, New Jersey area, they have no idea who Bill Ellmore is. And I wanted to say, they asked the guy that screwed you over when he worked for IBM, but I didn't think that was that subtle. I don't know.
It's probably accurate, but we're not about being subtle. I don't know if folks go to my page on Twitter and just search for 9/11. I post it every year. I post my 9/11 story. But part of the story is that I had an employee who encouraged me to switch my flight at midnight before 9/11. And ultimately, the only reason I was flying out to California from New Jersey was to fire her. So I delayed that after 9/11, but ultimately somebody had commented on my post and said, whatever happened to her? And I said, sadly, I had to fire her for performance issues. Oh my God. The thing was viral before that, but it went viral because people are like, you have no heart. You fired her. You should have given her lifelong employment. Well, hey, IBM fired me. It's business. It's not personal.
Yeah, it's not personal. I mean, you have to do what you have to do. That comes with the territory. I mean, that's part of your job. It doesn't mean you have to enjoy it, but it is part of your job.
But yeah, so just a quick introduction. I worked for IBM for a number of years. I was an executive before I left there. And I left and went and started my own company with Solomon's Global Executive Services. I did consulting. I was a turnaround kind of expert, help companies if they're not being profitable or, have problems with contracts or whatnot. I'd go in when the house was on fire and turn it around. And so that's what I did when I went out on my own. And then COVID struck and I just, I was able to. So I just kind of stopped doing anything for a little bit. And, it seems like it fast forwarded into Twitter. And I got on Twitter and said, I have some viewpoints. If this really is a free speech platform, I got some stuff I want to say. And that kind of evolved into, I want to let other people have a voice. And that's why I got into spaces. So that's me in a nutshell.
That's a pretty big nutshell. All right. Well, you know what? The corporate, that's like, I've been in the corporate, I'm not going to say I hated it, but I kind of hated it because it was just, I'm not an ass kisser. So I would get up to a certain point and then, not that everybody does that, but for me, like I said, we wake up pissed off. So, I'm already predisposed to
Yep.
like you can take your money and shove it. But I've been in those boardrooms, and I know you have too, because we've touched on this before, and we'll get more in depth with it. But just the things that people see or don't see, I should say, it's absolutely, you would think that you're in the war room, or the Hall of Justice, the way they make it sound. It's just like crazy.
Yeah. Well, and they tend to feel like they have that much power, control, and intelligence. But at the end of the day, everybody's human, and it all comes down to relationship and having a good work ethic and get the job done.
Well, that's cool. By the way, you have Cinco de Mayo coming up, and in case, I don't really celebrate that. I don't think they do in Jersey, but maybe they do. I did make my own thing, so this is Jersey style. So let's see, the guys that can cook, and the ladies, of course, because, by the way, I don't know if you missed this earlier, Bill, but I usually have a thing that's called emails from females. Yeah, I'm showing off. Chicks dig me. What can I say? But I gave that up for you to give more time for you.
I heard you
And like
say that. I appreciate. I didn't know
you
what it
did,
meant. Didn't know what it meant, but I heard you say that.
neither did I. But it was here's what I came up with for Cinco de Mayo. This is Jersey style, so don't laugh. How's that look? Is that good?
Guacamole. I love it. Yeah,
It's
that's
good,
awesome.
right? Okay. I wasn't sure. I was a little nervous about making it, and it's a little on the chunky side, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm guessing it's
you
Jersey style.
got to keep your Glock a lot cleaner than that. I got a couple of those.
Oh my God! I think we need to take a break. All right, I have to. My back teeth are floating, and Bill's got to go comb his hair. So we're going to take a break, and when we get back, more with Bill Ellmore. You are listening to the Mean Machine Radio Show right here, live, streaming on Twitter/X at New Jersey 88.6 FM WGAT. I am Gregory Joseph. He is Bill Ellmore, and we shall be back. I'm going to take guacamole off of here real quick, or I'm sorry, guacamole, and let's put up the founders of X real quick while we take our break. So.
Real people, real life, and pop culture discussions. Join us for insightful conversations, special guests, and a lot of fun every week. Don't miss out on the excitement. Listen to the Mean Machine Radio Show. Rock me, baby.
All right, yeah. Well, we're going to try to rock. Yeah, we do the best we can. I guess if anybody could guess, I guess I kind of like 80s rock. Hey, that's my genre. All right, so we're going to get back here. Welcome back to the Mean Machine Radio Show after we coming off that nice clunky link. That's the way satellite works, I guess, nowadays. We're with Bill Ellmore right here on the Mean Machine Radio Show, WGAT, New Jersey, 88.6 FM. I am Gregory Joseph because I just looked, and that's what the guy in the mirror told me. Getting back to talking to the man himself, Mr. Twitter, I call him. And I'll tell you what, there's so many different things that happen outside of there, inside of there. It's just one of those things that you don't really think about it that much, but then it's more prevalent than other. And I don't know how to quite put this. We're gonna let Bill do that. All right, Mr. Bill, you're there, right?
Absolutely.
All
Great
right.
music.
So, going back to what we were talking about, before we get to the 9/11 thing, you posted something the other day. We could share a screen in a minute. I'll go over to your page real quick. By the way, everybody that reposted, retweeted, whatever we're calling it, for the room tonight on my page there. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, and your people did a really good job there, Bill. I must say they're doing it, man. Rock you like a hurricane. Very nice.
Yeah,
Very nice.
they know how to get it done.
I yes, they do. And all right, so let's see. And like I said, you've got the vision part. You have the minions, and I have the lunatic fringe. It's like it's beautiful. Like you have an army, and we have a Hulk. and it's kind of nice, little Avengers thing. You see that what I did there? All right. Anyway,
Yeah. I got an army of generals and warriors. I'm telling you.
I know. It's when I talk to you, I feel like I'm playing Stratego mentally. I don't know, but all right. So let's go with when you got. Now you said you did radio and that kind of thing, and uh, but I mean, was it always? I mean, did you go to school? Did you go to college and like just want to do corporate stuff? Was that your end game? Is that what you really wanted to do back in the day? If you want to tell our listeners here
Well,
how
to
you
be
started.
honest, back in the day, I wanted to make money. Grew up in a poor family, Air Force brat, one of 5 kids. Parents worked their fingers to the bone, and I just wanted to be successful. So I went into I attended University of Massachusetts in Amherst, and initially I started as an accounting major. Actually, I ended up graduating as an accounting major, but along the way, I learned a lot about computers, and I actually never used my accounting degree. Just went right into using my computer know-how for the Prudential Insurance Company in Newark, New Jersey. So I started there, and ultimately got outsourced to IBM to run outsourcing contracts. So always, I told people, I speak 2 languages: propeller head and bean counter, right? So I could take the requirements from the business people. This is what we need. This is what we needed to do, and I could interpret that to the propeller heads to go create it, right? And then vice versa. Try to make things simple for the business people to
Right.
understand technology.
And I'm guessing that's. I mean, you wanted to make money, and yeah, you came from a hardworking family, and I'm guessing kind of blue collar. I'm guessing that's
Yeah,
usually
well, my
that's
dad was an enlisted in the Air Force, and my mother worked in various restaurant-related work. So, and with 5 kids on an enlisted man's salary and being moved every 2 years across the country and sometimes across the world, it was tough times.
you said across the world. Is that what you
Well,
just said?
I actually never did. My one sister was born in Germany. They traveled a lot, but once I was born, pretty much stayed in the U.S. I started traveling around the world with IBM. I mean, I traveled everywhere for IBM when I worked for them.
How
And
long were you? When did you start? Are we talking like the 80s, the 90s? What are
well,
we?
'97 was when I was outsourced to IBM as part of an outsourcing contract,
All right.
and I left IBM in 2018 and started my own company. And yeah, basically, like I said before, I was one of 2 people in IBM that did what I did, and the second one was the guy I trained. And they actually IBM, he had left IBM before I did, and so when I left, it was kind of an instant, easy business to start because it was consulting related, and I had an entire. I don't know when LinkedIn was created, but whenever it was, I created a LinkedIn account, and anytime I worked with a client or a team or management or people who worked for me, I had them go out and give me a reference on my LinkedIn account. So I had 2 decades of references from clients, companies, and people I worked with, so it was very easy to start my own business and just, actually didn't have to reach out to many people. When they heard I left IBM, they reached out to me.
They Yeah, they wanted you. They didn't want IBM. They wanted Bill, which is
Yeah.
flattering because they liked you, so they'll follow you. Um,
Well, it
you
was,
know,
my job was unique because, again, I was sent in to fix something that was broken, right? It was global contracts, with IBM, with other companies, and either IBM wasn't making money, the client wasn't happy with the contract they had, or the
yeah.
technology or whatever, and I had to go in there and convince those companies, I work for you. I don't care where I get my paycheck. I work for you. I'm here to fix it. If I don't fix this, I'm not going to have a job. So consider me part of your team. And that's normally C level, CEO, CIO, CFO level folks that I would work for. And I had carte blanche from IBM. I could fire people, on the IBM team. I could,
Awesome.
I acted like everybody worked. I worked for everyone. Everyone works for me. I didn't care what level they were. If they were
Yeah.
screwing things up for my customer, they were either gone or they had to, listen to what I had to say. So it was a great, working for a company like that. It's like they just hand me a business and say, go run this thing, make the customer happy, deliver on contracts, and make money, right? And then sell
Yeah.
more, right? So
Make them money. I mean,
yeah,
it's not just that. It was all about the end game was, the final score is we need to make money here.
we need to make money here, and we don't want to get sued. We don't want to lose these multi-billion-dollar global contracts, right? And
Right.
we
They're
want to sell
global.
them more. All right.
Yeah.
So, and you can't sell them more if you're not delivering on what you've already sold them. Right. So, and I
Right.
think I said it earlier, it was all about relationship. You go in there and you earn the trust, build a relationship, because and this is true probably with your emails to females or from females, right? If you have a good
You get
relationship,
mails too. I just ignore them. But go ahead. I'm
yeah.
listening.
Well, if you have a good relationship, they will forgive huge sins, right? When you have a bad relationship, you left your beard trimmings in the sink, right? And we hate you, right? It's
Yeah.
you have to have that relationship to be successful. So that's what I found worked for me and worked for me after I left IBM.
Okay. Um, so I mean, so working for IBM, I mean, back in the day, even before that, but going forward, it's a huge company. I mean, they're worldwide, obviously, it's global, and you're like one of the, super friends, kind of, you're up there, right? I mean, you were
I was
in the
about
elite.
I was yeah 4 down from the CEO when I left, and I don't say that to brag. It's just that I didn't have to report
Now
to
you can
many
brag.
people.
It's all right, man. You're cool.
Yeah, well, but it's the way I hired people too and trained people. If you see my face a lot and I have to interact and micromanage you, you will
Yeah.
not. It's not a good thing, right? And being at that level, you really were running your own business with IBM's capital, right?
Yeah.
And didn't even have to do the sales. Like they went out, they had the contracts. I just went in and made them successful. So you really had autonomy. I traveled wherever. IBM had a rotating 400,000 employees across the globe, and we had call centers in all these countries and businesses. And it used to be to see an IBM office in every city, any city that's worth being a city. There's an IBM office there. And if I had to fix a problem, if I had to go to Argentina to a call center we had down there, I just book a flight and go. I didn't have to ask anybody to do anything.
Oh,
I just
you
showed
went
up.
to Argentina. So you went to South America. They had you in South America. You went to China too?
I never made it to China. I did go to Singapore, and I absolutely loved Singapore. But India, all over Europe, uh,
Wow. Did you
Singapore.
go to Italy? And don't say that you did.
I did. I went to Italy.
Suck. I wanna go. What? Wait a minute. Those are my people. What are you doing going? That's on my bucket list.
There you
No,
go.
I'm not.
But
Where did you go? Rome? Like, or like Venice? Or where did you go in Italy?
it was outside of Rome, and again, it was a client based thing, right? And that was kind of it took me a while to actually take advantage of the travel that I did, because it literally was get on a plane, go to this place, get up from the hotel, go to the office, go back to the airport, fly out of town. All right, so it's not like I really, in a lot of the places, never really enjoyed where I was until I learned. You got to do that. Hey, I got jet lag, so I'm going to take this first day off and
Yeah.
recover from jet lag. And literally, I just go out and immerse myself locally. And I took the last 2 days off of the week, and then enjoyed the country that I was in, and then flew home. Because
You enjoyed the traveling. You enjoyed all of that. I mean, that's
I
a
loved
lot.
it. Yeah,
That takes a lot out of you, right? All this flying. I mean,
yeah. But I actually enjoyed it. I enjoyed that, and I told people like I own a home in Nashville, Tennessee, but Monday through Friday I live in a Hilton somewhere in the world, and
it's
um, and
somewhere
that
in
was
the
my
world.
life.
Freaking flyer miles to go to the moon,
Oh
probably
yeah,
for all the
that and the
traveling.
hotel room. I'm a lifelong Hilton Platinum member. I
I
get
bet you
discounts and
are.
all sorts of stuff. So actually, there was a movie, and it's like this guy. This is my life. He flew one specific airline, and he stayed at Hilton hotels. and his job was to go out and fire people as part of whatever takeovers and stuff. But his life, like that was my life. It's like on the road all the time, Monday through Friday. But when I was home, Like I didn't, um,
Well, that's rough on the family too. I mean, if you're
yeah.
constantly, where's dad?
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, when I was in New Jersey, and for a number of years, I refused because IBM will force you to move at all these different places. I refused to move or
Yeah.
travel. So I just had clients in New Jersey, um, and New Jersey's not a big state, but traffic wise, I lived out in west out in Hackettstown, almost to
Yeah, you're
Pennsylvania,
going
right?
towards that's where there's, say where we are, we're for the logistically for people that are listening or
Hmm.
watching or both that, don't know much about Jersey. It looks small on a map, but let me tell you something. It's actually large, but where we are right now, maybe not even 10 minutes from where MetLife Stadium is, where the Giants and
Yeah.
Jets play. Uh, yeah, I mean, so you're basically this is where they park when they, work in the city, I guess. I don't
Exactly.
know.
Right.
And
So
by the
my
way, tell 'em to wipe your feet before you come into our state, goddammit. They're killing us. Go ahead. Nah,
yeah,
really, it's just
but
nuts, little New York plates.
but
Go ahead.
but my clients were all in either in the city or in East Jersey, right? And uh, on a Saturday or a Sunday, it would have been a 15-minute drive. Monday through Friday,
Yeah, good
two
luck with
hours.
that.
Depends on when you leave. It's going to take you 2 hours to get to work, 2 hours to get home, right? So I never saw my family when I refused to move or travel or whatever because I had to leave before my kids woke up, and I got
Right.
home after the kids were asleep. So I never saw them on weekends. But because I lived in the state and I was there, I was called in to work a lot on the weekends. So when I decided to move the family to Tennessee, because I thought that was best for them, and I will travel Monday through Friday, not every week, but Monday through Friday. But when I'm home, I'm home. I don't take calls. I don't, attend meetings. I don't do anything. So I did all my kids' sports on the weekends and plays and whatnot. And I remember my son one time saying he was in Pee Wee football or something, and it ticked off my ex-wife now because she was always the coach or assistant coach for anything they always did. The Girl Scout cookie person. She was involved in all the kids' lives, actively leading what they were doing. And I'd show up on Saturdays and for the cookie sales or the football games. And my son one day said, "Dad doesn't miss any of my games." And I'm like, "Oh, well, I like that." And then I looked at my wife's face and she's like, "He misses all your practices." I'm like,
There you go.
sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah. So it's tough on the family, but I actually found traveling and I was home on weekends, and with technology, once we got Skype and FaceTime and all this stuff, I was more connected with my kids than my wife was, and she's there leading them on all this stuff. I
Did
knew
you
what
say
was going
Skype?
on in their
Do they
life.
still have that? They still have Skype?
I think they do still have Skype here. That was one of the early ones, right?
Yeah, it sure was. Yeah.
But yeah, but I my kids got to see the world. I'm in Singapore and I'm FaceTiming with them and showing them what I'm seeing and what I'm learning. And I was a pretty conservative, controlling, you might say. I'm a Scorpio as well, right? But
Oh, that's right. When's your, can you say your birthday? Well, don't give us the year. We
yeah,
don't have that
November
kind of time, but
16th. Yeah, November 16th. Oh,
no kidding. My mom is
yeah.
November 17th. Look at that. All right, Dad. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Well, let's actually we all have October, November, and December birthdays. My older brother, my younger brother, my mother. When my father was alive, my father, and it was just I don't even know why we exchanged cards and put money in cards, and you're just going to give it right back like a week later. Just hang on to it and wait for Christmas. I mean, what the hell? I everybody's like Scorpios, and well, you know how pleasant we are. I already mentioned this earlier, but
Ah,
I mean,
we're adorable, us Scorpios, yeah. But some people
yeah.
call it controlling. I call it protective, right? So my kids, as they started to get into technology, and I would let them have the social medias and whatever, but I said I'm going to be your first follower, right? And
Yeah.
but because of that, and because of staying in touch with FaceTime and whatnot, I knew what was going on in their lives, right? And I'd come home on Saturday and My daughter's like, I gotta go. I'm like, oh yeah, you're going to that pool party at Johnny's house, and my wife's like, how the hell do you know that? Because I stay in touch with my kids, right? We have
I use
technology.
the force, is what you.
Exactly.
Uh, yeah, and and going back to what you were saying earlier, people don't understand. I mean, I'm sure there's people from New York and New Jersey that are listening or watching right now, and I'm going to give you the metrics in a minute, Billy. It's going to blow your mind. The people that are actually listening to us. I didn't even know I knew that many people, but it's you could sit and try. It's like having a second job that day. So you have like, let's say, 9 to 5, whatever, and that's your 8 hours, and then it's like an hour and a half to get to work, another 2 hours and longer if you're stuck by Newark Airport. Forget about it. In the immortal words of my ancestors, forget about it. You're not getting out of there. So there's an extra 4 or 5 hours almost added on to each. It's like having a second job the same day. Just travel to
Absolutely.
and from.
Yeah.
It sucks. Uh, and nobody could drive worth a shit. And I've done videos on that. Maybe with the phone plastered to their face. Like they're not even trying to hide it. Put the goddamn phone down. Remember Click It or Ticket? They
Yeah.
had to tell people they were morons because they didn't know how to use how to use a seatbelt. We had to act. They had to actually tell them so that you don't kill me or yourself. And they're on the phone and doing that, and they don't even try to hide it. I mean, you could get a mount for like $6 at Amazon, right, or something like that, or have your ear things in, or just mount it. Like I said, just do that. Put it on speaker. There's absolutely no excuse. You have to look like a friggin' idiot like this. Like I'm an Uber driver. Please, you know what I mean? Like I said, and these are always the people you're trying to stay away from them, because they're going to hit your ass, right? And your insurance goes from sky high to up Uranus, and I don't understand what the insurance is already very high here, and that's a problem here, by the way. That is a law. I don't know, is that a law everywhere? It is in Jersey. You cannot be in a handheld like with your cell phone in your hand while you're driving. They have that in Tennessee or no?
Oh yeah. And the police
Oh, it is?
actually have
Okay.
the police have technology that they know if you're texting versus you're looking at your GPS or something when they roll up
Yeah.
on you. Yeah.
GPS. We used to have GPS. It was a map, but it was always upside down. Actually, because I told you I'm going to be going. I will be out in L.A. next week. Um, and the last time I was there, we were using a paper map. I kid you not. I think it was we were out there for when the Angels were in the World Series. I guess that was '02. That was the last time. I've been there twice. This will be my third time, but it's been a long time. And when was the last time you were in Jersey? They were still asking paper or plastic last time you were here, or what? It's been a while, right?
It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a number of years. L.A. I lived on Seal Beach, outside of L.A. for a number of time working with a client out that way. I'm
Seal
sure
Beach.
it's
Where
different.
is that south? I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. I don't even know anymore. I just
Well,
know
I
it
know
was.
there's
I
a
flew
big
into
milk.
L.A. and then I went to the client,
Yeah.
and then uh,
Oh yeah.
had to get up. I had to be there for like 3 months, so I got an apartment on the beach. It was
Ugh.
nice.
Well, I mean, yeah, that part. Like I said, we did that. It's a big state to try to do. Like, I've never been to Northern California. I'd like to check that out, like the Bay Area, Napa Valley, and that kind of stuff. I've been to LA, I've been to San Diego, that kind of thing. We went to Pasadena when the Giants were in the Super Bowl against the Broncos back in the day. So we went to that. Pasadena, that's an old town too. It's very old, nice, but very old. Like it seemed like it was going to disintegrate when we were there.
Yeah,
Um,
I spent a lot of time in San Francisco, and did
Never
the
been
Napa Valley tours and the big redwood tours, and those are really nice. But
there. Yeah,
again, that was a number of years ago. It's totally different these days. It was a very fun
yeah.
city to be in.
Was.
Well,
I don't even I can't comment on that because you already know how
yeah,
and I'm
no, but
it's
I'm
just
just
weird.
it's yeah, around the world, it's things just seem to be a lot different.
Well, I'm an East Coast guy, so I mean, it's nice, and you go out there and la 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 and this and that. Okay, and all right, we're in La La Land or whatever. After a little while, it's like, all right, it's time to go home because going west to hit the ocean is just odd to me. Go west to hit the ocean,
Exactly.
and
When
the
you got the
time
ocean
change.
right there, you got the ocean right there.
Well, I
Yeah.
had to do because you know, I'm like, all right, I got to go and check this out. So we went to Sunset Beach and Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, this one and that one. Or what. I had to do the little run like Rocky did on the beach. We found out which one that was, and I was doing that. Yeah, I did that stuff. I was like in my 20s, but whatever. I had to do it. I was in Santa Monica. I remember like an ice cream cone back then was like $9. I'm like, how the hell does anyone even afford to breathe in this place? Um,
It,
but I have
it's
to go to
extremely expensive out there. I mean, I ask that
yeah.
all the time. Like, how the hell, if IBM wasn't paying for everything, it's like, how can people survive?
LAX is a huge airport too. I mean, JFK is big, and here Newark, Liberty. LAX is, I mean, it's an international one, so it's humongous. And when I was there, was not too far removed from 9/11. So I remember we had a layover for whatever reason in Dallas, and I'm a huge Steeler fan. For all those out there, we could get. Oh, you know what? If there's any Steeler fans, I mean, I hope so because then you could get away with whatever you want with me. But I remember going there and I had my Steelers stuff on and everything. I'm walking through and I saw like stuff like the Troy Aikman, like, in the stores and everything inside the airport in Dallas. And there's like Troy Aikman and Emmett Smith and because it was back then. I'm like physically ill seeing anything that said that because I hate the goddamn Dallas Cowboys. That's how I feel about the Boston Red Sox. I'd rather give birth to a flaming porcupine than to be a fan of either one of those teams. But I just remember that we couldn't get cut like we were going to eat in the airport in Dallas, and I guess I ordered a steak, whatever. And they gave me like a plastic fork and knife. I'm like, "What the hell is this?" It's like a $40 steak or whatever it was with a plastic knife because
Yeah,
after 9/11
after
and all
nine
this stuff, they
eleven,
could.
I
Yeah,
used to carry a Leatherman tool on the
how'd
airplanes
you get
with
that
me.
on the plane? They would have
Well,
kicked your
before
ass
nine
if you had that
eleven,
on the
they
plane.
didn't even care. You just take it out, you
Oh
put
yeah,
it in the
before.
thing, and right. But after 9/11, like you said, plastic forks.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember trying to get through the airport. Now I'm trying to go through there, and you got to take your shoes off, and this and that. If you have to do all that, and it just takes forever to get through there. And I have my ID and I have my passport and all my stuff, but it just takes friggin' it seems like it takes longer to get through than the actual plane ride. You ever feel like that? That it's
Oh
you know?
yeah. Well, the largest international airport in America is actually Atlanta. Um,
Yeah, I've been there. That's a lovely place of death.
and it always
But
seemed that when I was like flying someplace to go through there, where I landed was on one side of the airport, and where I was taking off, because it's probably an international flight, was all the way on the other side. And it was,
yeah.
a maze to make sure you got to that flight on.
Yeah, that's what they did in Dallas too. It was like you get off the not the tarmac. I can't think of the word, but you have to get on like this little shuttle. Well, not little. It was like a little looked like like you're in the subway in New York. You got to jump on there, and they're doing it in English and Spanish and French and everything. It's like a toaster oven. And then all of a sudden, if you miss that to get to the other part of the terminal, you're screwed, man, because they don't wait for shit. And I was lucky that I did that. But I remember going into LA and I'm like, this looks like Newark, but with palm trees, So I'm like, this is pretty much,
Exactly.
I get off the thing. We're going into the store. I just remember these are just the memories I have over there. And I remember I couldn't get the one thing I wanted. It was like an East Coast thing, but they had like 19,000 different types of beef jerky. I'm like, are you serious? And that was when we drank back then because I don't remember a lot about the trip because I literally, and I have a picture of it to prove it. I literally was drinking out of a fishbowl with a straw. Don't ask. But it was like Joe's Crab Shack or something. I forgot where we were. I think it was Manhattan Beach, maybe. Um, and they gave out a fishbowl. It was like a plastic fishbowl, and you could have like alcohol in it. So I'm like,
Sounds good.
I'll
Sounds
take two of
good.
those. Yeah, that was great. So we're driving a um I was actually with my dad at that point. That's where we went out to the World Series, like I said. So we had about like angel hats, because Yankee hats and everything, you get killed. So, and I remember that we're in a convertible Mustang. I have pictures of that too. I don't have them to drop in. Oh, that's right. We're not doing space. I don't have no goddamn nest, and there's no
The
matrix, no
jumbotron.
pills. Yeah, so you had to tell me that, and that's funny for those that didn't listen to that space that I was in when you had me as the speaker. I'm like, what the? I'm like, I got 2 degrees from Rutgers University, and I still have no idea what the he's talking about. What nest? I'm looking for a nest, like an idiot. And you're like the jumbotron. I'm like, now you're talking Jersey. Now I understand what you.
I had to interpret.
Yeah, no, it was
Yeah.
perfect. You were like directing traffic with my brain, uh, because I don't know. I enjoy them, but like I said, I could just be me. I don't have to be on or anything. I could hear other people's thoughts and feelings on different subjects. Once in a while, I'll chime in, but not too often. Um, and I get a lot of I get like at least a few per day. Will you come and talk in this one? Will you speak in that one? And it's very flattering, but it's hard to be everywhere. I mean, there's so much going on this end, all the stuff that we do here. And I just find it to be, I'd rather go into like your space or another friend of mine's space or something like that. Just see what's going on in there and help promote. If I can help out in any way or promote, I'll do that just to be nice, to be cordial, to be, and I really do. Your spaces for those, I don't know how there's anyone on planet Earth that hasn't been in one of your spaces, but it is well, it's right there at Bill Elmore. And I spelled it correctly
And
because
I,
I'm
I
really
always
awesome.
put I always promote any space I'm hosting, co-hosting, or
Hmm.
participating in my highlights tab. So that's where a quick place to go find the spaces. And I try to put out we were off for about 4 weeks. We just started up again this
Yeah,
past
yeah.
Saturday, and
You
so
need a
this
break
week I
sometimes.
put yeah. So I try to put out a week in review. These are all the spaces we're doing for the week, and put that in the
Yeah,
highlights tab so people can bookmark it and then come by. But a lot of folks just
yeah.
drop in, and
No, it's
one of the nice
cool.
things
I
about it.
mean, yeah. I mean, you run it correctly, and you have drags, and you have all American girl. Yeah, my lips didn't go through customs. Sorry, I was trying to get that right there, but it's like everybody's working in unison, and that's kudos to you because, like I said, some of those rooms are absolute nightmare, and I'm like, my god. But yours isn't like that. And if you want, we could do it when we have to take a break, and we'll come back uh, in a minute or two. But you have some new stuff going on, and you have this. What's it called again? I forgive me, I forgot the name of it. The thing that you started up, the not the X Factor. What the hell is it?
MK Ultra.
That was exactly what I was thinking of. I was right there in the tip of my.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we were doing those. We did a series of it was 10 weeks in a row, 10 parts on MK Ultra.
yeah.
The MK Ultra programs are amazing and real. It's not conspiracy theory stuff. It's actually they admitted to doing this stuff, and there were 149 sub programs. So tomorrow night, last Saturday we started up for series two. We're doing another 10 parts, and tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to be hosting part two of series two, and I'm really excited about having that back. There was some pent up demand. We had a couple thousand folks join on
They
Saturday
missed you, Bill.
because
They're
we
like,
took.
how dare you leave?
They thought I
How
died. They thought I was taken out by MK Ultra.
say, oh my God, first Jimmy Hoffa, now Bill. What the hell? I can't, yeah, you know what? Like I said, it's healthy break from everything. Now, before we go to break, though, I wanted to ask because there's a lot of people. I don't know about probably not where you are, or maybe the people that you're in contact with. For the people that I speak to, obviously, I speak to a lot of people, whether it's over the phone, um, through emails. When the girls bring me over the different messages and the emails and stuff that we get on all the different platforms and social media. So if I go over to someone, let's say I'm at a diner, I'm walking through. That's right, it's the diner state. Um, do you have Twitter? Because I can't say, do you have X? It sounds like a felony. You know what I mean? Do you have X? They'll be like, no.
So,
Or yeah, do you have X? How much? No, it's some people. A lot of people that I run into. Very rarely do I hear, yeah, because it's much easier. You go this and follow and boom, done. You don't have to go there and that TikTok bullshit and all the other stuff. So, or I get this too. I think I have an account, but I haven't been on it in a while. I'm like, okay. And then another guy's locked out of his, and another person's like, no, I don't have it. And I get that a lot. They're like, I used to have it, or I don't know my password. I'm like, so I mean, the way it scales out, this is the way I see it. TikTok, I can't stand it. Obviously, they tell me you have to have a visual presence. I'm an old school terrestrial radio guy. So for me, it was always the audio. And you know this, but you have to be on YouTube. You have to stay relevant here and yet relevant there, and Instagram and this and that. And I'm like, okay, there's just too much going on. That's why I have people helping me with that. But apparently, it's scaling towards Facebook is for a little bit of an older crowd, and TikTok is for a little bit of a younger crowd. Instagram, I'm still not sure what the hell is going on there because they have the meta thing and all this other stuff. And then you have what am I missing? I mean, those are
well,
the main ones.
YouTube, you mentioned, but
Yeah.
YouTube. There are a
Well,
lot of
YouTube's
others.
kind of generally everybody, but
There's Mastodon for one side of the aisle. There's Rumble and True Social, and there's a lot of them that
yeah.
popped up. But
Yeah,
and
Rumble,
then
I don't know much about that either. I know that I saw something and I would have to do this or that, and I have to give them a percentage. I'm like, "What are you, high? I'm not doing that." So, I forget. It was something with the monetization type of thing. Anyway, regardless, that's the way it's scaling out, though. So there's still a lot, but the way it is if you take all those different platforms, there's a lot more people that are off of Twitter that are on it. Now, there's millions and how many people did they say is on? I keep pulling Twitter because I can't help it. What is it? 50 million? Am I wrong? Is that
I
correct? I
think
don't even
it's
know.
well, it's more than that because um,
Yeah,
I
probably
think
is.
Elon himself has 181 million followers. Um, but
Oh, is that all?
but it's yeah, yeah. That's all. That's
Yeah,
it. It's
I
a small
follow him
crowd.
too because he's
Yeah.
all right.
But you made a good point because everybody in my non-Twitter life, right? I get the exact same answer, right? My kids, my
Yeah,
friends, whoever, coworkers. Well, I have an account, but I
half
haven't
and
been out
half.
there or whatever. But
Yeah,
Elon's vision has been to make it, and he says this a lot, the everything app, right? So
yeah, right.
Facebook had the live feature, I think, before anybody else was doing live.
Yeah, it's kind of sucky though. I
It is
have it, but
sucky.
and it's weird. Like they don't. And what the hell is Threads? Are they kidding me? Is that Zuckerberg's way of giving him the middle finger back? Hey, at least Elon has a car that can drive itself. I haven't
Yeah,
seen Zuckerberg do that yet, but
yeah. He tried to do. Yeah, he tried. He's trying.
he's
He's
got a
trying.
frisbee or something.
But
Yeah.
like you said, it's actually a lot older group that actually uses Facebook.
Oh,
So it's kind of
there's a
dying out.
lot of people.
Kind
Yeah,
of dying
no,
out.
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was scaling down, but I've been showing a lot more love to Facebook lately because I don't know. I think we have 8,000 followers. It's not a ton or anything, not like what you guys have, but I just completely ignore it. We're monetized on there. We're monetized on Instagram. I think I have like 11,000.
Mhm.
TikTok, I think it's approaching 5,000. And I'm never on this stuff. The interns and the other they post my stuff on there because we draw it to bring people here. But I'm on X. See, I called it X.
Mhm.
It just seems easier, especially when I'm in the bathroom
Yeah. Oh yeah.
because that's the new phone booth, man. You know that.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, by
But
the way, we spun the wheel earlier, and if we do have to split it up, we have to do shirts and skins. The good news for heterosexual alpha males like myself, shirts will be the guys, and skins are the women. So that's kind of cool.
sounds fair.
Um, thank God. If it was the other way around, we'd go to commercial the entire night.
All
But
right.
I did want to make mention though, because we're going to take a break, but real quick, for the upcoming it's something that you guys on Twitter, or here we go again, Twitter X, you know what the hell I'm talking about, didn't know about because it was only on local radio. But I am pleased to say, because we have a lot of people that are listening right now, we're just about to hit, wow, if I'm reading that right. Yeah, so we are at 69,000 people are listening right now.
Nice.
Yeah, this is just local. Yeah, New York, New Jersey market. So
There's a lot of
that's all
people there.
organic.
There's a lot of people in that market.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And that's the most expensive vehicle we have right now is the shopping cart, by the way, because it's just everything's out of control. Like I said, I don't want to go in that rabbit hole because I'll be like, let's go. I can't do it. But
Mhm.
I know that just the people that are listening, watching everything, we did a thing where we had like names in a hat and everything, and people called in and the girls took care of it and everything. So we had three winners, and I'm going to be sending a dozen roses to three different girls. Actually, it's one guy and two girls that they wanted. Dozen roses for their mom for Mother's Day. Yeah, the meme machine's an old softy sometimes, but
Nice.
they want it. Yeah. Um, I wanted to make mention of it because I have the names right here and I just want to do it. It's not really a shameless plug, but it is shameless. I have it. So the girl is Danielle and she is from Scottsdale, Arizona. The second person that I'm reading right off the teletype right here is Mary Jane. What a great name, especially for people that enjoy 420. So
Absolutely.
Mary Jane, yep, she's up in Boston, Massachusetts, or Boston. I don't know. She's in her car.
He's Boston.
And, yeah, even though she's a Red Sox fan, what the hell? And, right here in New York. We have Danny. So I don't give any last names, but all of them on me out of my own pocket, not from the station and not from anything else. I thought it would be something nice because they did some stuff for us. So their moms are going to be getting, they get the delivered right to them on Mother's Day. So it's going to be a nice surprise. So there you go.
That's
Those
awesome.
three people. Yeah, I thought it was. I mean, I when we had a video on there that I did for the kid that was being bullied because I can't stand that shit, and he was disabled, and he was, his mom, and couldn't get him a good system, and it's on my YouTube page. It says a thing for Isaiah. I stepped in because I couldn't take that anymore. I just where it says on my bio that to make help people fight back and feel better. Some people can say, well, yeah, that's nice in theory. Now, if I talk the talk, I walk the walk, and that's not about me. But I helped this kid out. Long story short, I sent him an Xbox, gave it to his mom, and said, tell him it's from you because she couldn't afford it, and her husband had just died, and she had 3 kids, and she's working 2 jobs and everything, and, I remember that with my mom, that there was a difficult times back then, so, they didn't ask, and, she didn't wanna accept it, but I sent it, and he got it, and he was all happy and everything, and it was like a tearjerker. He's like, not only is he a fan of the Mean Machine show, he's a fan of you, Greg, and it was like I was, like, choked up by it. I mean, it was really nice. It was nice. My head hit the pillow that night knowing I did something nice for someone else. Fast forward real quick, a year later almost, this is from my when we were on Easter, we were live that night, and, she waited till she got her tax refund and tried to send me the money back, and she actually told him, she goes, "What's right is right. I told him that it was from you and everything because he would have never have known." And she sent I couldn't stop her, so she sent it to, like, our, uh, whatever it is, Venmo or, um, the other thing, I don't know, you know what I'm talking about. It might have been PayPal, whatever it was. I couldn't stop her from
Cash
doing
App.
it, so what I did was I
Yeah.
bought yeah, Cash App, that's it. Um, I'm not really involved in all that. I don't handle that kind of stuff, but I know we have one, which is kinda cool that I have one. But we had it, and so what I did with the money that she sent back, I bought a new condenser mic, the one that I use on the air, and a new side part for the audio interface for my home studio. The mother's name was Deborah. I named the setup the Deborah, and the microphone, the one that you're looking at right here, it's called the Isaiah. I said, for always, this'll be good. It'll remind me of that kid that I helped, and it felt really good to tell people that because it's true, you know. But anyway, it's not about me. It's
That's
about
awesome.
trying to help
Yeah.
people.
It,
What's up?
I said it's awesome. It does give you
No.
a great feeling when you're able to help somebody out. Um,
I just
and you
I
know,
had to step in. You bully a kid that's disabled and he just lost his dad and and they're ganging up on him and I remember that. You know what I mean? When I was little, I was bullied a little bit too when I was little. I haven't been a little in a long time, obviously, but it just resonated with me. It hit home with me. The mom doing the best that she could and I just wanted to do it. I'm not some rich guy that I could afford to do, I felt compelled to do it, so I did it. And I know that you're very charitable in the type of things that you do in your whole like I said, you're not pretentious, Bill. You trying to for example, this is kind of a weird example, but the other day you put something online in your not the nest, whatever it was, but uh helping people. You could have kept this to yourself. You actually put something on there to help people know if they're being ghosted or something. Do I have that right, or do I need my
shadow
youngest
band.
son to come in? Okay,
Yeah,
if he
shadow band.
uh, yeah, I
Well,
mean, that was nice of you to do. You could have kept that to yourself, but you wanted to help some people. It's all about the optics, that's the way I see it. If you have $1,000 on you and you give somebody 10 bucks and I have, or let's say somebody else has 20 bucks on them, they give them 10 bucks. Well, to one person, that's a lot of money. And the other person, it's not, but it's still the same 10 bucks. It's all about the optics. It's about doing what you can for who you can, and I see that in you as well. I mean, you try to help people how to get better on, you know, a lot of people love spaces and they want to get better at it, and they're not broadcasters or podcasters or anything. They're just everyday people that are just trying to, and you're trying to help them. I think that that's great because you could just be like, oh, the hell with it. I'm not everybody's dad. I mean,
well,
that's
we're
all. I
doing.
like that.
We're starting up a weekly. We had our first one this week. It's called Tuesday Tips and Tricks, and this week
Mm,
we talked about how to just how to be more effective. It depends on what you're trying to gain on Twitter. If you just want your voice to be heard, trying to get a large follower count, you want all this engagement, you want to make money, right? Everybody has a different desire, but based on what that desire is, what's the best way to get across that? And that's actually why I posted that, the shadow ban thing. Like, your
Yeah,
voice isn't getting
I
out
bookmarked
there.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your voice isn't getting out there. Nothing's happening if you're shadow banned. And here's how you can find out where how you are.
Yeah, how did you
Um,
even? You know what? You don't have to divulge that, but the fact that you were doing what you could, and you have a lot of followers and people that you're in contact with, you know, and I'm sure you helped a lot of people and gave them
well,
a little bit of levity. That's great, Bill. It really is.
there's
That
people who
you,
have been on Twitter for years and years. I didn't get active on Twitter until November of 2022. That's when I
that's
started
amazing.
getting active, and I wasn't
Yeah.
out searching followers or whatever. I just did my thing, and I learned the hard way. So the shadow banning and the limits and the 3-day
Yeah, I
suspensions
still don't
and
know get all
you
that. I
know
don't really like I said, a lot of my stuff is automated. I don't really do that level part of it, but um it's kind of crazy. And the thing with it, we'll talk about that. Like I said, I do have to take a break. They're gonna kill me over here. But yeah, but the thing with the trolls and this and that and like know this and know that. And it seems to get to the point where it's almost I don't know, kind of
It's
like
almost a full-time job is what it is.
that's what it sounds like.
I
Now
just
I'm
wanted
just
to
gonna
say before we go on break, though, you were
yeah,
talking about the, helping people out, and
yeah.
it just spurred a memory of mine. So when I was up in Boston, and they had almost like a union of homeless people, right? There's a guy kind of coordinating. You've been on this corner for too long. Go down here and I like helping people, but there are a lot of people that are not really bad off, but they're there asking for money, right? And then there are people who are who need to help them, but then they always have this story, right? And when they start to tell this story, and you just know it's complete BS, right? Um, so this one
Oh,
guy I
like
came across.
yeah, go ahead. No,
My
it's all good.
wife in a car, and my mother died, and all this stuff, and the whole story of why they're there where they are. But it's a whatever. Um, and this one guy came up, and he's like, I, 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 I just want a beer, man. And I'm like,
At least he was honest
you
though, right? I mean,
win. You win. I reached in my wallet. I went to
yeah,
hand him a 20, right? And he went to pull it, and I pulled back. And I'm like, how do I know you're not going to spend this on food? Right? And we looked at each other for a bit, and we both started
yeah,
laughing. We went down. I went down. We bought a 6-pack of beer and got him a couple
yeah.
hamburgers. And I sat down there in my suit, and I because it's just a real person, and telling the truth. So, but I'll
Yeah,
leave
I
it at
mean, he
that. I
was.
know
He's
you got
like,
to take a break.
yeah, I have to. I went way over, but that's all right. You're Mr. Bill, man. You're my brotato chip, man. You're allowed to get away with stuff. You've been to Jersey. You understand that. You like that subpoena thing, right? It's the only people
I
that
love that
come
one.
to
Yeah.
Jersey. Yeah, the only people that come to Jersey are A, you live here, B, you have family here, or C, you're under subpoena. Other than that, nobody. That's why you go into the city, whether it's the George Washington Bridge, the Holland Tunnel, the
Lincoln
Lincoln
Tunnel.
Tunnel. Yeah, whatever it is, you get in charge to get in there. They don't charge you to come back out.
Nope,
So,
nope. You can go back to Jersey for free, you know. But
well, the most famous person that did that was Tony Soprano. Remember that was the whole ride. And you know what? And I worked over there because I was in logistics for years and years. And that like the big Paul Bunyan thing that you see at the beginning of The Sopranos, that's been gone for a while. That's right off of Route 1 and 9.
yeah, yeah.
But anyway, we will take a break. And I wanted to do this. I'm going to get you one of these toys too. I have like an additional one for you, Bill. You're going to need it since you're all about the audio. You could be like,
hey, baby, can I like slide into your DM?
something like that. And then you
I
can
so
finish.
need that.
You just be like, oh, you're gonna troll me? Be like,
I'm calling the mean machine.
I love my little toys and everything. It's pretty off. And you know
That's
what?
awesome.
One girl said, she goes, "Your voice sounds almost exactly
Like that.
I'm like, Jesus, I sound like Satan." Because I do voiceovers and that kind of thing, for ACX and iTunes and everything. But I'm like, I don't sound like Satan. They're like, well, no, it's more like a demon voice. I'm like, she goes, how do I get one of those? I'm like, oh, it's in aisle 6 next to the Pet Rocks and Windex. I mean, how do you get one of those? It's my voice. Start smoking. What do you
There
want me to
you
tell
go.
you? All right. So we're going to be, I will do it again. I'll be like, haha.
Bill, stop touching yourself.
I just doing that in spaces that I'll come in and just do the sound effects. I could come up with some crazy
Oh, you
shit.
should do
I
that.
have
You definitely should do that. Come into our
that
spaces
that
and
I
do
can do.
sound.
I can't get in trouble if I do that and be like, oh, like, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Ellmore, and they'll be like,
The force is strong with this one.
I have all sorts of like different things going on. And yes, I'm like a 14-year-old when I'm doing this stuff. I think it's great. Be like, hey, Bill, duck.
They,
Kind of
well,
thing. And then,
man, you definitely should do that, right? Because you should come in
oh, I've got,
and
I
just
can load
come up on, take a
1,700
mic.
sounds in.
You
Yeah.
take a mic, and then whenever you see the opportunity, we had a couple of
You're not
people
going to
who've
stop
done.
until I go into space, are you? I'm going to probably have to give up soon. I can't resist anymore. Well,
It's perfect.
only if I'm invited. I'm like a
Okay.
vampire. Be
Yep.
invited. So I'm gonna be like, yeah, you want to be in my space? And you'd be like, oh wait, here we go.
Excuse me, what the fuck?
There you go. See, you can't bleep out because that's on the bleep button. So that's pretty cool. But all right, we really do have to take a break because Bill's got to comb his hair again. And by the way, Bill, you smell terrific. I appreciate you dressing up and everything tonight. And nobody else can see you. But, it's awesome. I was just thinking about that before. I was like, Bill, this looks very nice. Yeah, I've got more issues than Sports Illustrated, more stories than Disney, and more problems than a math book. That's just the way I roll. And I'm unfiltered. Imagine if I had to, please, there's
I
women and
love it.
children present. Well,
I
I
love the
changed the names
unfiltered.
to protect the innocent. Anything, a restaurant, a store, whatever it is, or I make whatever money that we make because we're monetizing a few other platforms, and I decide to give that to American Diabetes Association or American Cancer Society. That's because I want to, and I'm not looking for a tax break, and I'm not looking for accolades, and I don't publicize it because that's not why I do it. And the segue on that is I want real people to talk about real things, and we're going to have fun. This is not going to be like, oh my God, I'm going to slit my wrists now. It's more or less like we could broach, like I said, different subjects and have a lot of people, be inclusive of everybody, different age groups, this, that, whatever. I don't want to do just sports stuff or just this, that. I'd like to have different people. Well, it's incumbent upon me to find those people or have them come to me, and I will give you a platform because you're going to have thousands of people listening to you and eventually thousands that are going to be watching that you would never have gotten or they would never be able to reach until now. And that's kind of where the show is going. So that being Instagram, some of the pictures that were sent over to me, and it looks like you were having a good time and a lot of, it's fun. It's just like,
I have a good time in a phone booth.
That's right, because you're Superman.
Give me a bunch of Italians in one room. Forget about it. How could you not have fun?
Forget about it's right. Yeah, I know. All right. Well, there are so many things. We'll show a couple of clips, and obviously people know you as Carlo Rizzi. And The Godfather is like, come on, especially for an Italian that grew up like me. I'm half Calabrese, half Sicilian. So for us, it was probably right after Sesame Street. It was probably the first thing I watched right after that.
That's a great comparison, Sesame Street and The Godfather.
I worked on that for almost 10 years. But it's just fun, and I have a question, Larry, and you're the only one on planet Earth that's going to be able to answer this. How did you do that where you got the donut to stick to this? No, how the hell? And then you hear thud. Like, what? I know that's probably a dumb question, but it's been bothering me.
No, it's a universal question. You have no idea how many people ask me this question.
It's like using a spork for the first time. What the hell is this thing? I almost killed myself. Seriously, I almost killed someone with a spork, and that person is me. I'm not kidding, man. These are the things that prison riots are made from. I swear to God, who the hell thought of that? What a horrible idea. Either give me a spoon or give me a fork. What the hell am I going to do with a spork? So I can't really pick anything up, but I can't really scoop anything because then I'll stab myself. Who'd have thought of that? And then who wanted to name it a spork? How about a foon? A foon would be, like a buffoon, like the friggin' guy who made that up. And once again, whoever invented pretzel bread, I hate you. But I love you. Anyway, back in 5. And then we're going to wrap things up here. Season 2 preview of the Mean Machine live from the great state of New Jersey.
Tune into the Mean Machine radio show in New Jersey for real talk with no BS. We're real people telling it like it is. Get the raw truth on all things in society, life, and culture. Join us for brutally honest guests, banter, and no-nonsense advice. The Mean Machine Radio Show, where life gets real.
Like this.
All right, and welcome those with illegal cable hookups, and of course everybody else on Satellite Radio. This is the Mean Machine Radio Show. I am Gregory Joseph, your hostess with the mostest. That's right, alpha male anyway. And we have people coming in on WGAT. Let's get another quick weather measurement out there. It's dark, and it looks like it might be nice, but I can't tell, and I have no idea how cold it is because I'm inside. And that's as much useful information as you're going to get in Jersey on a Friday night at 11:25 in the p.m. And like I said, for those that missed it earlier, I got to tell you, it's going to be cloudy with a chance of meatballs this Sunday. Oh, man, it's going to be so good. So good. I don't know. We all eat at 2:00 in the afternoon on Sunday. Isn't that the way it works? I wasn't quite sure if that's what was going on. All right. But anyway, we are back. And once again, a little shout out to our benefactors there. We have people coming in on CNBC. And I'll tell you what, and those are the people that are actually flying me out. And I wanted to say a quick thank you and a shout out. They're sending me out to, what's the name of it? Glendale, California. That's where DreamWorks is. And we're going to be working on signing some stuff. Basically, it's not against AI, but it's to protect because there's people trying to steal this and try to do that. And it's clunky for right now, but it's going to definitely it's getting smarter. You remember the Terminator, right? Remember Cyberdyne Systems? Anyway, it's something that's connected in with SAG, which is the Screen Actors Guild. I was asked to go out there, and I'm flattered, and I'm going to audition for a movie trailer. So hopefully I'll get it. And if I get it, Bill, I know you could hear me out there. Then I'll fly you out there with it if I get it. Only if I get it, though. What do you say?
Sounds great. You know, the hard thing about not being on Spaces after doing the first, I can't hit the emoticons. You know, I know you mentioned that earlier, but you know,
Yeah,
laughing at stuff and saying
they're
100,
all
and you
laughing.
know, yeah,
They're all laughing, Bill. And everybody's got a thumbs up, and then they're all crying, and then it's 100%. They need the horns, like rock on, baby. They should just put that in there for me.
I wish we had better emoticons. To be honest with you, I wish we
I
had more
want
to use.
something like the what like the college I went to. What's the matter, you? Like something like that, because I could do that a lot. Not in your space, but a lot of them like what the.
Yeah, even an angry face or something. It's just not an option. I don't know.
Instead of angry, how about a mean? Like, or you'd be able to type it up, be like, "Hey, you," you know what I mean, like something like that. Which is
That would be that'd be awesome, actually. Yeah,
it's a term of endearment here in Jersey. That's what we say. Pass the salt, but it's that's the here. Some people might not understand that, but that's okay. I wanted to say that before we went to break, and now that we're back, that you have a lot of different things going on. You took a break, and you have a series now that that your co-hosts are helping. And how many are you into now? Like, you only did one so far, and it's every week, or could you tell us about that again? I'd like to know.
So MK Ultra, we started, months ago actually, and we did a 10-part series going through the origins of the MK Ultra program, and then the sub programs, and a lot of things. So we took a few weeks off, and we started last Saturday with series 2. So we're doing another 10 parts for the next 10 weeks. And
yeah, like when you say parts, explain to, because there's a lot of people.
Well, we're breaking it up every Saturday. Yeah, every Saturday be like this tomorrow. It's going to be part 2 of series 2, right? Or part 11 of the whole series. But we do. We have an expert speaker. Hopefully, he's listening. Researcher. He's from the island of Jamaica, and this guy is brilliant, and he's a great speaker. And it's a lecture series, right? So he comes in with like 4 segments that he's going to cover in one space, and we pause between each segment to let people ask questions or participate in the discussion, and then we turn it back over to him, lock down all the mics, and then he goes through the next section.
Okay. I have your page up now for people that are actually able to see it. Not obviously
awesome.
People listening can't, but where do you want me to go on here? Where
go to highlights. If you go up the top, there's a highlights tab.
Oh, I'm not that bad. I just don't know about the goddamn nest, Bill. Come on.
There you go. Yeah, and if you scroll down, you'll see. Well, you'll see anything I decided to put in there that I
Can't even
posted
watch
today.
that. Let me go
All
past
right.
it.
So
Hey,
there's an
look at that.
ad for us today. Yeah. And then
Hey,
if you
look
keep
how big I
scrolling,
made you on there. Look at that. Look how big you are. You look like
I
Lex
loved
Luthor.
it. I absolutely love it. Yeah. I
No,
gotta
but
get
that's
that. I gotta get that tattoo at the back. Like, be like
that's
Diesel. Yeah.
I've got.
But
I have pictures of me before tats, and I call it like it's like when we do Throwback Thursday. It's
Right.
Throwback Thursday before tats. BT. So all right. Oh yeah. There you go. All right. Where am I going down? How far
Well,
am I
you're
going?
gonna scroll
Oh,
down.
okay.
Things we can't talk about. Things we can't talk
I
about.
know things that make you go hmm.
Yeah. So that was the space we had last night, and she's
All
actually
right. There
listening.
she
That's
is.
Barbie Engel, and she's running for House of Representatives out of Arizona. So we did that space
Out of
last night.
Arizona. Come on,
Yeah.
Barbie. Let's go,
LD7.
Barbie.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So that was the advertisement for that one. You keep going down.
Here now.
Um,
Hey, there he is,
yeah,
Mr.
there's
All right.
promoting our spaces. Keep on going. So here's
Going.
one. There's a couple. I don't know. I can't read that on the screen right now, but
Oh, it's
what
not.
does that say?
That says Bill. Bill is really cool. Well, no, it says, "How do we rebuild what was destroyed?"
All right.
Discussion with American Shaman. Is that it?
Yeah. That was one we did on Wednesday. I'm gonna go over to my page right now, real quick,
Well, I
and
can play the audio
help
on
you.
this. Hold on one second. Let
Yeah.
me.
Oh, you can do that. That'd be awesome. So we
Oh,
had
we should be able to. Why
highlight.
it's not doing it? All right. Well, for whatever reason, it doesn't want to play. For it might be from the link that we have that I
So
can't.
I'm scrolling down. If you go down further than that, how to rebuild what's destroyed? Rob Mana show we did.
Oh yeah, that was the one. That was the one that I was in on.
MK Ultra. So it's down a little ways.
Okay.
I could probably share that.
I was in Arizona about a year and a half ago. I was in Scottsdale.
Post.
It was nice. Actually, it was in October of 2022, and I was the luckiest person on earth because
Are we still live? Can you
it
hear me?
didn't go past
How's it going,
78
Jack?
degrees when I was in Arizona. What's that, Bill? You're on it. We're on a delay.
Can you
So
hear
I didn't
me,
hear
Greg?
Will. Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There we go. I'm here. I'm alive and well and in Twitterville tonight. How's Coach Bill doing?
I'm living my dream. So just started a few minutes early to get the space set up and share it out. Put some stuff in the bubble. So having
It's
a good
supposed
night.
to be a big night. Is Divine coming in? The Divine one?
She will be. She'll be
All right.
co-hosting.
I can load. Can't wait for that. Yep. It's been a nice day out here in the north. It's 73 degrees and sunny. Was just out on my nightly walk, got home, so I can't wait to be here and just glad to finally arrive in Twitterville. We have the space shared out starting at 7 p.m. That'll be fun. Kick off a little bit of music until then while we're waiting for it to fill up and waiting for the shaman to get here. The January 6th shaman, Jacob Chansley. And I met him twice before. I think you know him too, Bill. So he's a good guy to have, a discussion with. Also running down there in Arizona.
All right. So, all right. Sorry to cut off Drax like that, but Bill, can you hear me? Because I think we lost the feed there. We might have lost Bill. Let's go back to this, and we'll go back to here. Bill, can you hear us? We might have lost Bill. Where are you, Bill?
I'm working on it.
Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. It's because the feed came in because of the delay. I was
Okay.
trying to play it, so I didn't mean to cut off. Like Drax was talking, I guess one of your spaces started talking to us the way we wanted to, and it cut your audio out.
That's what it was. I'm like, what's going on?
And I'm like, what's real and what's Memorex here? I couldn't. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut him off while he was talking, but it was just we were going through the space.
Yeah.
I could go back and share it.
Well, you got Drax's weather forecast. That was awesome.
I did. I saw that. His nickname is the Weatherman. Nah, he's a cool dude. And I'll tell you what they do. Him and Kelly, they do an excellent job because it's trust me, as I do everything just about solo, and I'm fine with that. I do have some co-hosts that I'm going to be trying out, but we take a break during the summer. So we're gonna have that. We're gonna be getting I already talked to you about we're gonna have to our two what do you call it? We had a Dana and this other guy Mark, and they're going. They're done for the year, so we're gonna have to get two interns for the summer. So we're gonna be posting about that, but I'm not sure where. Someone that wants to work on a radio show type of thing. So it'll be
Yeah.
cool, and then it'll become a paying gig if they want to stay on later on, in addition to the moderators that we have. But when we take that break, then I'll have more time to look through there and go through all that stuff and do what I can. But the MK Ultra thing, for those that don't know what that is, can you just like briefly just explain like what it? Because some people, I guarantee you're going to get like, oh, what is it, like a conspiracy theory? That you get all that frivolous bullshit that people like will spew at you. How do you respond to that kind of thing?
All right, and I think actually it might have been one of our MK Ultra spaces that you joined. Probably had. I think that's when we first started talking. So MK Ultra, it's the K is from German, right? It's mind control, right? And it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but in the 70s, the CIA was exposed for a number of programs that they did to try to control. They're doing it for a lot of different reasons, right? So how can we be great spies? How can we break, spies that are spying on us? How can we? But ultimately, the programs just kept expanding. Where how can we brainwash the American people through movies and TV and media, right? And they actually did programs to do that. And they created Manchurian candidates. How can we program people, wipe their memories, right? Replace their memories, and then trigger them to do something that they won't remember afterwards, after they did it, right? And it's perfect, no paper trail. And espionage, they created assassins for foreign governments, and they got exposed. They got exposed, and so and they came out and they admitted it. There were congressional hearings, and they said we shut it down. Right, we shut all that down. They actually tried to destroy a lot of the documentation, and they were successful at that. But they didn't shut it.
How long ago was this?
Well, it started actually. It started in the United States in the 20s, and we actually covered this this past Saturday with the Chavistock Institute, which came over from Europe, and it was exposed in the 70s, 75, and that's when they said officially they shut things down.
So it's concurrent, or I should say parallel. No, actually, no, concurrent with the end of the Vietnam War, the official end, 75, right? You said?
Yeah, 75. Yep.
Okay.
And but a lot of what has resulted from these programs. There was a program called Midnight Climax, right? And it is what it sounds like, right? It's
yeah, I saw that on HBO, or no, that was Cinemax, I think, late night.
But
I got the wrong.
I think you got the wrong one, right? But basically, it's probably the same topic, right? They how can we blackmail people in high positions, right? To do what we want them to do. So they basically trained sex workers. Or brainwash people into providing those services to those people, and then they recorded it, and that really resulted in Jeffrey Epstein and Epstein Island, and that's those programs. And they say they shut them down, but they actually didn't. They just renamed them, and they're continuing. So we dive deep. We go into the original scientists that were brought over from Germany, who worked in healthcare or mental health facilities with unwitting, patients, to put them on drugs like LSD, mescaline. They did, electroshock therapy. It is nuts, and it blows your mind. And then we, so we started that, and that's how it turned into this series, because research just comes. I think we've done 40 of the 149 sub programs, and we've covered a lot of the known scientists that worked with the CIA on those programs. But you can go out there, the government websites, and see the MK Ultra programs. I mean, the stuff's out there, so it's not conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it was, but it was, and it actually piqued my interest. Actually, I had met you before that. I think it was in a different. I forgot what it was, but then you were telling me about this. It was just you and I speaking about it, and I'm like, this is, or no, first I saw some of it and I wasn't quite sure what it was. I'm like, oh, it's Bill. All right, I'll go in the Bill's room. And I was listening. I'm like, for anybody that does know me or they're maybe meet me for the first time, if I find something that I believe is viable, I don't care if it's something I believe and not believe in, that knowledge is power. And I'm always up for learn, but it started to make sense to me. Most things don't, only because I got hit in the head a lot when I used to box, but it just didn't really, and I'm not even kidding around. But it piqued my interest because nonfiction is way more interesting than fiction. Just the truth, it just is. I mean, we have enough stuff that's happened past, present, and future that's going to happen. Why make up stuff? And this was interesting. It started to click for me, and I'm guessing a lot of other people too.
Well, yeah. Well, and I was warned the first time I did one. I was warned by a lot of people. Don't talk about this stuff. Don't
More
touch
about what?
this.
I mean,
Right?
like online, like people like
Yeah,
emailing you,
reaching out
telling you.
to me, and I got a couple death threats
What?
in my DMs.
That
And
must have been that one guy in the grassy knoll. Is that who we're talking about?
it might have been Drax. I don't know. No, but no,
Well,
I
did he
got
give you the weather first, and then it was him? If not, like
no.
it's 72 degrees, and I'm going to kill you, Bill.
But
Then you know who it was.
But I'm a lot like you. Tell me not to do something. Tell me I can't do something. I shouldn't do something. Don't do
I've been
something.
getting told
Right.
that my whole life, Bill.
All
You
right.
know my story, but
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And
yeah,
what came out of the series is a lot of people came in who are victims, and we call them survivors,
right.
of these programs. And
That's a nice way to put it instead of because that sounds
yeah,
very,
they were
you know,
victims
the
turned into
trepidation that's
survivors.
attached. Exactly.
Right, and
Yeah.
you've talked to some of these folks in the spaces. So I
Right.
started doing survivor series, spaces throughout the week where the survivors could come in and share their story in a safe, somewhat safe. It's still public, right? It's out
Right.
there, but we
Public domain.
made it safe within the space. That's where we got the discipline of screening every single person that comes into the room,
Now, how does
and
that work? Hold on one
especially
second. How do you do the? I mean, if you're the host and you've got Drax and you've got All American Girl over there, so is it past that? Like, does everybody take? I was just curious about that because I have a producer and I have a sound engineer and everything, but then I always hear, and especially my the studio I have at my house, but it's. Does everybody like take a turn? Like everybody's on the lookout, like the perimeter. Like, do you have
right.
it like that? I'm just curious.
So I have a production team room in the back, right? We're all in there. It's a group room, and um, and we all do it. But if and we take turns, like even rotating questions for the speakers or whatnot, right?
Okay.
But all three of us, and we have some other folks that are on our team, some former CIA folks, who we go all the way down every icon, right? Everybody that's in the room. You can't look at the anonymous ones, obviously, but the ones that are in the room, is
Yeah.
we go through their account and we look at what have they posted, what have they replied to, what things are
Right.
they liking,
Yeah, you're
right?
checking out their page, and a lot
Right.
of people have multiple pages. But does that bother you, real quick? I'm sorry, I just want to address it. It's the I don't mean to talk over you. It's because of the delay there, Bill. I apologize. Does that bother you that people now? I know if you go in as like whatever it's called, incognito or whatever it is, they can't speak or take or participate. They can only listen if they're not making themselves known. Is that correct? Do I have that? I mean, I
Yes,
don't.
absolutely.
I'm
They can listen in. They can record it, but we're recording the
They
space
can
anyhow.
record even if they're really?
Yeah.
See, I got an issue with that. If stop. I hate when people, not that people or all people are trying to hide behind this and not show their face and everything. Not everybody does what you do or I do or other people like us do. I'm not saying that, but the fact that if you have something to say and it's something viable, put your damn picture up there. Nobody cares about this shit.
Well,
Nobody's gonna say what you gotta say.
with this topic, it's very sensitive, right? This is something we had to learn
Yeah.
as we evolved the series, because we have some known survivors who have, they have their public profile that they do other things, crypto and whatever it is that they do on Twitter, and they don't want that public face to be seen. They don't want to expose themselves because of the trolls. They get attacked, right? So they'll come in under an alternate account, And we had to learn that early on because some of our other spaces, as we're doing, searching for trolls and whatnot, somebody's in there and they just opened their account in May and they got 2 followers or no followers.
Yeah, I
And,
think that's a pretty much a gimme. Yeah,
we would kick them out, right? But with this topic,
course.
it might be a survivor who wants to listen, right? And we had to learn that because people, I started saying, DM me, right? If you can't get up, on stage or you're having problems with the space. And I found there's a lot of survivors who are just, they don't want to come in as their public face, and that's all right.
I understand that. That's for their own personal, but they might have started. I know people have done that. They wanted to just follow me or I'm sure you get a lot more than I do, and they'll start a Twitter account or X account just to be able to participate and be in it. So on that
that's
point,
pretty
they're
much
not a troll.
Yeah, they're not a troll. So we had to learn. We had to learn that early on, and I had to tell the bouncers, don't kick those guys out of the space, because a troll can shut your space down. All they have to do is report it. Right? They can report it.
Really? They do it that?
Yep, and they can spam you. They can spam the bubble, we call it, right? The comment section, with a bunch of nonsense and stuff.
What's the point
of
that stuff? They have nothing going on in their life.
They got nothing better to do. They got nothing better to do.
Kickball or some shit. I don't know.
So we keep an eye out for them, but we know our known private accounts that'll come in. We normally would not give a private account if they're not following us and allowing us to follow them back. We won't give them a mic. But we tell them that if you're a private account and you do want to speak, you got to follow one of us, right? And let us follow you back because we got to vet you, right, before you come up. And it's been very effective, and it's gotten very, very, very disciplined. But we know we have a following now, right? We have the folks, we know the faces, most of the faces in the room, and every now and then somebody slips by. We're like, well, looks valid. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, but you can't get everybody. I mean, you got a lot of people that go into your space. So, and I'm guessing that for the most part, between Kelly and Drax and yourself or whatever, for the most part, you guys have it. You got it nailed down pretty well. But of course, I mean, you're talking about a lot of people. You can't get to everybody, and
Yeah, a lot of people come in and out, and it may say you can always go down to the bottom and see how many are actively listening. I always say for the anonymous, there's at least 3 anonymous in every space I do, and I say, I want to thank the CIA, the FBI, and the DOJ for their patronage on my spaces. Hey guys, come on up, show your faces.
Spoken like a true wise ass. This is why we get along.
There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'd like to thank you. I mean, F you. Yeah, I got it.
So people will take, and even this, right? So people can record. Anybody that's got a phone that can record video and audio, they can record this, and people do this. So they'll go out and they'll do their own space, and they'll ridicule the thing. I view that as advertising, free advertising. Go ahead if you want to do that, right? But I got better things to do with my time, but than to chase down and worry about that stuff. Drax does a lot of that. He hunts people down sometimes. But but you got
you got people that care about what the content is, and if, for lack of a better word, I'm just saying this is, I'm not a Twitter guy. I'm a guy on Twitter, and that's okay. But you are able to. It's kind of like a master class, kind of like what you're doing, and you have your surround. You do the same kind of thing I do in a different way, though. Which made no sense what I just said. What I mean is, obviously, it's a completely different thing what I do, but it's you're surrounding yourself with people that you like and trust and that kind of thing, and you want to attract that type of, you could have people that are, you're not one of these guys that'd be like a jerk, and be you have to agree with. Look, you could have a varying, difference of opinion, whatever, but at least be cordial and at least hear it out. Don't try to ruin my room or my space or something with your bullshit. You know what I mean? So whether they agree with it or not, and you're okay with it, because we've spoken about that before. I mean, you got to.
No, I appreciate differing points of view, right? Everybody's on a different path of knowledge and life, right? And I don't want to be in an echo chamber where I just have everybody in there who agrees with me, right? So we let people come up, but just like you said, right? I call it room etiquette, right? I want you to be respectful to my speaker, to anybody who's got a mic, who's up on stage, to my co-hosts, right? You're going to be respectful, or I'm going to, take your mic away, right? And I don't like to do that. But
Right.
you
Call
can
me up,
say,
kick
hey,
your
I
ass.
think this is crazy. I disagree. I don't, you can say
Yeah,
whatever
I
you
mean,
want, but
yeah.
don't do it in a disrespectful way.
Yeah.
And
Well, not everybody's like that, but you're going to have, just like in everyday life, people. There's going to be people that it's half their fault and half their parents' fault for not teaching them better. And I'm sorry, as a parent, I have a leg to stand on with that, and I just feel that people just act like, I don't know, like, oh, I have to try to bring down someone else because I don't have going on myself, like that kind of thing. I can't believe they beat. Seriously,
yep.
I can't say.
Well, and we all and because of the space, because of the topic, researcher does about an hour. He prepares an hour discussion, and
Yeah,
you've seen sometimes because we allow people to come up and talk, it'll go
yeah.
for 3, 4, 5 hours sometimes, right? And
I
we
was in
want to
one.
get
I
through,
I was almost
right.
dead the next day thanks to you. But no, I'm joking. But
Right, but
that's
people will come up. Some people come up and we call it, follower engagement, right? And,
yeah,
and it's just a fact. If you're on a big space that's got a large audience, and you get a mic, people like, well, somebody gave that guy a mic. He might be somebody I want to follow, and the people just follow him.
yeah.
But if someone comes up on stage just to do that, and they didn't come up to have a question, and we ask them, be concise, be on topic, and be professional, right?
I've heard you have to
Right.
interrupt some people, and you're more of a. I have obviously a lot rougher voice than you do, but you've been adamant. Like one time, I remember I was like, "Oh, Mr. Bill, oh no, Mr. Bill," and you were like, "Look, can we stay on top?" This guy's like all over the god. He was out there like Pluto. I don't remember who it was, but you're like, "Look," and then I don't remember if it was drag. It was somebody was like, "What the,"
Yeah.
and then
Do you
you're
have a
like,
question? Did you
yeah.
have a
What
question?
yeah, he has
Yeah.
no question. He has nothing to say. I'm not even sure if it was English. And he just this is like, "Hey, I need to have people follow me. Go find another
Exactly.
room.
Right. This is
Go
not
talk
your
about,
space.
shitcoin or whatever it is." I don't have time for that. But I hate that because it kills the flow of the room. That is another reason why it's difficult for me to I'm not a control freak, but I have a controlled environment like we have right now. And to be able to get your point across, you have to have people intermingling and be participating. And that the only problem I have with that, Bill, is this thing is still beta. And the reason I say that, I enjoy them, and of course I enjoy your spaces. I'm in yours whenever I can be. You got to reset the room. What is that all about? Because that's so annoying. Like, do you lose everybody when you do that? I mean, is that something they're working on? What's this?
Yeah. So we look for a break, and when it's a good time to break. Reset the room is basically saying, reminding people of kind of the guidelines, right? You're welcome to grab a
Okay,
mic, just say on mute, please raise your hand. When you do get called on, again, be concise, on topic, and
right.
professional.
And your guys do that.
Share the space
Yeah.
out, right? Because it's a recorded space. We record all our spaces, and some
Right.
spaces they don't record, and it's a free for all, right? But
Yeah. Why?
you know,
Why is it? I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
shock
I have
factor.
so many questions.
Some of them
I
are
guess.
just shock factor, right? They just want to have and some of them are just kind of like parties. Let's get our group together and
All right. Well,
talk
this
about
is
what we
not
want to
a
talk about, But
yeah,
that's not
because
what we're about.
yeah, like I told you that night that I was a guest speaker in your space. I'm like, some of these rooms reminds me of an AOL chat room with kind of a faint heartbeat. That was kind of the way I just,
Exactly. That's a
you know
great
what I mean? Like,
description. That's
oh,
great.
I'll talk to you later. I don't have your number, but I'll send it to you in AIM. Remember that? I was like, oh my god, man. Let me get my flip phone. I just remember I could close my eyes and my ears and just go, and you hear that annoying connection. Remember to get to AOL, the not before it was the dial up. Remember that
Absolutely. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah.
like
You've got
nails on a
mail.
friggin'
You've got
chalkboard.
mail.
Oh, mine was the crypt keeper. You go when you have mail.
Oh no. Yeah. So
Oh,
other people
yeah,
get up, they get a mic, and even though you've said all of that to them, right?
yeah.
They just go off topic about their personal life or their topic that they basically want to take over your space and talk
So
about what
have
they
your
want
own
to talk about.
goddamn room then.
And I've
Why
actually
go in?
said that sometimes. I'm like, you know what, that'd be great. And I've actually volunteered that, I
So good.
liked what they were saying. Like, I really like everything you're saying. It's just
Mhm.
not on topic with what we're doing. And I'll host a space where you can say all that, right? Let's just do that on another night. DM me in the
See, that's
background,
what I mean. You're
right?
too nice, I think, man. See how you're you'd be like very, well, that's a good topic, and yeah, we could talk about, and I'll help you, and I'll help host it, and I mean, like it's very, you know,
Yeah,
if I
but
didn't know you, Bill, I'd think that you were being very slick there.
all right, yeah, and then then I have Drax for when they don't get the message. Drax delivers
Yeah.
a different kind of message, and I love it.
Oh,
Right?
there you go,
It's like,
my
for
man.
God's sake, man, do you got a point? Yeah, do you have a question for our
Yeah,
speaker? Can you
just go
just,
ape shit.
Oh yeah,
And I know he's
he'll shut him
listening,
down.
and by the way, he knows I'm goofing with him, but, it's funny, I would do that if I'd be like, "Look, where I'm sending you, it's gonna be really hot or really cold. We're gonna stick a thermometer up your ass if you interrupt one more fucking time." See, they didn't get me. I coulda said and nobody would have heard it, like you. But
Yeah,
I
we
think that they do the best job that they can, but I'm just joking around. Obviously, they really do. Uh, they've got your back, and that's a nice feeling to know that. But when you have that many people in one place, I don't even like. I've become a recluse lately. I had to read a book about how to not choke people when I go out. How to not choke people for dummies. Because it reminds me of why I don't go out that much because because people, it's not stupid people I have a problem with. It's people that know that they're stupid and they're okay with it. That's stupid. You know what I mean? Like,
right, yeah.
oh, I'm just an idiot. Like, ugh, I have stories about that. But anyway,
Well,
the
Drax
fact,
Drax keeps reminding me. We had a space, and I don't know what the topic was,
yeah,
but a guy I kept giving the mic to but he had his one topic that he wanted to talk about, right? And he would try to keep tying it into the topic to make it sound relevant, but he wasn't asking any questions. And I kept muting him. I took his mic away a couple times. I bring him back up. And I'm finally like, okay, now I got to address this issue. And I used it as a learning opportunity for anybody that was on the space, right? This is how you act and this is how you don't act, right? And
yeah,
if you want to be successful participating in a space, first of all, you come in, you listen to what people are saying before you ask for a mic, right? What is the topic? Oh, do I
yeah.
have something to contribute? Oh, I have something, or I have a
You would think
question,
that
right?
that would be ideal,
Yeah.
right? So,
And then you raise your hand, you get a mic, right? You wait your turn, you don't cut people off. So there's one guy I finally, like, I lost mine, but I just said, I got to address this, right? And I called him out by name and I said, what am I going to do with you? Like, that's the only thing I could come up with. What am I going to
talking to
do with
like a
you?
dad all of a
Right.
sudden.
Yeah, I turned into dad. I really did. And I
I
gave this
understand.
speech
I
on
do.
here's you're never going to be effective in this space. I've offered to do a space with you for your topic. You don't want to let it go, right? What am I going to do with you? I think I'm
And
just
you
going
guys
to
don't
kick you
just
out of the
throw
room.
people out. You give them at least one good warning. I've heard all you, him, and her, like at least give them one shot. And if they're completely like out of like zany
Right.
ubats, kind of as we would call it, then it's like, all right, it's time for you to make like Michael Jackson and beat
Well,
it.
yeah, we
You know?
rarely kick anybody out of the space.
Yeah.
We just take their
You
mic away.
remind them though.
You're welcome to stay and listen, but you don't
Take my
seem to
mic
know how
away.
to follow rules, so we just take your mic
Bill,
away.
don't take my mic away, Bill.
We demote them. Yeah.
Don't
So
take my Kodachrome away. Yeah, no, don't take my.
it,
Yeah, I'm gonna
it's
grab my ball and my bat, and I'm going home.
well, that's
But
what
it,
some people do. They get up and they do
yeah,
their monologue, and then the minute they're done, and we even if we thank them, whatever, they leave the space, and it's like, well, that's all they came here for, right? So
yeah, they just came to rape and pillage, type of thing. But I get it. We're gonna have to take another break. Are you still okay to go? We got a late start, because
I, I'll go as long as you can. I'm good.
that's what she said. All right, so let's look at. I'm gonna bring some. Yeah, I know. I'm the worst.
Well, actually, I
Um,
was thinking of that earlier, but I don't think my mic was on at the time when you said something about that. That wasn't. You went to a commercial or the music break, and you're like, that wasn't quite 3 minutes, and I wanted to say that's what she said.
please, by all means, Bill. People don't understand. Combined, we're over 90 years old, but really, we're like 11. Because
Exactly.
I,
Do we ever really
you know
grow
what
up?
it's. I, I don't even like grown up, so it's not even a big thing for me. But you know, it is what it is. But I have to. We might lose the feed. I'm just warning people right now. Don't go anywhere. We have this happens. You know what I mean. One of the other cameras are popping, so I'm gonna have to take care of that in a minute. But we're gonna go to a break. When we get back, I'm going to. I wanted, while we have the time, delve in a little bit more with the 9/11 thing. I have my different stories. I'll wait until I'll go back on one of your spaces sometime for my stuff. I want this to showcase you because people see you when you're the host or co-host, but right now you are the guest, which is something nice and completely different. This isn't spaces, but it's okay because that's why I did that for you for just Twitter. I didn't put it on YouTube, nothing else, just this because I know that's where like almost all your people come from. So you're welcome, people out there. They probably be like, "Oh my God, where's the emoji? What do I do?
It's so
Where's
hard
the
not having
nest?"
emojis. It's really hard for us. I have to.
It's going to be all right. We have hand signals. I know Italian sign language, but it's all right. Anyway, we're going to go and we will take a break. And you got to think of some more jokes. You know what I mean? I have a lot of dirty jokes, but we'll save that. We have to be very serious. I'm a stickler.
I have a lot of
Yeah,
Kentucky jokes. I could go for a while on Kentucky jokes.
Kentucky
So
jokes.
I had to drive through.
I
So I lived in
just to lighten the
Nashville.
mood.
Well, I worked in Indiana and I lived in Nashville and I had to drive through Kentucky a lot. And I would stop at if the traffic was bad, there was a bridge that went from Indiana to Kentucky, and I purposely stopped at a bar on the Indiana side, and I would just start telling Kentucky jokes because all the people in the bar were people trying to commute home to Kentucky.
You figured,
I don't
yeah,
know. I
here
had
you
this
go.
primal urge at that age. I wanted to. I'd never been in a bar fight, and I really. But
Oh, they're
so I can
awesome,
tell you.
man. Well, they
Yeah, I can
hurt,
tell
but
you
they're awesome.
Kentucky jokes.
Yeah. Oh, I've got scars. I have also I've been stabbed, I've been shot at. It's really nice when I was working the club circuit back in the 90s in South Florida. It was crazy. Uh, I'll tell that story. Like I said, I don't want to tell the story. I still get emails, by the way, that people say, "Can you finish that story about the time that you accidentally peed on Sammy Hagar?" Do you know they're still asking about? I can't even believe that. I'm dead serious, but they're gonna have to wait. So if you're as nice enough to have me back one day, I'll tell that story. How did Vince Neil almost break your pinky finger? Like people are still DMing me about this shit. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, all right, but I want to be able to talk about the other stuff that you're doing and what we foresee. What the future holds because everybody has an end game, and you're in the right direction. And I know, being that my hands are tied about talking about religion or politics, but we have a lot of the same ideas about a lot of stuff, and you wouldn't even know it. You know what I mean? People might think, oh, like Bill is like this, and Greg is like that, and Greg does radio, and Bill does spaces, but there's so many things. I think there's more things that we have in common that what we don't. What do you think about that? That's how I
Absolutely. I
feel.
mean, the couple
I
times
do.
we've talked on the phone,
Yeah,
you're
you're right there
synced
finishing
up
my
with
sentences
somebody.
and the vice. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's 2 hours later, and you're like, oh my god, it's been 2 hours. Hey, we gotta go.
I know. I'm like, all right, let me talk to you for 5 minutes. We were on the phone for like 40 minutes. I'm like, dude,
Exactly.
we had a great show, and it wasn't even a show; it was a phone call. So, and that's no, but it's awesome. Like I said, I'm glad that I know you, and I must say, even though Twitter is not like my thing, I don't have an issue with it. I have met, well, not physically, obviously, but been in contact with, and I continue to be really cool people. I mean, I have a better vocabulary than that, but a lot of the people that, for the most part, really nice. And not, when I say nice, like not like nice, I mean like interesting and polite. And I just, that's the one thing or one of the few things um, that I didn't realize at first. And I'm a man's man. I can admit, not that I was wrong, but that I didn't look into it further. And the fact that if it wasn't for Twitter, because some people are just on Twitter or X, you know what I mean? I'm on all of them, but I'm not really on them. It's not even me. It's the people that work here, but it's this one is mostly me, and I would have never have met you or any of the people that work around with you or the different people that follow and everything. And they're funny. And some of them are really good at what they do. And just that part of it, I really do enjoy. So as I get I mean, I'm not into, oh, I have to have more followers. And it's like, I don't care about that kind of thing. But I look, and then if I find someone interesting, I'll tap them. And I have like a 95, 96% rate where they actually do get back to me. And then when, I do radio and that kind of thing, and I wanted to hear your story, whatever, you get those people on the phone. As soon as they hear me, they go, yeah, you're on the radio. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like, but
exactly. You got
it
that
doesn't
voice.
translate through a text. Yeah. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to marry you. I don't want to, I'm not. I think you're pretty safe. I don't think that my penis will reach to Arkansas or wherever they are. So you're pretty safe. What the hell is that, by the way, with these dick pics and oh, this is a nice girl or whatever. Let me send your, what
I
the
think
first step
I think
should
she
be.
needs this. Yes.
I know. Out of nowhere, oh, you're nice. Oh, yeah. What's your name, Michael? Oh, yeah. My name is Janie. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me send you a picture of my tripod. Hold on. What's your deal? What the fuck? What kind of, who does that? I mean, so you have these people that are put like a no, like, I don't even know what no trains. Well, I thought I knew what that meant, but it was just like all you have to
It's
put
a
like,
different
don't do
kind of
this.
train, Greg. It's a different kind of train.
I don't know what you're talking about, but it's I don't know. It's just you got to actually, and I feel bad for a lot of women. They're like no DMs, like this because they're probably getting hammered. So someone like me comes along where I'm not, I'm not selling Bitcoin, I'm not collecting for UNICEF, I'm not looking to date you, I'm not doing. If I thought you were interesting or wanted to do something, I'm trying to help people out. This time around, about my story with that. First time I didn't do that, and I try. You can't help everyone. You can lead a horse to water type of thing, but I give it a shot now and then. It's not that often, but it's an uphill battle because they'll have stuff blocked or whatever, and you're like, "Well, I just wanted to ask you something or whatever," and that's it. It's not even always me. I got to use the what do you call for you? Be like, I like that one. Someone texted me and said, "Could I do it again?" So here you go, real quick.
Hey, baby, can I slide into your hubba DMs?
Stuff like that. And you're like, no, I know. I'm like a 4-year-old. No, I'm more like 5. I look, we're having fun, but what I mean is that it makes it difficult for someone like me because I am viable. They can vet me 6 ways to Sunday. Go ahead, you can look up my license number, look up this, whatever you want. I am who I say I am, but they have all this other shit going on. So it's here. We'll do the voice again.
No Bitcoin, no porn, no DMs. Don't touch me. Don't look at me. Don't breathe near me.
And so on.
Well,
and I do that pretty well.
You know how to get someone in your DMs? Put in your bio, no DMs. Do
There
you
you
think
go.
the guy that's going to send you those pics is going to stop because you have a no DMs? That's like
Yeah.
no gun zones, right?
That's what I was using that example last time. Yeah, you'll never get shot because that guy over there, that criminal, he doesn't have a gun license. So that means you're safe. What are you
Yep. Yeah, and there's a
shitting me?
sign that says no guns, so we're safe here.
A sign that says no smoking. I didn't listen to that either. Oh, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
No fumar. All right, we do have to take a break, which I keep saying, and I say it more than we do it, but once again, that's what you said. All right, so we'll play a little. We're not doing the promo right now. Yeah, we have a little bit more. We have to rock a little bit. It's Friday night. Why not? It's WGAT. This is the Mean Machine Radio Show. We are live on Twitter, X. If you not right, we have to get some vowels in there. We're good at like that at here in Jersey. We're doing a New Jersey 88.6 FM for those that are coming in on satellite and watching and listening. By the way, Bill, just so that you and your minions know that we have a certain amount of people in the room, but we just hit 72,000 listeners right now. Now, that might not sound like a lot of people, compared to like Z100 and stuff like that. But for independent radio like me, not bad. So they like you, man. I told you it's because you smell terrific. And I was trying to say that that's the reason.
Is that not
So we're
us?
going to take a break.
All right,
I
man.
got issues, man.
And they're not my minions. They're not my minions, man. They're my friends. Okay.
Okay.
Minion
Right.
sounds a little.
But they all, yeah, but I saw one with goggles and that reminded me of Minions.
Oh.
I say that in a loving way. I said mine are I have the listeners. I have lunatic fringe. They like that. That's like a term of endearment to them. So
Okay,
they
cool.
know what we mean. They'll be fine. All right. So anyway, we're going to do that and we will, we'll rock on a little bit. Why not? We are doing it for you. Mean Machine Radio Show live at WGAT from the Great Garden State.
On New Jersey, 88 WWGAT.
This is probably the best station in the world. That's right.
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime with your favorite DJ.
You are listening to the Mean Machine Radio Show on New Jersey, 88.6 FM WGAT.
You're listening to the best radio in town. Stay tuned.
What the guy. You just made me drop my dunks.
Take it easy, Boondock Saint.
You know, the Chicago Marathon's not till October. What's with the tracksuit?
Yeah, where's your cute little skirt? You forget it at home?
Yeah, coming from a guy who looks like a Sopranos extra.
Yeah, I'd be miserable too if my dinner was potatoes and cabbage.
Shouldn't you be watching a Jersey Shore marathon or something?
Smells like you brushed your teeth with Guinness this morning.
Irish car bombs, actually.
Oh, that's cultural appropriation. We're the ones who put bombs in cars first.
Yeah, and now you drink $9 cappuccinos and talk with your hands.
We got Christopher Columbus. Who do you got, Braveheart?
Braveheart was Scottish, dumbass. We got St. Patrick.
Oh, right, the patron saint of blacking out.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he is. I'm going to be praying to him tonight next to my porcelain shrine.
When's the last time you were sober? 1998?
Let me ask you something. When you cut yourself, what comes out, like ragu sauce?
Why don't you go find your 4-leaf clover and Aaron go f yourself?
Aren't you late for your Olive Garden reservation?
Hey, can one of you guys help me change this light bulb?
What kind of stew not can't change a light bulb?
Yeah, you don't exactly got to be Einstein there, pal.
Wait a second, are you Polish?
Yeah, how'd you know?
I can see the 18 consonants in your name.
I just need you two to spin the ladder while I hold the light bulb.
Is this pierogi serious?
You want to push him off his ladder and see what happens?
Oh, now you're talking my language.
Yeah, we'll help you out there, pal. No problem.
You have to answer for Santino, Carlo. Mike, you got it all wrong. You fingered Sonny for the Barzini people. Ah, that little farce you played with my sister. You think that could fool a Corleone? Mike, I'm innocent. I just run the kids. Please, Mike, don't do this to me. Mike, don't do this to me, please.
Classic scene, man.
No doubt.
So is Philip Tattaglia. Mo Green.
All right, so we had a little bit of audio, a little bit of video over there as we welcome back now that the satellite just kicked back in. I am Gregory Joseph, and welcome for those that are just coming in right now on satellite. Like I said, those that are watching on Twitter/X right there and coming in through WGAT. I am Gregory Joseph, and this is New Jersey 88.6 FM. Thank you for being with us. We have our special guest speaker, we could call it, because we do it kind of like a Spaces thing, so people aren't like that freaked out about it. And I'll tell you what, his name is Bill Ellmore. He's got a lot of interesting stories. So enough about me and enough about this. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled program. And what we have right there, by the way, for those that missed it earlier, those are the two masterminds that came up with X over Twitter. And I don't know if you guys recognize them. For all you Generation Xers out there, you know I have a soft spot for my own kind there. There they are. I believe the one is Ernie. They're the one's Bert. But that's the original right there. So that's a rare photo. And Bill has verified this. It has been verified by Bill. Isn't that correct, Bill? I know you could hear me, right?
100% confirmed. Yes.
Hey, look, it wasn't easy. I had to go through a lot of red tape with that kind of stuff. I'll tell you, it's
some deep research there. You know, you got that the sign, the New Jersey sign, welcome to New Jersey. It always rubbed me the wrong way. Driving from Jersey to Pennsylvania, you know what their sign said? It said,
"No,
America starts here." And I'm like, what? America?
I thought it started in England.
Well, but you have to drive through New Jersey from the ocean to get to Pennsylvania, and they're basically saying New Jersey's nothing. Don't worry about what you just saw. America starts here.
I see. Yeah, we're always getting it kicked around by like people in New York and everything, but hey, it is what it is. I mean, and for all the imperfections and what people think about the state, and I lived in South Florida for like 16 years when I worked at WQAM down there, Miami Dolphins radio, and we did sports scores and everything. I used to, that a lot of people don't maybe, but so I would get a lot of that. I've never seen you, but I've heard you before because I told people, I said, 2003, which now I'm dating myself a little bit. I did that was me. That was my voice for the CD-ROM for Madden 2003.
Oh,
Remember
really?
when they had like the CD-ROM?
Yeah.
That's me.
Wow.
So you could look it up and for anybody who wants to vet that, knock yourself out. But it's for the CD-ROM, not the other guy. The guy's name is Keith something. That's the guy that came up with it's in the game. That's him. I met him. If you're going to get beat out by someone, at least it's someone that's still doing it. He was also the other guy. I think it was his brother or whatever. The guy that came up with Sega. Like that was, they were like related or something. I'm like, it's all yours, guys. It looks like Fogel's got the Subway thing back then. I'm like, and I'm glad I stayed away from that Oh my god, I can't even get into that. I'd be like, look, I sometimes what doesn't work out for you works out for you. You know what I mean, Bill? But
Absolutely.
I can't change camera angles on the other thing because if I do that, we're going to lose everybody. But I have good news for you. So what do we have in here right now? Actually, there's a lot of people. Maybe a lot of people are off tomorrow because it's definitely not me. But listener wise, organically, if I might tell you, congratulations, Mr. Ellmore. We have just hit 92,000 listeners. So where's my button for that? You know,
Wow.
when you got to do stuff like there you go. All right, enough of that shit. Anyway, but that's pretty cool because, hey, look, it is what it is. But I was saying earlier that for the imperfections that anybody in any state might have, you know, you have this moniker, you have that you're known for. Like people fly into Newark and it's an industrial area. They're like, oh my God, this is disgusting. That's not the way the whole state is. That's where the airport is. Where you wanted to put it in a field. I
All
mean,
right.
there's a lot of great things, not just the food, but for good or for bad, for better for worse. This is my home. This is where I was born, and this is where I'm going to. Well, actually, I'm going to live forever because only the good die young, and that's another thing we have in common, Bill.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's.
All right, so
I've had plenty of
9/11.
opportunities to die, just haven't done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a subject that's difficult to broach, and I don't want to do it when it's going to be all convoluted and everybody talking about it come September. Which obviously now it just passed. Was it the 25th anniversary? What was the of 9/11? That was
2001. Yeah. This will be the 23rd.
What are you outside now, Bill?
No, I'm sorry. I just changed rooms.
No, I'm joking. You're like a case closed.
I pace when I talk. I think I told you that before the show. Like I when I'm talking, I tend to pace.
Well, I heard something creaking before. I'm like, and I'm looking. I'm like, is that my chair or is that Bill's chair? I'm like, oh my god! But I have a hydraulic. One of the couple of the desks here, the hydraulic, so I could actually stand up. You know, similar to the one people get like the workspace where you could stand. Which at first I'm like, who wants to do that? If you're getting paid to work, man, I'm going to sit down. But it's actually good because my back is like shot. I was at the chiropractor today. He said I'm still crooked, and I said, "What side of the family?" He said, "No, you." And I said, "Hey." You know what I mean? I walked in, the Kylie Minogue song was on, that la 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 la, and I'm like dancing when I walked in. You know how cool my chiropractor is? He started dancing when I walked in. He goes, "What the?" He goes, Greg, he goes, "I know you don't drink." He goes, "Could you want to let me know, you know, like what the you doing?" And there's like
Feeling okay?
patience, and I'm like la la la. Yeah, I told you, and I don't imagine if I did drink. Good God, man. Quick joke because you had one in there. So I'm hoping that I can offend someone. So I'll do my best. I'm not going to offend anyone. I try, but I don't. So there's a hooker walks into a bar with a duck under her arm, and she walks to the end of the bar, and she sits down and wants to get a drink, and the bartender goes, "My God, that is a gorgeous pig." She goes, "It's not a pig, it's a duck." She said, "I was talking to the duck." I know. I know it was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I had really bad ones.
You
Ones
know
where
why?
people were
You know why? Jesus could never. You know why Jesus could never have been born in Kentucky? Not
Oh
even
boy, here
God.
we go.
Not even God could find 3 wise men and a virgin.
By the way, New Jersey and Kentucky, here's some useless knowledge that somebody could win from a pie piece that they might find in their couch from Trivial Pursuit back in the 80s. This is Kentucky, New Jersey, only 2 states out of all 50 states that end in a Y. Why, I don't know, but what you can do with that information is pretty much it's kind of like decaffeinated coffee or non-alcoholic beer. Absolutely no reason for any of those things to exist.
But it's
I mean,
but
whoever
it's
came up
true.
with decaf,
But it's true.
right.
You know why? You know the definition of a virgin in Kentucky? Ugly
I
eighth
do
grade
not.
girl, an ugly eighth grade girl who can outrun her brothers. You can divorce your wife in Kentucky, but she'll always be your sister.
Wow. Yeah. Rock on, Bill.
So yeah, I was
That's cool.
successful getting in a couple bar fights, but
Yeah.
for the most
I
part,
almost got an eye knocked out. I got hit with a Zima bottle. Remember Zima?
Zima.
That bottle was made like a tank, man. I chipped my tooth, and I was breaking up a fight, and then I started fucking beating on the guy, and then it was like I've been in so many brawls. I can't just have like a fight with one guy. It's either take on the entire bar or or go back in the DJ booth. Yes, I was working at the time.
well, I had a guy who was my right hand man at IBM who he's from Philly, right? And
Those are the real
yeah,
gangsters, the guys that work at IBM.
yeah, exactly. Like he fit in perfect at IBM, right? So, but
Yeah, right.
he was with me in my midlife crisis phase where I was
Yeah.
trying to get in bar fights and stuff. And Bill, you're an executive, you can't do this, blah blah blah. Right? So he kept me out of most of the fights. But
That's cool.
one time he came back to me. He came back to Nashville. He was going to fly out of Nashville to go back home. And we were at a bar, and he just got sloshed. And he was up at the bar, and I was with a couple lady friends, and he
lady friends for
yep,
free or lady
yep.
friends that take plastic?
No, they were friends of ours from Nashville.
All right.
So,
All right,
but
just
I
wanna
was
make sure.
talking to them, and he was just up at the bar, and he was doing his thing. He just sits there, and when a woman come up, he would order the drink because he knows the bartender, and a lot of times he paid for the drink, right? So this young lady was talking to him, chatting, and I just got this sense of danger, right? And I started looking around, and I saw this big
Danger Bill
biker
Robinson.
dude,
Yeah.
big biker dude, right? Just him down,
Great.
death eyes, right? And the guy starts to make his way through the crowd because it's just bodies on bodies in these bars on Broadway and
Yeah.
Nashville,
Packed.
right? And he's making his way to my buddy, and I'm like, oh my god, right? I said, hey girls, I'll be right back. And of course they follow me. What are you going to do? I said, I got to go throat that guy, throat punch that guy. And you're like, that guy? And I'm like, yeah, he's about to kill my buddy, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, you can't do that. You can't do that. I'm like, okay. So we get up there, and the guy's like right behind my buddy, breathing down his neck, and I just put my hand on his shoulder real quick, and the guy turned and looked at me, and I said, "Is that your girl?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, I go, that's my buddy. I said, can I, can I just tell you something that might change your whole mood? And tall blonde beside me, and she had just gotten engaged, right? And I said, show him, honey, right? And she knew what that meant, right? She put her ring out there, and I said, this is his fiance. He wants nothing to do with your girl. And the guy immediately, tension down, face, normal color or whatever. But that wasn't the outcome I wanted. So I said, but so I'm like, I gotta ask you a question. And he goes, well, yeah, sure. And I said, like, you see his fiance, right? And I said, why do you think he would want to hit on a skank like your girlfriend? And the guy immediately, shoulders back, face purple, but he exposed his throat. And I fucking punched him in the throat. He goes straight
You
down.
wanted it.
And I'm like, girls, let's go. Right. But he couldn't stop me from getting in that fight. And I was doing it to protect him. So he ran out the back door.
You led that one. That was like hook line sinker.
And they're like,
You had
why did you
and you
do that? He was calm down and everything. Like, I told you I wanted to throat punch him.
Thing.
I wanted to throat punch him.
I saw a guy get throat punched. Because back in the day they would grab their keys, like car keys, and like, I seen a lot of crazy stuff. There was a certain element on one side of the bar, bikers on the other side, all different things. And we're talking like a strip club here. And I know I'm a stickler and I'm a good Catholic and everything, but yeah, you got the jobs when you could get them back then. Because DJing didn't pay much, and I was an intern in a lot of these things. You didn't get paid anything, if anything at all. You didn't get paid guts. You understand? It was just nothing. So you had to supplement. You needed disposable income. This is the '90s, that kind of thing. And I remember the shit that I've seen, because these places are open to like 4, and then there's after hours club. A lot of crazy. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, because whether you worked there or didn't work there, it could get really sticky situation. And we were all packing. Everybody that worked there, we had to legally, or some illegally, I would assume, because you got receipts, you got the money, you got all the, all the cash. I mean, it's just crazy. I have a story where a guy shot right over my head and hit the mirror behind me. If I was 2 feet taller, I was dead. That was in 1998. But like I said, I want to hear your stories. This is your time, and I don't want to take away from it. But that's a sticky situation. What you're talking about, like,
Yeah.
there's no rules. Somebody can jack you from behind. I mean, you can really. I mean, these people have been power drinking for like 11 hours. And of course, they brought along a little bit of baking soda, Scarface style, and they're like a marvel of modern science by 4 a.m. And you're going to deal with these people. And like Florida, I don't know about Tennessee, but in Florida, um, you can have a concealed weapons permit. I had one, but there's a lot of these people carrying down there that don't.
Yeah.
It's
Well, yeah.
scary, actually.
In Tennessee, you can have concealed permit that.
You have to have a permit. Yeah,
Yeah,
Mhm.
but you can in Tennessee you can open carry, right? But that just
Oh, you
causes you
can.
grief. The cops will still stop you, right? And you don't want to deal with all that
How
stuff.
does
So
that
you
work?
get
You like Yosemite Sam walking around with the side.
yeah, you go into you're not allowed to have them in bars though, but restaurants that public you can. It's actually it's our right to it's you only have to have a permit to conceal carry. But there are some states like New Jersey where I bought my first gun in New Jersey, and that's a story in and of itself. Going
Yeah,
from
we'll
New
talk about
Jersey.
that. We'll slide into my DM, baby. No, I'm only kidding. Like, don't say it right now because I'm actually in this state and I don't, I go to court like once a month. So please spare me.
Yeah, there you go.
Please, Bill.
But yeah, so in Tennessee, you can conceal carry, and actually, when you get your conceal carry, it
Does that make it
licenses you
safer,
in
do you think?
32 states. 32 states.
Does that mean because people can see that? I think in Texas, you can walk around with a fucking bazooka. I think, they didn't believe me. Do you think that makes it more safe or safer if someone says, "Okay, well, I see he's got something. He's got maybe that's a deterrent." Maybe. How do you feel about that? Actually, I'm
I
curious.
personally think it's a deterrent. In fact, there's a town in Georgia where uh, every store has to have by law has to have a gun under the counter, and everybody knows that. And that
I said that
town,
has to like
they have
okay.
to by law for the
Oh wow.
protection of whatever, they have to have a gun in the store, and that town has like zero holdups right in those stores because they have a
You don't
gun,
say.
right? I think the concealed carry thing is crazy because
You don't know who's got
you
one.
don't
Yeah.
know who's got a gun, right? But that's
Yeah.
the
Good point.
they'll permit you to do that, but then they'll question you if you open carry, even though you're allowed to open carry.
Do you collect? I used to. I don't have as many as I used to, but I used to have like my gun of choice was I'd like to. I had an old Colt 380, not a 38, a 380 because it was
380,
small enough to
yeah.
conceal, but it had enough pop. Colts were good back in the day. They're um, I mean, I had like several, but I never really did anything. Like we would go to the range. I had like a 357, and for those that have never shot a gun before, I'm sure I know you definitely have. When you go into a range and they call them, give me the eyes and give me the ears. So you put on the things and you shoot. That thing is like Dirty Harry, like boom,
Very
like
loud, yeah.
yeah, your hand, it'll kick you back a little bit. I mean, if you don't hold it correctly, um, you could tell people because
Yeah,
it's
well,
it's
and that's
crazy.
you got to find the right gun for you, right? But
Yeah,
my
that
first,
too.
I was an avid James Bond fan. So my first gun, I got a Walther P9, right, nine
Oh, that's
millimeter.
the little
Yeah,
that's the little one, right?
it's nice. It's nice. It's little, but it's got a 9 millimeter. But once you learn a
Also
little
got
bit about guns, like a 9 millimeter travels very fast, especially copper coated, and it's not a good stopping gun. Like if you shoot somebody, it's going to go right through them, right? So my first
yeah.
Glock, which is a 45, and that has the stopping power.
The
It will
45,
put
not the
someone
9
down.
mil.
No,
Yeah,
the
you're talking
45, right? But the
yeah, yeah.
45, it's also almost like Goldilocks, right? It's the 9 millimeter was too small. The 45 too much of a kickback and punch. 40 when I got a 40 millimeter Glock, perfect, just right. So it's got
I
good
was gonna
stopping
say, how
power.
did you that's amazing, by the way. Not to interrupt you. You actually have a porridge. reference.
There
Who
you
the
go.
hell does that?
It's just right. It was just right. But
You have the gift apparently. Go ahead, Bill.
yeah, my dad got the urge after he never let us have fireworks, right? So our entire life. But he moved to Florida, retired, and he felt he needed some protection. So he bought like a collector's, it's just this beautiful gun, and I took him to the range to try to help him, learn how to operate it. And he just couldn't load the thing, and he couldn't shoot the thing, and so he just gave it to me. So I had that. I got a couple of
So here you
shotguns.
go, Bill. I can't do shit with this. Here, you take it, sir.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
great, yeah. But it was a collectible, so I just put it up.
Yeah, no shit, man.
I had that, some shotguns, some compound bows. I got pretty.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have it. I mean, I have to. But here's the thing. Again, we'll get off the gun thing in a second. But just to add that in for, there's probably some guys and some ladies that that don't understand how it works. For me, you could have like a 900. You could have like a Ruger. You could have a Smith and Wesson, whatever it is. But with a automatic, especially like Glock, you could have like let's say a porcelain one, like a $900 or $1,000 one. But the problem is they jam because it's still a plastic clip that's in there. So you could have the most expensive gun and the spring is a little piece of shit from China spring, right? And it could jam, it could go sideways on you and jam up, something that a revolver would not. And that's why people that rob stores did stuff like that. By the way, for a disclaimer, this is not a how-to and this is not a master class on how to when your unemployment runs out, you don't I just want to make that clear. But it
I
doesn't
found
protect
it's more the
anything.
the ammunition you use. The Glocks are notorious for if you use the wrong or cheap ammunition, they jam up a lot.
We
But
had like
I never had a problem with the wall.
Talons. We had black Talons back then. We had the what was the ones that Black Talon, the one where they split like it's really demented. I think they outlawed them. The ones that they called the cop killers, whatever it was, that they shred. You know what I'm talking
Yeah, I
about?
know. Yeah.
Nasty business right there. That's
But yeah, having the split top, which you can still buy, they're they're expensive. Bullets are expensive these days anyhow, but they're much more expensive, and they're not. So you only use those for home protection. You buy a small box of those. You get the cheaper things for target practice. And,
yeah, we used to go to the range, and I went in there with I had magnums. We had a shotgun, a double barrel shotgun. I remember this specifically. And you go in there and you're in the number and you got a cease and halt, and then you bring the things back. You know how it works. Like they bring the paper back on the relay.
Yeah.
And I didn't have buckshots. I had magnums. So I put them in, and the people I remember this I got thrown out. You're gonna like this actually. I know it was but I gotta say this because this maybe there's 6 lanes. Lanes for people who don't know, it's so that it gives enough room because you're shooting a gun, and there's they're like little booths if you've seen it on TV or whatever. And I'm loading it, and I go to, and I remember a guy's with his daughter or something like that, and he puts his hands over his ears and everything, and he did the same thing for her, and I went boom, and I hit the light, and the light comes swinging down, and it's just dangling it, and you hear the guys going, "Number 10, cease."
Yeah.
I'm just shooting like I'm like, yeehaw, Jester's dead. And boom, and it's just kind of swinging. It was a place called Anthony Arms. It was on Copans. It was in I don't know if it was Pompano Beach or Fort Lauderdale. They're like, just get out of here right
you
now.
were armed for bear at a shooting range.
Well, I'm like, he goes, what the hell are you doing? You can't use a magnum. I'm just blowing up shit. If I would have had a bazooka, I would have done that. But
I took all my girls. You're talking about him having his daughter there. I took all my kids to the shooting range, made them proficient.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and that was my thing for my daughters. Whenever they were getting serious with anybody, I said, they have to come home.
Wild
You have to
Bill.
bring them to me, right? And I would always be in my office in the basement and cleaning my guns when they came in, right? Until my daughters. Yeah, and it worked effectively until my daughter found and he was a security guard in Nashville, carried a gun, right? So he comes in and I'm cleaning my gun and whatever, and he's like, "Oh, that's a Glock. Oh, you got and he knew everything about guns." I'm like, "Okay, this is not going to work."
Well,
So,
at least my daughter's
so I took him.
protected. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I took at least she's protected while she's with him. But I
Right.
took him to the shooting range to show him I know how to use it.
Oh man, another mind fuck by Bill Ellmore. Hey, look, I'm glad I had sons because if I had daughters, there would be no makeup and they stay in the room until they're 30. So I'm glad that I had boys.
I had
But
three girls and a boy.
you should get the Purple Heart, Bill. My God, well, that's called vitamin here in Jersey. Like the father, you would be vitamin, and you're like, well, what's that? Oh, my daughter's new boyfriend is here. Vitamin. It was like we called it the
Vitamin.
vitamin. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Right.
But I wanted to know, I'm sure a lot of people let me take this off the screen here. So we spoke about very, very topical, but very small amount, and we already had left it off. Like the preface was, oh, and 9/11 and this and that when I was in your space that time. And we said, all right, well, next time I'll tell a story. Well, I'll come on your show and I'll tell you a story. So I'm a man of my word. I want to give you the floor uninterrupted, unabated here. And I'll put up the thing. I know it's upsetting for a lot of people, but you can't, just like we learned back in 2020 and before and beyond, you cannot erase history. And like they used to say many, many, many years ago, those that do not understand history are doomed to repeat it. I don't think that that's the case in this per se, but I'm talking about out of sight, out of mind. It doesn't happen. This bothered me. I will tell you really quick. I was in Deerfield Beach, Florida. I was coming back up. Had been on the air. It was like early morning doing sports scores down in Cooper City, Florida. That's where WQAM was. So we did the thing. Actually, Marino was there. Dan Marino was there that day. And we're coming up. And I remember that I'm going in and I'm trying to pull into, I had another job, one that actually paid me. And I was listening to Howard Stern. And obviously, we all know who that is. And I'm listening. It's about 8:45. You see where this is going. And then I heard Rob, and I don't remember exactly. I had to go back and read listen to the tape because all the sudden, like they were goofing around, like, oh, some whole, I thought it meant like the thing that's low. I forgot what it's called, where like those little
Little
planes, a
Cessna,
little Cessna,
like a
whatever.
Cessna, yeah.
Mhm. Right, like hit one of those things that got too low, and that's apparently why we have these things. And hit it on the Empire Star, or not the Empire Star. I'm sorry, the on the Twin Tower, and they were goofing around and they're talking. And then I remember they got really serious, which really didn't happen on his show. Obviously, this is 2001, and I remember pulling up and they were talking about like they're like, oh my god, someone just hit into I guess the North Tower, whichever was the first one, and I didn't understand kind of what was going on. You know what I mean, Bill? So I go into work. We had the TVs, so I took a little bit of time. I forgot what I was doing, and I walk in and I put on the TV. I'm like, you guys know what's going on because now I'm not listening to the radio anymore. So a little bit of time had passed. So we're turning on and we're watching this. I'm like, what is that? Is that smoke? Like, what the hell is going on? Now, the picture that I have up there right now, obviously, is the second plane. To me, that picture right there, this is the one that you furnished, by the way. This is yours, Bill, the one that you sent over.
Yeah.
Um, just seeing the plane that low next to a building is freaky. Now, because whenever you see something that low, it's in an airport, open space, obviously. So when I turned on the TV, I'll never forget this. I'm thinking that this is a replay of what I missed when I was getting out of the car and having a cigarette back then or whatever I was doing. I actually watched it. Remember, it was live. The second, we didn't see the first one live, as far as I know. The second one we did because it was a little bit later. And I actually I thought it was a replay. It's the second plane hitting. And I'm like, then the internet went down. Remember, I couldn't call anyone. There was no internet. FBI, everybody, the government, they shut everything down. Remember, it was like you couldn't do shit. And the technology was crappy back then, compared to now.
Yeah, I watched that plane from my plane seat. I watched that plane hit the second one.
You did. I got to tell you, And like I said, I'm all alpha male. I consider myself physically and mentally tough. And back then I was obviously younger. I think I was 29 when that happened. The case is that I cried that day. I am man enough to admit it. I had been in those Twin Towers before on field trips and everything as a little kid. And if it happened in LA or Dallas, Texas, or wherever it might have happened, it would have still bothered me. But the fact that it was in like my backyard, so to speak, and I can't even, it's hard to, I'll take it off because I know this is probably, they're flashing at me here. I'll take it off the screen. But that was the last time, other than that I could think of as an adult male, you know, yeah, I did. It just, I couldn't believe it that, the people, remember you thought they were chairs being thrown out the window. Those were people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was fucking, oh my God. I got goosebumps right now.
Yeah.
That bothered me. And I did. I'll admit to the whole world and everybody that's listening and watching and everything. I don't care what anyone thinks. I'm an American. Okay. I was born here. And this is where I'm going to go. I'm going to go one day right from here. And that was an attack on everybody, every American, not one person on this side or that side or everything. And I'm sure everybody would agree because it is what it is. But that upset me. I had tears in my eyes, man. And when the tower fell, you could hear. I was at Fisherman's Wharf in Pompano Beach, Florida. There was probably 300 something people or more at this tiki bar. It was outside, obviously. All you could hear between all those people is the ocean, very eerie. You could hear the ocean, like the waves, like
Yeah.
that's how you could hear a pin drop when it went down. And I'll never forget that. As long I was with my friend John, who was actually an ex-Navy SEAL. You want to talk about getting drunk and destructive? That oh boy, but it was I don't know how we weren't locked up. But
Yeah, I saw that.
it
I
was
watched the towers go down from long-term off-site parking. When I was dropping, I gave a couple guys a ride, and I was dropping them off, and we were just, watching the smoke and whatever, and we saw the first tower go down, and
billowing.
it was. I'll tell
It's
you.
rough to even talk about. I get it, man. I do.
Yeah, it's I still have some PTSD to this date because so my story. I mean I was booked on United Flight 93, which ended up ultimately going down in Shanksville,
In
Pennsylvania.
Shanksville, in PA, right?
Yeah, and the night before I was at a late night board meeting for a nonprofit that I ran, and I got this frantic call from my employee who said, she expected me to fly out on the 10th, like she did, on the 10th because she did, and I, needed some
was that
time for
Monday, right?
myself. Yeah, that was the Monday. So when she saw that I didn't show up, and I wasn't checked in the hotel or anything, she calls me and says, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm flying out tomorrow morning." We had a very big customer meeting in person and Mountain View, right? So I was booked on 93. I was going to go from Newark straight to San Francisco, and then I was going to drive down to Mountain View. You can't fly on that flight because since you're flying the day of the meeting, you're not going to make it in time because of traffic, right? If the traffic coming from San Francisco, and I didn't know any of this stuff, she just said you'll miss it. You got to fly into San Jose and then travel north instead. So I'm like, I got a first class seat and it's a direct flight. The San Jose one stopped. I'm going to make my flight arrangements, and I'm not going to get a first class seat. And this was my mentality going into this, right? It's all about my luxury, right? We're not going to get a first class seat, and you're gonna have to stop over in Denver for an hour and a half, and I don't want to do this, right? So I just said, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'll let you know. So I go, I finally get home, and I think about it. I'm like, so it's probably 1:00 in the morning. I book a flight on, I think it was like 8:25 or something like that, and it left the gate 20 minutes after flight 93. So I get there. I always get there a couple hours early, went to the VIP club, get a coffee, read the paper, and I go down to the gate, and I'm watching the people, board Flight 93. And again, my mentality, I could be getting on that plane now. I could be in my first class seat. Couldn't get a first class seat on the other flight. I'm just, pity party for me while I watch both the terrorists and the people who died get on that plane. All right. So then we finally board and take off. And I was a few, we were, I don't know, like 5 or 6 flights behind 93. And the pilot comes over and says, if you look out the right side, Newark's right across the river from the Twin Towers. Look at the right-hand side of the plane, you'll see or you'll see something has hit the World Trade Towers. And I'm like, wow. I also look out there and the smoke's coming out, and just like you're just thinking, this is a Cessna, all right? Some idiot ran into the side of that big building.
It was like just too low. It was an accident kind of thing.
Yeah,
Right?
that's what you're thinking, right? And he's like, if you know anybody that works in the trade, the trade center, if you want to give them a call, you can go ahead and use your cell phones. And so everybody's doing that, and I'm like, I don't know anybody that works over there. So I just kept looking out the window, right? And people are on the phones trying to get a hold of people. Cell phones worked at that point, and I saw the second plane hit the second tower. And I'm like, holy shit, that's not a Cessna, right?
No.
And the pilot comes back over and says, it's clear now that the trade center is under attack, and we're not sure what we're going to do, right? And whether it's safer to be in the air or on the ground, so we keep progressing, and so does Flight 93 ahead of us, right? And we get up, and I think we're 3 away from takeoff, and 93 is already taken off. And they said, no, we're going to go back to the gate, but you can't leave the gate, right? Because they knew more than obviously any of us knew, and they knew at that point that they had terrorists on planes, and they truly didn't know: is it safer to leave terrorists on planes or to tell them to get off, but then don't leave the gate because we want to vet everybody, right? So we get back to the gate. And and I'm like, I'm not waiting around here. I'm going to go book another flight. I got to get there, right? Not knowing what the heck was going on.
You were
right?
going, Bill. I mean, where were you going again? You're coming back from where?
I lived in Jersey, so I was flying to ultimately I was meeting in Mountain View, California, which is right in between San Jose and San Francisco. Flight 93 was this direct flight to San Francisco. And the flight that I ultimately got on was going to go to end up traveling north.
Newark.
Yeah,
that's right. It was.
So I get back. I walk up to the VIP club, and they locked the doors and had a big, handwritten sign saying "closed." And I'm like, well, this is unprofessional, right? I need to get a flight out of here. So I go back to the gate, trying to figure out what the heck I'm going to do. And I sit at a bar, and they, all the news is going on about all this, everything. And then they show the Pentagon get hit. And I'm like, okay, forget this. Country's under attack. So at first I tried to call work. Now cell phones aren't working. Last thing I did before leaving the house was emailed my itinerary to my employee. So she had an itinerary that said I'm on Flight 93, United Flight 93, right? I can't get a hold of anybody because my cell phone's off. Forget work. I'm going to go home, right? So I'm out in Hackensack. I got to drive, 45 minutes. They shut down everything. The buses, the tram, right? And I'm in long-term parking. So I had to literally walk to long-term parking to get my car. And then as I was leaving the airport, there were people who were off airport parking, walking with their luggage. So I gave a couple, and we're not even talking, right? I have a radio on, we're listening to the news, and we're watching from across the river. And I get to where they needed to be dropped off, and as I said, we got out, and from that point I saw the towers fall. I'm like, holy crap! So I start my commute back home, and on the radio they said there's another plane that's gone down. We don't have the details yet. Blah blah blah. So just
Yeah,
listening to that, I
everything was
drive up.
happening at the same time. Yeah, it was weird, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So my wife, I traveled all the time, right? And
Right.
once a month, I would go out, spend a week in Boulder, Colorado, and that's where my wife thought I was going. I didn't give her my itinerary, my employee the itinerary, but I always printed one out for her and had it on my desk. So I get home and she had just pulled in from a yoga class or something, and she's listening to the radio, and I'm behind her listening to the radio, and she starts to get out of the van, and I'm like, that's when it snapped. I'm like, talk about this, right? I couldn't talk about it to her, right? Because I knew I'd get emotional, but I have to get that itinerary, so she doesn't see it, so I don't have to talk to her about it, right?
Right. You
And
got to get rid of
just
the evidence. Still.
yeah, just before I turned the radio off, they said we've just confirmed it's United Flight 93 that's gone down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And I was stepping to get out of the car, and my legs just gave out, man. I couldn't even stand, I'm like, holy crap. All right. But I got up. I'm like, I gotta get in the house. She's in the house. And she just went in the house, turned the news on, and I went in the house, went to my office, took the itinerary, folded it up, put it in my file, went in, sat down, and watched the news. And but
it was live.
You know,
Everything
it
was live.
changed.
The smoke. Remember, they had the banner. It was like that red banner. You see the news copters and everything, and you just see
Yeah.
the
And they
unbelievable
just kept
amount.
replaying it over and over and over
Oh,
again,
I
right?
know. I know.
And now you can't, people don't.
Can't
People,
unsee it.
so I posted on every year since then. I would post my 9/11 story, and it wasn't to, hey, here's some attention for me or whatever. It was just never forget. That was my message. We can never forget, right? What happened on that day. On Facebook, I had 5,000 followers or whatever. I just didn't. I just did the same thing. This is my story, real brief version of it, not even as long as I just gave you. And I just wanted to say never forget. And that thing just went viral. Like immediately, 5 million views. Boom. My DMs start blowing up. My notifications are going crazy. And the thing that I noticed, like I was posting 7 days a week, and I do have a political slant, right? So I was somewhat in my echo chamber. The thing I noticed, the thing I noticed was the response I got was overwhelmingly supportive.
Yeah.
Totally bipartisan. It's everybody was responding,
Yeah.
right? It was just like, it took me back to 9/11, right? We did what he cared, what your religion, what your politics are, what your
No,
whatever.
it was
Our
Americans.
country was under attack, and we're going to do something about it, right? And that's why. And people started sharing their personal stories in the comment section, and it blew me away because it literally kicked me out of my echo chamber. And I didn't post for like another week, and it went up to, I think it's like 11 million views. And
wow. And
it took a slant because
one. But yeah.
This was just last year, September 2020.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, but going back to that, you're right. No, I understand.
Yeah. So yeah, that was it. Kind of blew me away. I got Newsweek. I all sorts of news organizations were hitting me up for an interview. I did probably like 4 of them, and they focused on the fact.
Oh, really?
That they focused, all of them focused on the fact that somebody in the comment section, and again, I was kind of raw emotionally even posting that and seeing the response, but somebody said, wow, that employee saved your life. And I just had a Bill Ellmore response. It was like, sadly, I had to let her go for performance issues. It was the dumbest thing in the world to say. Right?
And we started this. So here we are. We've come
Even my daughter's like, why the hell would you say that? Why didn't you just say, oh, she's doing great, we send each other Christmas cards?
No.
Right? Why would
because you're
you
still
say
pissed
that?
years later that you had to get rid of her. Damn it! It was
I
20
still
years ago, and
had
I'm
to
still
her.
aggravated.
Right?
Oh
And
my god! Well, we
so
are
so
consistent.
that
That's a good thing.
that
Yeah.
one post got like 4 million views, and I started
Wow.
getting trolled ever, but I didn't care. I said my point, and one person I said, it's just like we're saying, we don't have to talk about politics, or whatever. Business is business, right? Um, there were performance issues. I didn't fire her that day, which I was going to. Right, it was like 3 months later. I was pressured by my boss, and I didn't even fire her. This is terminology I'm using. And IBM, 400,000 employees. I just had to find her a job better suited for her skills, and that's what I did. So I didn't fire. I fired off my account out from under me, but someplace else in IBM, and she did do very well. And we still
Like
we still
lateral.
communicate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we communicate to this day on LinkedIn.
Well, it's
Just
funny you
how
say
you
that
do.
because you are linked to her for the rest of your life now.
Yeah.
How's that?
Well, here's my view. My view is I don't know. Things happen. I believe in a higher power, right? Um, and I, when I did have to tell her she was losing her position with me, she pulled that card out, right? I saved your life. You can't do this, right? I'm like, well.
Great.
And again, this is Bill, old Bill, who was, you know, in the Bible, a man was saved by a talking donkey, right? Um, so, yeah, did you save me, or did God save me? Right? I wasn't meant to die that day, right? And I've had 2 kids
Oh, he had
since,
another
right?
plan for you. Yeah.
Right. I've gone on multiple humanitarian relief missions after the Bosnia War, after a lot of the wars we've been in, right? Um, I don't, and I've told people I got to keep, there's something I'm supposed to accomplish before I die, and I haven't done it yet. Barlow, because if once I accomplish that, I'm a goner. But I have, I've impacted people's lives, and they've impacted me. I met people, I've had kids, since then. I was not meant to die. That
Well, you said you have PTSD from that. You said currently. You said this is not something that. I mean, is that true?
Well, so kind of almost after. You remember, flights were shut down for I don't know how many months, right? The first time I
Yeah,
was out in
it was
my
backed up
yard.
for like November, December.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
remember.
yeah. I think it was a couple
Remember
months,
that.
right? No flights, no planes in the air, right? In New
Oh, it was
Jersey,
a nightmare.
you always saw planes, right? So
Yeah.
I was in my yard cutting the grass, and the first plane flew over, and it literally like it was a plane in the air, right? Um, just talking about it, for now the PTSD is probably goosebumps, right? And now I talk about it, and it's just like wow. But the thing that again, it's not so much that my life was spared that day. Now it's wow, can't we get back to a country where we don't care about politics and all the things that divide us? And we care about our country, right? We care about the safety about our children in the future that they can have in this country, right? And I saw that, for a glimpse of that for like 3 days on my Twitter feed, right? I saw people come together from very different political viewpoints and
Yeah,
share their
everybody came
personal.
together. Yeah, and we spoke. You and I spoke about this, but it was just like very short. But it has been mirrored or echoed, however you want to say it, that it is so sad and it's so disheartening that it takes something unbelievable tragedy like that for everybody to put their bullshit aside and just become one. We did that day. Can I say that we've done that since? I honestly, maybe you could weigh in on that. I don't know. But I do remember that. I remember everybody was kind of just pulling up, just let me help this guy, let me help this white, black, gay, straight,
Right.
Chinese, but it did
Didn't
not
matter.
matter. It was
Didn't matter.
USA. Yeah. And I don't think I've seen it since. And I knew that for lack of a better word, felt good to see that, not under the circumstances, under the guise that it was, but The fact that it was time, meaning that it's possible.
Well, it is
It came
possible, but
together. It's
the fear is, do we have, why do we have to have another 9/11? Right? I mean,
no,
people
I
talk
know.
about, who's coming across our border. There's all this stuff going on in our
It's
country and
nuts.
around the
Yeah.
world, right? And is it going to take another 9/11 to get us out of, our our echo chambers and our
But that we're in. Honestly, Bill, I hope and pray that it doesn't. That does not have to. Once again, those that do not understand history are doomed to repeat it. Have we learned nothing? How many people got to go before you understand that it should not be us versus us, should be us versus them? Not that it has to be versus, but
yeah, we just
the
got to
fact that
stop
you're being honest.
fighting. Got to stop fighting about the petty crap, right?
Yeah, well, the other countries are like staring at us. Not to get political, but I'm just saying. But they're kind of like like, I don't understand that, and I understand that this is an important year, and I agree that it's very. Of course, I do. I'm a human being. I mean, I do what I do, and I have my own. Like I said, for those that came in late or whatever, watching or listening or both, I can't comment on that. I'm
Yeah.
contrary
Well, we
to that. I
got to
cannot. But I
your
think you get the idea.
your comment about history repeating itself, right? We're
Yeah.
doomed, right? We here's where we've come, and this is my personal opinion, right? Like I said, I used to be able to pre 9/11. I'd carry a Leatherman multi-tool, with knife, right, on the plane. Nobody's ever thought of problem with it, right? Now we have sporks, right? Plastic sporks,
Oh, don't
and
make me play the spork thing again. All
all
right, go
we've
ahead.
done is given up our freedoms within the
Yeah,
country, right?
you're right.
The whole Patriot Act or whatever. We're getting spied on. We're getting limited,
Yeah,
but we're not.
you're right.
We're not looking at the real threat, right? Of who is in our country already and who's coming into our country, and I'm not. That's not even just a border issue. There's not as much scrutiny of the folks coming into our country, and even the folks who are living in our country and are radicalized for one reason or another. We've lost the will or whatever to care about that stuff anymore. We are repeating, where we were pre 9/11, right?
God, I really hope not. I'm thinking the word that I would use probably would be wherewithal. The fact that, and you're 100% right. I agree with everything you just said. I Once again, it's about optics. You obviously you talk about it with fever, with you know uh, intensity. I feel the same way. I wanted to hear because I didn't know you back then, so now I know. Once again, very similar. Um, I will add to it though. Um, as just as well, not as a partisan, but it's. I remember that once again when we were able to finally fly. This is Christmas time of 2001. I'm in Florida. I'm coming up to spend the holidays with my family. And oh, by the way, when everything happened, my parents ended up that they were. I couldn't. I was. It was frantic that day. They were in Maine on vacation, and my younger brother was. I believe he was in South Jersey. I don't recall, but everybody ended up being okay. Like I didn't know where anyone was because I couldn't make any calls. I couldn't do shit. Um, so that was a relief. But going back to what I was going to say, I remember, and we flew in. It was December. It was Christmas time. I come to Jersey. I'm in Newark and everything. So we're going with. It's me. It's me, my wife at the time, and another couple of these two people that I knew, and we go. They want to go into the city. All right, we'll go into the city. Great. We'll go to Little Italy. We'll do this. We'll go downtown. Wonderful. I remember that now we're talking December now, right, Bill? So there was still smoke. Remember from like because they were working on it, like the dozers and everything, and they had this big spotlights. You remember all this?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, you could see the smoke, not so much from that, but that they were working on it. I mean, they were still unearthing things. I don't want to get into graphic detail, but I remember, and there was FBI and the people with the things in their ear and everything else, like right when you go through the tunnel. So we're driving. I'm sitting in the back seat and I'm taking pictures just because I hadn't been, and we're walking around and everything. We get back in the car, and I remember, excuse me, specifically that we went past, and there's traffic, obviously, that goes without saying. And we are slowed down, and we happen to stop right in front. Right there to my right is like a fence. I don't remember if it was wooden or what it was. It might have been a link fence or whatever, where they had the vigils, where they had like, "Have you seen my wife? Have you seen my daughter? Have you seen my husband?" That kind of thing with the candles and the pictures. Have
Oh,
you seen the
oh man,
missing?
yeah, they were
Yeah,
everywhere. Yeah,
and it was all there. And I went to take a pic. People are hugging and crying. I put my camera down, Bill. I couldn't take pictures. There's no friggin' way I was gonna. I just felt that I was intruding in their life. I didn't want to remember it. It was so poignant because it was right. I mean, it was literally feet away from me. We're sitting in traffic, so you're at a stop, and they're right there, and they're just hugging and looking at it, and they still didn't know. It
yeah.
actually bothered me talking about it right now. I don't mean
Oh
to get,
yeah.
but I'm
Oh man, I'm
sharing
telling you.
because, but it's, and for people that missed it earlier, like I said, I am man enough to admit that was the one day that I remember that I did. I shed tears that day. I did. It was an attack on all of us. Not this person's responsible for this and this and that, but it was all I
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it, man. I feel the same way you do, and I'm sure a lot of people that are listening and watching and everything felt the same way. To me, it was like hit my backyard. I mean, I'm from Jersey, but we're right there. I've been in those buildings. You've been. It's I don't have words to describe it, and it just the real heroes, people say, "Oh, this one's here." You're like, "Oh, I can throw a football 60 yards down the field, but he's a hero." No, those would be the police and the EMS and the firemen and everything, knowing that there was a very good chance that they're not coming out, right? They had no
Running
idea.
into those buildings. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and guess what? They did it anyway. That is a hero. They always said that bravery doesn't mean that you're not scared. It means that you go anyway.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I mean, that's right on the money. They didn't think it, but that's beyond job. That's caring about other people. Human nature, the human element that you want to help protect. These people need your help. Go in there, help. That's what I think that we're all trying to say, is that we want to get back to where we actually give a shit about each other. This isn't just your country, it's your home. It's one and the same. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect. What is exactly perfect? Name one country that everything is just, wonderful. But this is ours. We're all part of it. Our ancestors, everybody, no, everyone's from another place, and we come here, and we should, in my opinion, like I said, I'm not, trying to advocate for this or that. I'm not political. You know that, Bill. But for the people that don't know me, there's another. I'm like an onion. I have a lot of layers, and I'm a process person. It takes me a while. Someone could tell me something, and I'm trying not to be reactive. And in a couple of days, I'll like think it good, bad, or indifferent. But what you're saying, the way that it affected you, affected a lot of people. Everybody has a different memory of that day, and I can't. It's hard for me to watch it every year when they play it. I want to see, but I don't want to see. And I've heard the tapes. They have all the different specials on like Amazon and this and that, where they had like, and this is the tape of talking to his wife for the last time. It rips me. It's a complete strangers. It tears my heart out. It's so heart wrenching. And the people that were the hero, I'll talk about hero. How about the people that was on Flight 93? That would have gone to California had they not overtaken and stormed the cockpit, right? Isn't that what happened?
Well, they think it was going to be it was going to turn around because they chose airlines that had one-way trips that length because they
Right,
would have
right.
uh, full fuel tanks, right, with the jet fuel. That plane was supposed
Oh,
to go
yeah.
to the White House, is what they thought, right? It was going to go, kind of Pennsylvania and swing around and then go to
Okay.
the White House. Um, but yeah, those guys that said, "Let's roll," right? Let's roll. We got to stop something because they were hearing from their families what happened in New York, what happened in DC, and
Yeah.
they knew that their plane was taken over and nothing, right? If they did nothing, they're going to die. So do something. And they chose to do something. So they are true heroes.
Yeah, without a doubt, they were trying to. save everyone on there, not just them. And it's synonymous. It's one and the same. And the Pentagon, and like we mentioned earlier, and how thrilled and how honored I am that that Colonel Manis, follows me now, and I'm following him and everything because I heard him talk, and I know that he's a survivor from that day in the Pentagon and everything. What a great man! I revere people like that. I am completely honored
See, and that's the
that
beauty.
I even know who that guy is.
That's the beauty of Twitter and Spaces, right? That you can interact with and meet, right? Um, and I've become friends with a lot of people I never would have ever met. Right?
Right, we were talking about that earlier. You never would have you walk right by him, you wouldn't even know, you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. We're gonna take one more break. I think we need some levity. I need to actually, I think we could all, we'll take it down. But you know what? It was real. You can't take it away. Uh, you can go forward. It's okay to remember. They said, well, don't dwell on this and that. Oh, I mean, that's easier said than done because I
Well,
just feel like that you're being honest and I'm being honest. And there's probably a lot of people. If this was a space, there'd be people raising their hand and everything right now. And I can appreciate it. But I have a feeling that there's a lot of people that not only have stories about that, obviously, but that hopefully they feel the same way that you and I do. That I really, really, really hope and pray that something like that doesn't have to happen for us to unite. It is called the United States of America, not go do your own damn thing or whatever because you don't agree with me and I don't agree with you and I don't like this and you don't like me. If people would give the chance to hear people out, I'm just saying this, just on anything, doesn't have to be politics, anything. You might, if you just give someone a chance sometimes to try to be a good listener. I'm guilty of the same thing sometimes. I'll go on and on, but you might have more in common with them than you think. And maybe a teeny compromise this way, a little olive branch, so to speak, that way. You never know. You might not be as far away from what you thought that person was to begin with. You just assumed, assume, make an ass out of you and me, assume. I'm not saying that's always the case, but you know what I mean, Bill? Do you
well,
agree with that?
that's
Because I
yeah.
think it's so close, but nobody knows it. They argue just to argue, and it
Yep.
pisses me off. That's why I don't engage. You know what
Well,
I
I'll
mean? I
take it
can't.
back full circle, to
Yeah.
my career, right? Fixing big problems. Yeah, it's all about the relationship. You got to find the common ground, and
Right. Common ground.
I don't believe anybody, I, I- everybody, not everybody has children, right? But you have a mother, you have brothers, you have sisters, you have children, right? Everybody
Right.
loves their family. They love their way, right? And they want to have a future. So that's common ground we all have. And if we can bring things down to that level and then just have a conversation on, okay, what do you think is broken and how do you think it can be fixed? And then the last thing you ever talk about is who do you think can fix it, right? But get it down to that instead of you're a racist, you're a pedophile, you're a whatever, the argument, right? Get it down to the common ground and have real conversation spaces. People can come in with a different opinion, but if we can stay professional, right, and have that conversation,
Yeah,
then
it
you
gets
can get it
emotional
to
and
that
people get
common.
wild. Yeah, you're
Right.
right. But they get too wild and then people get emotional and they probably don't mean to. They're being very demonstrative. They're trying to get their point across. And then there's the other people that are I sympathize with you. I empathize with, So not everybody is I'd like to think that there's good in everybody. I know that that's a worn out and overused thing, but you know what? There has to be. You're not born with hate. You're not it's taught, it's learned,
Yeah.
and
And it's easy to
I
be a
just
keyboard warrior and not see the human on the other side,
that's
right?
right. Very good
Um,
way of putting that. I've always said that. Yeah, like to do this and that, but you know what? I show my face, and you do too. I don't mean it like that. Meaning like I am obviously, I'm in the media, that kind of thing. It's entertainment, but it's also, there is a certain responsibility to be able to have people be aware. When I used to do newscasts and that kind of thing, for it was mostly sports, but people are looking to you not always for answers, but to hear what you have to say. They're engaged, and opinion is opinion, and fact is a fact. and I got to mention him just because I am a licensed broadcaster, and I have to mention, like I said, I have towing the line near political. I always thought I didn't always agree with everything he said, but for most part, I did. And that was the great Rush Limbaugh. He was pretty damn good. That guy had millions of listeners, and as a disc jockey, as a radio guy, which is what I've been trained to do and I've done for many years, he was very on point about a lot of stuff, and I'm sure that he is missed by a lot of people. I would
Yeah,
assume
the
so. I mean,
world. Yeah, we lost a great
yeah,
man when we lost him.
he was. I was very sad at the end, and like I said, I didn't agree with everything he said. I didn't always listen to him either. Just like I didn't like what Larry King had to say or other people that whatever it is. But I would give them my ear because if they're put in that kind of position, it's of paramount importance that you at least give an inch or two just to listen to hear. You never know. Like I said earlier, I'm a process person. Up to a certain point, I think that you might be too, Bill, but it's critical thinking at critical times is what kind of defines us. I think for most people
Yep.
anyway. That's a day that'll live in infamy. I have another question about that, but I have to take a quick break. If you're still okay to go on, we have the green light to go however long. I probably have because we started like half hour in, so I probably have at least another 30 minutes. If you're good with that, if the listeners will, if they want to stay and listen, we're at maxed. It's still raising, by the way. We're still in the 90s. That's for those that are coming in late. That's over 90,000 people are listening right now. So no
Yeah,
pressure,
I'm
bro.
good for another half hour. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No,
Hey, it's just
before we even started,
two
I'm at
guys at a bar
7,000.
talking. That's all we are right now. Right?
Yeah,
If people want to listen
and this
in on
is
it, that's great.
we own the bar, Bill. You and I. That's why we could close whenever we want. So I'm not going
Love it.
to. Like I said, I'd like to keep it upbeat. Um, and like I said, we could change the subject, but I think that was worth. I know it was worth the wait, and I wanted to give you a chance to say what you thought. And once again, it goes right back to just what I thought. We have a lot more in common, you and I, that we don't have in common, and that's refreshing. But I knew it.
I'll
I
tell
just
you,
knew it.
it just first of all, thank you because it was
Thank
therapeutic
you.
for me, right? Because posting that every year, again, there's no human behind it. It's just text, words, right? People can't hear my emotions with it, right? And my logic and thinking, right? So doing this way, I've never been able to do this. So thank you.
Well, this isn't going to be the last time. This isn't your first. You'll probably be on this show more than I am. You can take over. Right, you're just taking over the world. That's what this Ellmore Army thing is up to. Now I've got your number, buddy. I know what you're trying to. World dominance. No, I'm kidding, but yeah. I waited till there was the most people that possible in the room to then drop one. But
No.
anyway, we'll take another break. This will be the last break that we do. I'm not going to play any rock music because even though I love to rock and we all do, but I think after that we all need to soak that in a little bit. And I'm glad that it was therapeutic. Like I said, I'm an American. That's what I think of. I don't think of what color you are or what you look like. And I'm not saying everybody's cool. There's a lot of assholes out there. I get that part of it. But it's about family. It's about unity. It's about be proud of your country. It's not perfect. Yeah, there's a ton of problems and everything, but they're our problems, not yours, not mine. They're ours. So together we can fix it. And that's not rah, rah, rah type of thing. Not one person, not one president, not one cabinet, not one this, one that. It's got to be cumulative. It has to be a bunch of people. You know what I mean? A great idea on to do this and how to fix it dies on the vine. I can
Yep.
only go that far saying it, you know what I mean? Dies on the floor, so to speak. And it sucks because some people will say no because they have to, not because they didn't like it, but because the other 50 people over there said that you have to. That sucks. I will say that. That really sucks because all they're hurting is us. And remember, you're the one, Bill, that said, and we all will know it. And you said they work for us, the people, right?
Yep. Our
So,
country is the citizenship, right? The government is
yeah,
there to work for us. And there's enough blame on both sides, all sides of the aisles, right? We just need to make sure we're leaving our kids, our grandchildren, and their
right.
children a country.
Yeah. No, you're right, man. Like I said, and I'm glad. Like I said, I have to toe the line on it, but it's not about us anymore. It's about the future, and that's as far as I could comment on it there. But we're gonna take one last break. We'll play a little bit of easy off like kind of music, like the kind that puts you asleep in an elevator, that kind.
If I start snoring, let
I
me.
have to. What am I gonna do? Like rock on? Like after that, I'm ready to start drinking after 12 years. But I just it's good to get it out. You know what? On the mic, you do it your way, I do it my way. But in the end, it can be therapeutic for a lot of people, and sometimes for yourself as well. And that's a good thing. You're listening to the Mean Machine Radio Show on WGAT. It is New Jersey, 88.6 FM. I am Gregory Joseph. We are with our special guest star, I should say, Bill Ellmore. He is just an all-around really cool guy. I have a vocabulary of a friggin' 4-year-old today. I have no idea why, but it's not like I actually do this for a living. Oh wait, never mind. Can't use that excuse either. Hey, it's been a good conversation and we're not done yet. So we appreciate the people that retweeted the space and that came in on and my audience that's coming in from the New York, New Jersey area locally on WGAT. And you have the people that follow Bill and friends and people that came from different platforms, not just Twitter. I mean, we had people that are coming in and texting me from DMing me from Facebook and Instagram and TikTok, and I have actually 6 messages from our Spotify account and YouTube. So it's we appreciate you because you know what? It's a conversation, like Bill said. It's not an interview. It's 2 guys talking, and I think that it's kind of like a campfire thing, except I will not hold Bill's hand no matter how good he smells. All right, we'll be back in about, we'll give it a few minutes. All right, Bill, go comb your hair. I'm going to go to the bathroom. All right, we'll be right back. hot mic on one. Air mic on two.
Okay, let's go.
Tune in to the Mean Machine Radio Show with Gregory Joseph on New Jersey, 88.6 WGAT. Your ultimate destination for real people, real life, and pop culture discussions. Join us for insightful conversations, special guests, and a lot of fun every week. Don't miss out on the excitement. Listen to the Mean Machine Radio Show. Rock me, baby.
Tune into the Mean Machine Radio Show in New Jersey for Real Talk with No BS. We're real people telling it like it is. Get the raw truth on all things in society, life, and culture. Join us for brutally honest guests, banter, and no-nonsense advice. The Mean Machine Radio Show, where life gets real.
Let's go! Like this.
All right, and welcome back to WGAT, live from the Garden State, the great state of New Jersey. That is my home, and for a lot of people here, and at least if they're not, they park here. And we appreciate that because we need the money. And we have the good pizza, and that's just tough noogies if you don't agree with that. You have to get your own show and get a license. And then you could go on and tell all the people how great your pizza is. Anyway, we have Bill Ellmore here, a friend, a absolute patriot. And, Bill, I have to say that, thinking about that, just reflecting on what we just spoke about, um, it makes me feel better, and I didn't even realize that I needed to feel better, quite honestly. Like, I'm thinking like, "All right, let me get Bill to say what he has to say," and we had been waiting, and I feel better too. Just hearing what you have to say and having you listen and all of the people that are listening right now, uh, felt pretty good to at least get it out again.
I feel much better.
I'm glad
For
that you
sure.
do because it affected us all. All right, so moving on. What we'll do is because we have a little while left, and you know, I have like zero vocal cords left in about 20 minutes, so we'll be all right. But the fact that we didn't lose the feed, which was nice, because sometimes that happens after a while, and we didn't, and I'm glad because it's important. And there's a lot of new people that are probably like I can't tell who's listening. I only see numbers, and same kind of thing. Like you'll see people following me or following you on Twitter, which we are. Um, Exclusively on tonight. I did that purposely. And there's a lot of good people out there. If you can't find one, be one. I say that all the time. And I really mean that because, like we said, it's about this is our home. This is not you did this or your grandparents did that. About who gives a shit about that. You can't go back in time and you can't go forward if you keep looking back. So I say to bring closure to that part of the conversation that just to open, it's okay to open, open your head a little bit. When I say open your head, I mean like, just be open minded. Um, more so, try to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I'm not like, oh, let's all hold hands, kumbaya kind of thing. I have these people I want to choke, not here. I'm not talking about in here. I'm talking about like, and just generally like people. I'll give you an example. We'll lighten the mood a little bit. So this is the shit I got to deal with. Okay. I'll go real quick. So I kind of live at Dunkin' Donuts just for the coffee. I don't, I'm diabetic, so I don't have the sugar and all that kind of stuff, but I do pretty much, they have my stuff waiting for me when I'm there. And it's always either a large iced coffee or whatever. So I go in there, and this is what's sad sometimes. So you go in there, all right, let me have a large iced coffee, uh, no sugar, and just a little bit of cream. And give me a couple of pumps of that unsweetened vanilla or toasted almond, whatever. All the shit tastes the same. It's unsweetened. It tastes like ass. So, but just throw it in there anyway. This is what you ready for this? This is what the lady says to me. Lady, it was like a girl, and she goes, "You want the ice in the cup, right?" I uh, all right, let me see. Yeah, the iced coffee. Yeah, absolutely. Did I not say it like fast enough so that she would think that it's the one like one unit? Oh, it gets better. It gets sadder. And it's kind of funny, but it's like a morbid funny. So she's like, I'm like, yes, please. And I'm like, all right, yeah. So just put the punch. She goes, well, you want me to pump it like into you want it in the coffee? No, darling, follow me outside and I'll open up my gas tank and put it in there. What the hell do you think what kind of a stupid question? If this is the future, man, I mean, I really hope not. You want to really screw them up? Not everyone. I'm not picking on everyone, but try doing this like with cash. You know how like when you give them a couple of extra cents so you could get back a dollar or five or whatever it is. I had a girl. I forgot exactly what it was. So I gave him, and it was like, so I wouldn't have all this change in my pocket. You know what I mean? I don't have a piggy bank and shit anymore. So I gave her the extra. Could not. The whole world would have came. Like just stood still with this girl. She had to take out her. I'm like, is this girl going to really start texting or using her phone while I'm trying to pay for something? Bill, she was using her calculator to figure out why I gave her the
Oh,
extra.
they
And
can't do
I'm
the
like,
math.
well, I mean, there used to be a calculator over there. Now they had to use their phone. I wanted to take the phone from her, turn on the flashlight part, and put it in her ear like a doctor to find out where the is your brain, honestly, that you have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, it just like, I mean, I don't know, man.
I,
It's not everybody, but what do you want it in? No, I want the ice. Throw the ice over your shoulder for good luck. I believe that's good luck in Haiti or whatever. And then just give me the coffee in my hand to let it dribble. What the kind of question is that? And it's just, and it's rampant, man. It's the stupidity. I can't handle it. I'm in college. Really? Did you show up at all? Because what kind of a question is that? It's just, oh my God, it's not people that are acting stupid. It's people that do stupid shit and they're okay with it. Oh, I'm just a moron. Please. I can't. And like I said, I'm not picking on everyone, but this kind of shit that I get. And I told you, the people that drive with the phone in their hand, you're going to put my life in jeopardy and your own because you have to like figure out what type of KY jelly do you want? What aisle is that in CVS? Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Get off the goddamn phone or get out of the way. Do something. My insurance is already sky high. Okay, I have several vehicles. I'm paying like a mortgage payment on insurance, and you're going to hit into me because you need to make an extra $1.80 in your Uber Eats. Get the oh
Worst
my
case, they're updating their TikTok. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, TikTok. It's like a time bomb is me because that's where I'm like, I got to go home for their protection because I'm going to
Exactly.
choke somebody. I can't do it. It's difficult. I taught my children properly, and some people are, and some people don't. And and it's not just that example. It's just I can't say all the youth is screwed. I made a video, or I don't make videos. It'll be a part of the long form content when we're live or something else that we're doing. I could be a monologue. I have interviews. We kind of do both sides of it. We'll have the live radio. We have music that we will have all that. The licensing should go through its processing, just like cheese. Um, but we have that other side where it's not just interviews, not celebrities only. It's everyday people. You know this, Bill, because I mean, I hear some of these stories: domestic violence, child trafficking, uh, cancer patients, kidney cancer. I mean, like heart wrenching stuff. Some lady kept me on the phone for 3 hours. I didn't have the heart to hang up on her. I was just an intake call. We do like intake calls. I speak to the different guests that we vet them, make sure that everything is in order, work out a schedule, and we go from there. I don't do all of that. Like I said, I have people that help me that set that up for me. Not because I'm too good to do it. I don't sit at that level because I'm doing all these other things. And we're scaling up. The show's getting more and more popular on YouTube is where a lot of this stuff goes. That's the edited version, and the unedited see my tongue's numb version are the ones that go on iHeartRadio and that kind of thing. But the fact that it's everyday people, just to give, it's not a shameless plug. This is what I do. But I don't know how I got thrust into that. Not that it was thrust, it just fell in my lap. We had to do something for those that weren't in your space back in, I think it was March 29th when I was speaking in your space, that, well, we have all this time and we paid for the time and paid for the studio, and we have this and we're paying heavy amounts of lawyers and this and that. You have no idea. And we can't play the copyrighted music. We'll get shut down, or get fined up the yin yang. What do we do? Well, we're going to have to talk to some people. We're going to have guests. We're going to have to do something to fill that time till this goes through. And that's kind of how that was born. So I never saw myself really as a host, but ended up being something that people really like. That it's not just the entertainers and musicians, it's we toggle back and forth with real life people. Like I have a lady, I mentioned this to you over the phone. I'm not going to mention her name, but it's really, I mean, some of these stories are heart wrenching. And I'm like, am I even qualified I'm not a doctor, I'm not a therapist. Sometimes just being a good listener is good enough because some people are seen, but they're not really heard. So when you look on my Twitter page, on my bio or whatever, and it says show more, and you click on it, and it tells you all the different things and the voiceovers I do and everything. But then it also says to help people fight back and feel better. I believe that I'm helping people this time around because I was lucky. God gave me a second chance. And this time I'm going to help people on my ride back up to the top of the mountain where I was before. I had my 15 minutes years ago, and now I'm helping people this time around, not slash and burn. And I can't help everybody. I'm not in a position to do that. But these people feel better after they speak. That means something to me. So I'm not going to let that part of it like go to the side because now we have the music and the licensing and all that. We're going to do both. And I am inundated. I am blessed to say that I am inundated with emails. Can I come on your show? Can I speak? Can I do this? What do you think about that? What's your opinion on this? It's not always like hot topics either. It's not like people coming in sky high, red hot, like I need to do this. And so many different people, it's not that they all need help, but they want to be heard. And if I could use my platform to help people like what you do, Bill, like with your spaces, you're giving all sorts. I could never have that many guests at one time. I'd have a friggin' pacemaker put in. I You're giving here, pass a mic to this one. Say what you have to say. Broach this subject over here, and you have different rooms. You have different spaces. You have the same people helping you, but everybody kind of toggles around and watch the perimeter and helps it. What you're doing is very similar, different venue, but you're in a way you're helping people too. Maybe it's just how to be better on Twitter and talking in spaces. Maybe it's more political. Maybe it's about the X factor thing that we talked about before. You're doing that too. Um, I think that's great. I think that that's a great parallel and a great. Do you feel good after you do? Like I know when I do a live radio show, if you nailed it or not, and you feel good. You feel that sense of satisfaction. Do you get that as well when you're done with a space that you host?
Absolutely. And
You do.
I'll tell you the most rewarding thing out of our MK Ultra series were the survivors who came forward. And a few times, almost all of them, would DM me first and say, I'm a survivor. I just want to listen in. I don't feel comfortable talking. And then they listen, and then, somebody does talk, and then they'll say, I think next time I want to talk, right? And the consistent survivors are that just like I said, it was therapeutic for me to share my story, verbally. That they not only was it therapeutic for them to finally have a place where they could share their story, right, and their experience, but then to hear from all the other survivors and see the commonality, and it's like, wow, I'm not alone, right? And out of that series came out of the MK Ultra lecture series, and then out of that we started a support group for the survivors, and a community for the survivors, right? For them to share, and it's not anything I'm doing. It's like they're helping each other just by being able to have someone to talk to, and I feel
You're
the
literally
best.
giving them a space. You're a
Yeah,
space. This is cool. You're not going to be judged. If you want to just listen, that's fine. You want to just watch, that's fine. You want to speak, we try to get to everyone. And I've seen, like Kelly and Drax and everything trying to, let's get this one and try to go in order and everything. And they do an excellent job. I wasn't joking around about that. And you do as well because it's run correctly. Uh, and you're trying to give everybody I mean, I don't know if I could do that. I can handle like I've had like 6 people on like 7 people on a panel. Any more than that, man, I don't know. But that's with some of them sitting here and some of them there. But what you're doing is you're reaching a lot of people at the same time, and you're saying, you know what, that's totally cool. Thanks for reaching out to me. I'm Bill. You know who I am. Today is going to be this. Reshare it so other people like minded, and you're helping people that you're never going to even meet in your life, but you help them. That's satisfying. It is for me.
And
I'm
maybe
sure it
that's
is for you.
why, and maybe that's why I survived that day on 9/11. You know what I'm saying? Who knows?
Maybe that was your purpose. I
Who knows?
would only speculate, but I could go with that. I've had a lot of close calls, not on 9/11, but I I mean, I was 1, 2, 3, 4. I was in at least 6 car accidents, I think, and I've been hit by a car twice. I've been stabbed 3 times, and I've been shot at once. And that was just yesterday. No, I'm kidding. But I just
That sounds like a Tuesday.
yeah. Now you know what? I'm lying. It was Monday probably because I hate Mondays. I'd rather just jump in front of a car. I need the money, but I am lucky to be alive. And look, a lot of people will wake up tomorrow morning, and a lot of people won't. So every day above ground is a good day. Oh, I think we're all agreed that you open up 2 gifts, and those are your eyes. And if you're having a bad day or whatever is going on, you're having a day. I mean, there's no, I can't be more eloquent than that. I mean, that's just,
Yeah,
I'm not a
I
public
tell
speaker.
people every day I wake up breathing is a good day, right?
Yeah. And just kiss. Keep it stupid and simple. Don't overcomplicate life. Why? Just one thing at a time. You're taking baby every step, every first step. Every step is a first step, they say. You could dress it up however you want, but the fact that at the end of the day we all have heart and lungs and everything, and some people need help and others like to be able to help. Like, I'll go and I'll read, and it's not about me, I'm just saying that, me as an example. I go to different hospitals. I have that in the past, and I'll go read to the kids and stuff. Obviously, I narrate and that kind of thing, and it brings me closure on, maybe I'm trying to make up for maybe bad things that I did when I was young. I don't know. And it wasn't like horrible. I mean, I didn't murder anyone or anything like that, but it was. I feel like I did something for someone else. It's more satisfying now that I've gotten older. I didn't understand it back then. That now I get it, how important that is, whether you know them or not. They're human beings. And I'm not, like I said, there's a reason why. Just so people don't get confused, there is a reason, a good goddamn reason that I have a nickname called the Mean Machine. I haven't always been nice, but uh, that's for, yeah. I have to have attorneys in the room before I could even disclose that. But I wasn't there and I didn't see anything. But at the end of the day, man, you, me, the people that are listening, the people that are watching, it's hard for me to actually articulate that I feel different now. And like I said, some people don't want help. Some people are apprehensive. Some people will sit in your space and just, maybe they were there for 2 months and you didn't even know it. And then they finally have the courage, if they want to talk to me. That's a winner. That is a winner. I mean, you did it. I've talked about that before. Not everybody is going to be comfortable on a mic or behind a camera, and that's okay. That's what makes uh, us who we are, and them the audience, and that's okay. That's not a slight. It's just there's different types of people out there. But when someone has to, they feel you allowed them to feel comfortable enough with someone that they'll never even meet or see or anything. Just a little bubble like we have right now, little BE bubble, and they felt better. God damn, that's awesome. Now it really is. And there's other people that do what you and I do, and more power to them. How could you not feel good on something like that? Having a shitty day, don't know what you're going to do. People are under money pressure, and everything's expensive, and this and that. And people arguing over this president, that president, this one and that one, and my God is different from your God. Whatever. It's at the end of the day, we're all here right now. You know, time is the one commodity that you cannot get more of. So that's why you always thank somebody for their time. They'll never ever get that time back in their life, and they spent that with me. They spent that with you.
Exactly. Yeah.
That means something. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? I
Well, yeah,
really think about
I
a lot.
I really appreciate the folks. So we've, especially with the MK Ultra thing, but really we've got a following, and
Mhm.
I'm just not wired that way. Like if I'm in a room and they're talking about something that I'm interested in and whatever, I'm gonna get them. Like, and half the time if I join somebody else's space, they just throw me the mic, and I'm like, okay, well, get up here. But like I said
Throwing the
before, I like to listen first, and
Yeah.
right. But they threw me the mic, and I'll get up there, and but I really appreciate the ones that come every single week, every single space, and they don't request a mic. They're there to listen. They're genuinely interested in the topic, and they listen through. And like you said, some of our spaces go 4 or 5 hours, right? That takes a lot. But
Yes, it does. I'm feeling
I
it now, Bill.
yeah, and just look at
Yeah.
you. Yeah, we were gonna. I think we said we'd end at 11:30. I think that was your time. I don't know,
I think that
but
was Australian time at this point, but go
yeah,
ahead.
exactly. We just threw the time out the window. But
Hey, whatever. I mean, I'm good.
but yeah, the people who listen every week and throw up the emoticons. That's here's how I gauge. I love that you can see the numbers, right? I gauge whether the space is effective if we're holding an audience. I don't care how large the audience is, right? But people came in, the numbers kind of staying the same, or it's growing. And if it's growing and nobody's dropping off and people are interacting with emoticons or whatever, then I know okay, because they're getting something from the content. But if the numbers start dropping off, rapidly or even slowly, I know I'm kind of losing the audience, and it's time to wrap up. Right, let's move this along and let's wrap up. But I really appreciate. Obviously, I love my team. I love the survivors that come each week and share their stories. And they're the bravest people in the world. But I love the folks that come and stay and listen. It does give you a good feeling.
You're getting satisfaction out of your work in essence. I mean, it's I'm trying to find the right word. Maybe there isn't any perfect word because it's arbitrary. It's different for everybody how they, their thoughts and feelings on stuff. But if you say to someone, "Hey, and you're following this person," and we're all like, and don't get me wrong, I'm completely addicted to like some of these sarcastic memes. I mean, some of these people are really. I mean, I'm like, God damn, I'm stealing that one. That was a good one. It's a hook or whatever it is, but. It's just people being interactive. We didn't have that, you and I growing up. There was no internet. I couldn't even handle Etch a Sketch back then. I'm gonna like, I was happy if the Slinky didn't get all screwed up by the time that it got down to the bottom step. But I mean, I'm exacerbating the people that are, making it worse there. But it's true. I mean, for us, it was like, you see those street lights go on, you better get your ass home. That was what it was. And but the world has changed. It has evolved, I guess you could say.
Yep.
And now people that you know, and not everybody's, got a kind heart and everything like that, but it doesn't mean that they can't change. And one day at a time, every step is a first step. I continuously beat a dead horse like that because it's true. I think differently now. As people get older, they'll understand. I like once again, not to be repetitive, but to repeat myself. This is not hyperbole. I'm not exaggerating. You really do, as a parent, you know, as even if you're not a parent, let's say you're married, not married, whatever the case may be, you know, you got to go forward. And there's enough stuff going on out there. Why are you going to make stuff up? I think that's bad advice. Someone say, "Oh, you could go on there and be a podcaster, or be a streamer, and or do this or that, or do a Twitter Spaces, and you can reinvent yourself." That's bad advice, in my opinion. Why would you want to reinvent yourself? What's wrong with the regular self? Be yourself. If there's only one you, and you're being yourself, that makes you different. It's very simple. People overcomplicate it. Be yourself, because if you're not you, people will see right through you. And if you don't know who you are, how is anybody else? Because other people will see you as you see yourself. You have to understand that's like, I wouldn't say an expert, but I know this to be fact because the different things that I do and have done in my life. I mean, I've been DJing since the 80s, and things have changed, but people don't change that much. It's the human element, it's the human condition, if you will. And whether you admit it or not, we all need people around. I mean, not some of these people around here, but I'm just saying in general, you know.
Well, and
But it's
technology allows it, right? So I was,
that's what I mean.
you know,
Yeah.
I call it space surfing, right? I'm up late at night one night. I think it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I just saw this space, and I don't even know what the title was, but it ended up being in Vietnam. Um, and it was an English class. They were teaching, the guy who was hosting it was teaching English,
Well,
right?
no
And I
wonder it's at
popped
3 a.m.
in. Yeah, so I popped in. He saw who I was. He threw me right. So I get up there, and he explains what they're doing. He said, "Can we test on you?" Right? And I'm like, "Sure." Right. So
Uh-huh.
um, so I people came up to ask me questions or whatever in English and talked, and I was on with these guys for like a couple hours, and then they started following my spaces, like jumping in, and I
Really?
recognized them from the Vietnam space. And y- y- when could we ever do that? Talk to
I know.
somebody from the other side of the world that something common. And it was funny because they had a stigma of like, what do Americans think of us, in because of the war? And I'm like, you mean the Vietnam War? I'm like, we don't think about that at all anymore. You're fine. you know
Vietnam War. I
um,
was like a little kid when that ended. I mean, like
right.
small, you know.
Well, but there was a real concern that Americans hate Vietnamese because of the Vietnam War. And
Nah, I don't think
so
that's
you know but where else can you do that? You can just like go have a conversation with someone on the other
I
side of the
know.
planet.
Isn't that great? I know. Got people. I was talking to people at 5 o'clock in the morning because I told you I don't sleep. I wait, and it's they're from Australia. Big fans of yours, mate. Yes, they said mate, and I enjoy that because I never have a chance to say that because I don't play. I don't play checkers, so I can't say mate. But that's cool. Oh yeah, I have people in England and I have people in Canada, and
Well,
when I say I mean there's listeners all over because it goes out, through their browser if they don't have local radio. So they're like, oh, it's WGAT. I own part of that. Well, I own all that, but it's the different media companies that I'm involved with and everything like that, and it reaches all these people. When the hell will we have ever have done that? You're absolutely correct, and the fact that it's only going to get more. I mean, I could go into one of your spaces sometime, and within a few years, it'll be like just a hologram. You know what I mean?
exactly.
That's virtual reality right there. But yeah, at first I'm like, I don't like change. I didn't even like getting rid of my flip phone when I did. But yeah, I came around. I'm old school. I always will be till the day I die. But you're right though, Bill. You
Yeah,
can reach this. So I'm talking to people in Australia, and I'm talking to people. Remember, you needed to have a calling card. You had to put all these digits in and shit just to be able to call there and stuff.
yeah.
But I can talk I have people that are listening to us in Rome. We have people that listen to us in South America. I mean, that's when could you ever have done that? And it's great. It's not just the U.S.
Well, yeah, and I,
It's
I
the
talk about
country.
getting out of our echo chamber, right? We got to get out of our country too, right? Because we can do that now. I
Yeah.
concentrate on, as I was looking for people to follow, I started following people from, I just say, in the algorithm kind of throws things at you too. So if I start following a few people from the UK, they start throwing a bunch of other people, similar people to
Yeah, it says,
follow, and then
people you
Australia. I love my Australia folks, but it makes you more effective on X because now you have an audience, even just for your posts, that
right.
that around the clock gets engagement, right? So when America goes to sleep, over here they're waking up and they see it, and it actually makes you much more effective, and you get to see other countries' views of what's going on in our country.
Plus the people and you're right. Once again, you've hang a bell on that one. It's now me being what I do as a broadcaster, and even back then, that was the only way you could reach that type of not even that far. You couldn't go out of We didn't go out of the country on anything. I think to Cuba they did it when I worked in Miami when we were doing Dolphins radio and everything. But now it's so much different. but a good different. So I'm kind of old school on everything, and I've asked people. I mean, I try to ask not so much people that in my family. I mean, I think my uncle is still trying to figure out why the milkman hasn't shown up in a while. I mean, so these are not the right people to ask as far as that's
Yeah.
you tried explaining to someone that has zero prowess at trying to do it, and they're like about how to get like navigate on my YouTube page or something like, okay, you could go into the live tab and then there's the videos and then there's this. That. I had to email a couple of people their own password. Like I'm talking about like people that I knew or like family or something like that. I had to send them their password so that they could log it because to subscribe on YouTube and stuff, you have to be logged into your Google. How do you do that? Like it's your fucking account. What do you mean? So I'm like, what's your pet? And I had to send it to him. But the point being, I'm being funny, but the point being is that reaching different people, you couldn't do that unless you were in radio, like I have been. Um, and you even did a little radio back then, but so the reach was grand. And just to let people know, I get this question a lot. And I have to address it right now while I have it on my mind. People want to know because it's a long-winded answer and we don't have the time or the energy for it right now, but the difference in my opinion of like podcasting it was born of from broadcasting obviously. So uh but just to keep it easy, podcasts are more like niche based. That's more like a video on demand, let's say. There could be audio only or there could be video or there could be both. The appeal for what I do with regular radio, like being on FM band or AM band, whatever, that you might, do. Obviously, you have to be licensed to be able to do that legally, but it's more for the masses. There's no specific niche. There might be somebody on or whatever, but it's rigidly timed. You have to have commercials. You got to do that. So that's for a lot of people that don't understand what the difference is. Oh, it's the same thing. No, it's not. And it's not even the licensing part. It's the fact that podcasting is it coexists and it's great. Some of them are horrible, but I'm saying some are good. There's some radio people that are horrible and some are good, but it can coexist. And I think I like it that you could do both. So when I do the interview parts, it's set up as a podcast, kind of like as if you were doing a Zoom call. When I'm on the air, you're not always seeing me because I only like I'll post some segments clips, if you will, or reels or whatever from when I am live. A peek in the booth or I'm doing a voiceover or whatever. So for the people that were asking that, because I got a ton, I mean, I don't even want to look at these emails. I'm afraid to refresh it, but that's the main difference. If you want to know how do I fix, I have gout in my foot. How do I fix that or whatever? You could find a podcast that someone's going to address that on the radio. Good luck trying to do that. You might have a guy that was on there that's it's rigidly timed. So that's more a mass appeal and pocket. So the fact that we have both, whereas before it was just one, I kind of like that.
Well,
I listen to podcasts.
and
Yeah, I do.
here's where space is kind of carving a new niche, right? So I'm starting kind of a lineup now that we're back. I call it Manic Monday. I may change the name, right? But it's kind of a
I think the
catch-all
Bengals
because
thought of that.
right, we do what we call pop-up spaces, and that's just where it's not pre-scheduled. There's no advertising or promotions except for during the show, and it's just on whatever is the trending topic of the day, right? So what I want to do is on Mondays, I'm going to capture Mondays and probably Fridays, right? The week coming up, or and then on Friday, the week in review, where we can talk about what is the hot topic that's on everybody's mind now, like right now, right?
Trending right
And
now.
it's trending right now. It's he just got his house got raided, and everybody's talking about it, or want to talk about it, or want to hear about it. What is the topic today? Now it's all the universities and the protesters, right?
New York over
and
here, they had all this stuff going on over here too.
yeah, and you'll get a lot of people who that they want this information. They don't want to just watch the news. They want to talk about it. They want to interact on it. Right. That's the hope I see for spaces going forward. That we're going to get real time information discussion, right, where people can interact
As it's
live.
happening, like real time. That's a very good point. You know, that brings up a question that I have, Bill. Not that you speak for everyone on Twitter, but obviously you know, it's an elite type of thing that you have. It's a very, but it comes with a lot of responsibility too. A lot of people are, you know, they're hanging on you for not just support, but just look, everybody needs to take a break and everything, but it's nice to know that they're going to be there when they get back. And your audience, I've always been a big believer in that. You don't have to go out and you don't tell people to subscribe, or do this. You let them know that they can. If they want to, they will. Your audience will find you. You don't have to go out and find them. I made that mistake a long time ago, and now I understand how that works. Eventually they find you. But the fact that I like that pop up space. I was about to say, what does that mean? Well, it just space is like a pop quiz, except no quiz. But it's oh, by the way, this just happened. Blah blah blah. Or that earthquake that happened in Jersey. Give me a break. You know
Yep.
what I
Let's
mean? I
talk
didn't
about
even
it. Yeah.
feel anything, by the way. I'm like, what are you kidding me? What's next? Bad pizza too, just like California? Come on, stop it. There's no earthquake. And I shouldn't even say that because I'm going to be, like I said, I'm going to be in California next week for a couple of days. But it's just the fact that there's so many different things. I wish I had the time to go in different. I appreciate when you and Drax and Kelly and people like that send me the link. Obviously, we knew that you were taking a break and everything, but now I can't always get to them, but I have people to send that. And whenever I can try to, I do because it's different. I can be me. Like I said earlier, I could just chill back and not talk. I don't want to speak in them. I want to be able to listen. I get paid to talk. I get paid to speak, I should say, but I want to hear what other people have to say. And there's a lot of people out there that are really, I can't emphasize it enough. I've met a lot of nice people that follow me on here and Instagram and all those other things, but there's something different about this. I mean, the X thing, look, that you could look for a job now. It says it's in beta. I'm guessing that they're going to try to do the Amazon model. Elon Musk is going to try that where they'll actually have shopping and everything. Is that right?
Well,
That, come on.
he wants
Spill
it
it.
to be the everything app, right? We were talking
Right.
earlier
That's what I'm
about,
saying.
right? He's, the YouTube videos, right? That everybody goes to watch those videos.
Oh, he's gonna have videos
That
too?
the videos will be there. We have Spaces now, or Spaces has been around for a long time, right? But it's
Has it
evolving.
really?
Yeah,
How long has Space been around?
I don't know because I've only been on for a couple years, right? But Drax has been on for many years. Drax had a live show, and it was all monologue. He called The Bar, and he pops up a bar
Oh, yeah, he was
every
telling
now
me
and
about
then,
that one too.
right? Yeah, and
I
so
had an
they've been
account
doing it
back then
for.
too. Sorry, God, there's a delay, so I'm sorry about that. What was that?
He's been doing it for years. So Spaces were around. My understanding is when Elon took it over, they paused it for some period of time and then popped it back up again. But I just
Yeah,
got
a lot of people said I'm back. It's free speech now. It's not bad. I'll tell you, I had an account in 2015, 16. And I had like 20, not a ton, but maybe 25,000. That was when we were still doing sports stuff. That was when we had, because with Me Machine Media, and we had the website and everything, and we had that done. So it was a lot of like sports stuff that was retweeting all that. But I don't know what happened. It was right after I just let it lapse, I guess, and then I couldn't get back in the account, and I deleted it, thinking, oh, I could restart it later on. No, didn't know that, so I had to start all over again.
Yeah.
Follower wise, but it's just as well because it was all sports stuff. Not that I have a problem with that, but because I love sports, movies, music, everything. But obviously, we have different stuff that's going on with the radio station as well. So I wish I still had it. There was a lot of people that we had, but I noticed a lot of people like I'm back. I've been eliminated, or did that really happen, or are they exaggerating? I
No.
see accounts like that who they
It-
have tons of followers, and they're like, I'm back.
Yeah, there's a mass suspension that the old Twitter did, and it was
Why?
primarily conservative voices.
Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, it was and people will complain now. I see equal complaining about the shadow banning that we are talking about earlier, right? That
Right.
this isn't real free speech. It is free speech, but again, you got to be professional. You got to have good content.
Well,
There's an
yeah.
algorithm you got to deal with, right? And certain words are going to get you whatever, and people can report you and get you suspended. Um, but there were a
Without any
lot of
proof of anything?
people whose accounts were just shut down. I mean, Alex Jones was kicked off, right? And a lot of like celebrities, but it wasn't just the celebrities. It was just normal users that their accounts were, and they had
Well,
great
don't they
followings.
need proof that they did something bad? Like if someone, like they called you a name or they went after or threatened yourself. That's one thing. I get that part of it. But what without any, refutable, any kind of proof or whatever, they were shutting down accounts back then. Just
Absolutely, and
really, I
yeah,
didn't even know that. I had Twitter back then.
well, and one of the
Wow.
hot topics right now, Fuentes, I think is his name. He was a huge account, was suspended. Same time Alex Jones and a lot of others went, and Elon just announced that he was going to bring him back on, and now he's like waiting for this person to come back on. But yeah, when you get suspended like that, you lose all your followers and whatever.
I didn't realize.
So
I'm like, I'm not really into it, and blah blah blah, and this and that. And I was big on like Facebook and all that. Actually, it's that's why I said that's why I have people that do all that, and it's not tricking people. I don't answer all the DMs and everything because I can't get to it. I'm on like 7, 8 different things. I say I meaning us. There's other DJs here, but it's not. It's hard to do it, but I'm predominantly. It's kind of torn between. Like I don't go live or anything on like Instagram and all that. Please, I don't have we used to do stuff on Twitch all the time. We used to actually do that, and we would give the platform and let people play like Madden stuff. And I was giving them like I would give them like gift cards and shit, and just and we got monetized on that platform there and kicked just by letting people like play football. But it was
there you
because it
go.
was something different. But this one, I am mostly it is me when I'm talking to someone on there, but it's I don't know. It seems like they want to do everything on there. And when Elon Musk, I will say this, um, guy's got balls because he's the Disney thing. You knew what I was going to say. When he told, remember he told Disney, "You go yourself." Remember?
exactly. Yep. No,
I'm
he
like,
made it.
what
It
the
well, and you used to get suspended for saying shit like that, right? And so he
Oh,
made it.
he paid 48 billion. What did he pay for the platform? What?
Yeah, like $50 billion, right? But he
Yeah.
made it okay to tell people to go, yourself
I
again.
mean, he told Disney, he was like, you know what, you could kiss my ass, and he's like, well, they're extorting money I mean, why would the guy lie?
Well, it's funny.
It,
I mean, he said it to them. He goes, "What you want for money, right? You think you can, threaten me because of
extort
money?
money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go f yourself.
Yeah.
I
No, it was I know you don't have the bleep button, I do, so go
there you
and then
go.
stick but I'm glad that he did. I didn't really know a whole lot about I mean, I've read some stuff, and he's from South Africa, and he did this and that, but the fact that he made a post that it said, they don't hate or what did it say? So I'm paraphrasing here, but it's something like it's not hate speech that they dislike. It's oh man, what was it? It was a big time meme. It was all over the place. That it's not the hate speech, it's the speech they hate. That was what it was.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that one, and I'm like, man, he nailed it on the head, and he's got funny shit too.
Oh,
He's
he's
like,
hilarious. I mean, he was a good troll before he ever owned the thing. I mean, he's always been
I'd
hilarious.
like to get him on the show. If friggin' Mister uh, Little Lord Fuckpants Joe Rogan can have Elon Musk smoking a friggin' joint on there. How come I can't get this guy on? Come on. But I want to see. I would love to talk to him. What a kind of an interesting. This Twitter would blow up like literally boom with all the people that would be in a space that I'm like I know he does his own space, but I'm saying imagine combining that with radio and all the listeners and everything, not just my station, all the other ones. That would
Yeah.
be like a
No, that would be
live
great.
aid. That would be.
Hey, well,
I would listen to it.
let's put that
What's
as
that?
a goal. Yeah, we'll get Elon,
Us.
right? We'll
Your
that's when we
CEO.
can get to the point where we can, we'll be live streaming your show uh,
Yeah, we're gonna
and
work on
we'll
that. We'll
have
talk
Elon.
offline about that, but that's something
Yeah.
that definitely I'm open to talk about it with our producer and everything like that. It's just it wasn't enough time to do it, but something like I said, it's a lot of red tape bullshit, but I'm up for something like that. My team, your team. combining it. Like how cool. I think that would be cool. I'm not against it at all. It's just it's the intricacies with the.
Yeah, there's some rules
I
we
don't
got
want
to.
to go.
There's some rules we got to work around, but we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, we take a break in the summer, so something maybe that's plenty of time to work on something for season 3. We take a couple shots of stuff, but it's because I'm cultivating other, I'm doing other things. I am involved in other businesses outside of radio and everything, but it's and the charity stuff that we do. I'm very proud of that because you got to do stuff that's good for the soul, you know. So I talk the talk, but I walk the walk too. I've given away more money than I've had in my bank account before, and you know what? Money's money. You know what I mean? You're an ex. Um, I was gonna say IBM guy, a corporate guy. Money isn't made; it's transferred. You know,
Exactly.
I
Yep.
yeah, like I work for you. I work at a company. You pay me a salary. I use that and I go to the store to buy milk. The people that have there, they made money. They have to go and buy more product to fill it in. That goes to them. It's all transferred. I'm not going to go through the whole friggin' wheel, but it's just transferred. It's not really your money. You know what I mean? It's just, it kind of goes around. That's really the essence of hedging, in my opinion, because I took the series 4 years ago. And to date myself again, my tutor gave me the practice stuff on a floppy disk. So you can, this would be that time, Bill,
What
where the
size?
funny emojis would come up.
What size floppy disk? Date yourself. What size
None of
floppy?
your damn business. How dare you ask me about my floppy disk? I've never had a floppy disk, by the way. But it was green. It was those, remember iMagic or iMation or, stupid ass shit. I had like a compact Presario. Remember those?
Yeah.
I remember back in the 80s, we would play like and it's funny because my older brother and my younger brother are huge Miami Dolphin fans. I'm a diehard Steeler fan, and I'm the one that worked for with the 72 Dolphins and worked with all those guys, and they didn't talk to me for like I don't know, like 9 months, a year. They were so mad at me because I'm like, I'd rather be working in Pittsburgh, trust me. But the fact that yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff, and there's a lot of options, and a lot of people are open to it. But like I said, I'm glad that I met you because I knew that it's good, and to be able to share thoughts because you could get up the hill, like I said earlier, a lot quicker with 6 or 8 legs than you can with two, and a lot more with 10 eyes than you can with four. So I'm open to different things, but in the end, it's good to have fun and you can make people. It doesn't always have to be adversarial. That it isn't at all, actually. I think I'm looking forward to a lot of this kind of stuff because as things change and I'm trying to evolve, I do it a little bit slower because I'm older now, but I'm not that old. And it's fun. I had fun speaking with you tonight. I had fun watching the different people come in the room and the different people that are following. We even got a bunch of subscribers on our YouTube account. I'm sure you're going to have even more followers that you already, not that you need any, but, I've been flashing this Ellmore Army thing on there. And we have, for those that are not able to watch, that are listening in, which is basically my audience, the New York, New Jersey market here at WGAT, uh, Bill can be, if you have Twitter or X, it's at Bill Ellmore, Ellmore. On Twitter, that's a handle. That's how you get there. So, so that's good. And between pop up spaces and all the other things they have on in the series here and that, I think it's really cool, actually. I'm not bullshitting. I don't have enough time in my day between everything that I do to get into everyone. But whenever you guys send me a link, if I can make it, I will. I promise you I will. I only go in like 2 or 3 different rooms, and yours is obviously one of them. And I appreciate you being here tonight. Um,
I
did
really
you want
appreciate
to
you giving me your time. I mean, this has been
Hey,
great.
look, I mean, this isn't going to be the last time that it's kind of like a back and forth thing. Now it's your turn. Now I got to come on but you know what? That's fun because it's different. I'm more laid back and just being me when I'm on your thing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of cool. I got to do like 20 million things in the background and everything, but I enjoy the time. Once again, you don't get time back in your life. So the fact that we can never get this time ever back ever again, and we spent it, you and I talking, having a conversation with all these eavesdroppers. It's, I mean, that's cool. Like I said, you have a lot of followers. I have a lot of listeners. It's a perfect. I like it. I really do. We're going to do great things.
Well, there's
And
a phrase that we use today
what's
in
that?
business: collaboration is the new currency, right?
I like
Collaborating with
that.
somebody is used to be, you had to pay people to do whatever, but if you have a complimentary, your radio or spaces on Twitter, right? Synergy is where you get more out um, of each um, parties, right? So so many people, you do reach so many people. You put it together. It's not 1+1. It's not 2. It's you end up getting more out of it. So that's what collaboration gives. And
Yeah. And obviously, this goes without saying, but how many millions of obviously I don't have millions. I wish I had millions of listeners. We'd be sitting at a tiki bar somewhere in Hawaii. But um, the fact that there could be people have no clue because they're not on Twitter, they're not on X, they don't know who Bill is, they don't know this and the quote unquote boardwalk empire that you have going on, all this stuff. They have no idea because they don't have Twitter. Like they might be Facebook people, they might be. I just listen to Spotify. The fact that those people were able to listen to you tonight, they can't do that through Spaces unless they had a Twitter account.
exactly.
But the
Yeah.
fact that they might just because look, they might think that, and they don't, maybe they don't, I don't know how that's possible. Someone wouldn't dig me. Come on. But I'm just saying, but now you might hit people that my, that like, they want to hear more about what Bill's got going on. That's pretty cool because I don't do what you do. I don't claim to, and that's cool that if that happens, go for it, man. I
It's like
enjoy it.
Dunkin' Donuts
Oh,
and Ben and Jerry's. You know, you get the guys that are going there every day for their coffee, but now, hey, geez, look, there's ice cream over there, and the people
I
that went
wish
there
I
to get
could,
ice
man.
cream, hey, there's coffee, right? So it's
Oh yeah, you took with the mix play. Oh, okay. Now I know where this is going. I'm like, I think Bill is starting to fade out, man, because there's no ice cream at. I'm, that was like, yeah. You know what? It was fun, and we'll definitely do it again. We'll be in contact. And I meant what I said that it's becoming where it's a collaboration and this and that. But sometimes it's just people like they fall into your they drop into your lap or they enter your life. People enter and exit or whatever. I stopped questioning why, and I just go with it. There's got to be a reason why, and
and
why even you just do your thing.
that's
I do
the
my
best
thing.
thing.
And
That's the best when
yeah,
it just falls in your lap. When it just you go with the flow. Don't go chasing stuff. You
yeah.
go chasing stuff, you miss it every time,
I was
right?
getting
Like it's
no. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no.
There's the delay.
Oh
So
yeah,
go
no. I
ahead.
was gonna say I've never chased followers, or I'm not chasing engagement, or I'm not chasing it.
Hmm.
If you've got good content, you're doing something right, and you get good people. Like you said, surround yourself with
Yeah.
excellent people. I've got Drax, I got Kelly, I got a
Yeah.
team of people. Right? You surround yourself with good people. You do something good. Build it, and they will come. Right? And if
Yeah.
you got to
Exactly.
swivel. You got to swivel. You're not doing the right thing.
Field the Dreams thing. First, you did porridge. This is very impressive, Bill. You had the porridge thing, and now you did a Field the Dreams thing. For the folks that missed that earlier, Bill just connected the dots from one side of the continent to the other. That was pretty good. Not
I,
bad. I saw that. That wasn't an Easter egg, baby. That was a 12 pack.
I
I
used to be in sales, so you got to be able to pull it all together.
Oh my god. Anyway, I have no more voice left, and I kind of need it.
And I'm
Because
running out of battery, so we probably got to end.
batteries, man. I haven't eaten in like 2 days. Uh, it's what it felt like. But in any event, yeah, you surround yourself with the right people and your niche, and everything will find you. I'm all over the goddamn place. I confuse the hell out of the YouTube algorithm. They're like, is this sports? Is this serious stuff? Is this interviews? Is this music? What the fuck is this? So it's kind of funny, but you know what? I like because I don't want to be stuck with one thing. When I did the other type of radio, it was just sports, and it was just as, and I love one of my favorite things on planet Earth is movie quotes. We used to have the wheel. If you look in there in season one, we would spin a wheel. I actually took the money out of my own pocket and I would pay people Venmo or Cash or Zelle, whatever it was, if they could stump me on sports or movies and music. And once in a while, they got me, and I would pay them right on the spot. There was like a $10 thing on the wheel, a $20 one, and a $50 one. and I got nailed badly on Father's Day, man. Man, there was like one guy, it landed on $50 wheel like 3 or 4 times, and he got all of them. Like, God damn, how did he know that? So it was fun. It was different. It's not a money thing. I'm in a blessed area in my life, but that's not a consideration. I don't mind doing stuff, or being altruistic is okay, because I think I'm making up maybe for when I was more of a mean machine, if you know what I mean. But it's cool, and the fact that, like you said, collaboration, and I'm sharing my listener base at this moment in time. You're sharing you put all this stuff on Twitter, and had your people retweet it, and I had people that were coming in on from TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and everything, and even Spotify people. I think that that's pretty cool. Uh,
That's
it's not that it's
it's
an
awesome.
original idea, but it's a great, and it's not all the time. You don't want to dilute it, but the fact that it's a possibility, it's kind of cool. I like that part of it, but I don't think we could end any better than that. So I guess we will wrap it up right here. Once again, for those that are listening in on WGAT at 88.6, we've been here for 17 straight hours with Bill Ellmore, and we're almost out of coffee, Bill. But the fact that, we laughed, we almost cried. I don't know, man. Like I said, I was ready to like hit myself in the head with a wiffle ball bat at some point, but you know what? It all worked out, and I want to do it again. We will do it again. Follow Bill if you don't have Twitter or X. You should probably get it, because a lot of cool stuff going on there. You don't have to be. Hey, Bill does these master classes with him and his team there. You can learn how to get better at it. He's not a selfish man. So it's at his tagline, his handle, at Bill Ellmore. They could get you on there. And I don't say hashtag because I'm old school. I always say pound sign. That's from a rotary phone. How messed up is that? So it's the same shit, though, right? Pound sign, hashtag,
But
Ellmore
you can
Army.
only get in trouble with the pound sign when you're talking about the Me Too movement. You got to be careful.
I'm sorry, is that a movement? Because the last movement I heard that was kind of like that. I heard a toilet flush after that movement, so I don't even know what
Well,
you're talking
but
about.
if you say hashtag Me Too, which was a big thing for a very sensitive topic.
You
But
mean
if
the
you change
word
that to
phonetically?
pound Me Too, then it changes the.
Once again, that's late night Showtime shit you're talking about, or Cinemax back in the day. Pound Me Too, yeah. You know what? And part 1 and 2. But that's yeah. I used to have to steal the key. We used to have to get a key made. Remember, it was a key for HBO, and your parents would like leave, and you had like the key. And if they took the key with them, you couldn't get those goods, the good movies, the ones that came on like late night. Yeah, we had a copy of the key, man. It was awesome. My grandfather used to be like, as soon as they leave, be like, all right, let's watch wrestling. When wrestling used to come on at like 2 o'clock in the morning, we're going to watch that. We're going to watch basically soft porn with my grandfather. And I'm like 9. And then, uh, but it was so cool. And like every movie that my parents wouldn't let me watch, I watched my grandfather. I miss him very much. But, I started focusing my life on those that are here, and not as much as those departed. I keep them in my heart that were, therefore they have never left. We all have stuff. It's not an illusion. We're all human beings. And I say that over and over again because sometimes I got to remind myself, you know. But once again, Bill, thank you very much.